Hello, everyone, and welcome. We will be starting shortly, but we do need everybody sitting. We cannot have people in the aisle. Hello, everybody. Is it not? Last week it was too loud.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming in. Please take your seats. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. Can you please take your seats so we can start the meeting? We will not be able to start till we have everyone seated and no one in the aisles and at the entrance. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats so we can go ahead and get started. We can't have anyone standing out in the doorways. I still see seats available up at the front. Ma'am, over here at the entryway, if you could please just scooch in or come and have a seat. Thank you. I will now call this meeting back to order at 6:05. Good evening and welcome to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board meeting. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas de la Valle de Pájaro. We have translation in Spanish. If you need that support, please see Leticia Centenaro over here. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de este servicio, por favor, pasa con Leticia. ¿Está acá? Tonight's meeting is being live streamed and recorded. If you would like to speak to an item listed on the agenda, please complete a speaker card and submit it to Eva Renteria before that item is discussed. Eva's down here at this end. I also see a lot of new faces here tonight, so I want to take a moment to establish some ground rules. There may be differences of opinions, sometimes strong differences. Please give those speaking the same respect that you would like to receive when you are speaking. This will allow everyone to be heard and the board to conduct its necessary business. I will now move us on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask Trustee Turley to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And that brings us to item 3.3, our governing board comments, reports on standing committees. This is the opportunity for each board member to make a few comments, and I will start with Trustee Dodge.
Good evening, everybody, for being here this evening. Just briefly, Second Harvest Food Bank is giving away food at EA Hall Saturday, November 15th through 9 through 11. So if you know anybody who needs help with food, or if you're interested to volunteer, please reach out to Second Harvest Food Bank, EA Hall, November 15th, 9 to 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Turley?
Thank you. I appreciate those who have participated in the board's listening sessions. Your input is valuable to us, and we really appreciate it, and it will help form our goals going forward. And I appreciate each one of you who is spending your time here with us tonight, and I'm hoping that you're all supporting students, as I know the 7 of us who normally sit up here are. I have a request as people are making their comments. If you would consider saying just one thing about something that's special about the school that you're associated with, or that your children attend. Also like to mention that Second Harvest Food Bank is also having a large-scale food event at the fairgrounds on November 20th, starting at about 3:30, and I think it'll last till 8 or 8:30.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
Thank you, everybody, for being here this evening. I'm looking forward to hearing from as many of you as possible. I know that there's going to be a lot that needs to be said, and I'm here to listen. I wanted to also echo what Trustee Turley said about listening sessions and participation. There will be more, and we can talk about that later. I know that there will be an announcement about the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, which is happening this Friday on multiple sites. If you're able to participate on my behalf, I would appreciate you bringing me with you, because I unfortunately am unable to attend because I have to work. And the rest of my comments I'll keep during our other items. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
So just a couple of quick things. I attended the Aptos High and the Watsonville High listening sessions, and they were both really productive. It was great. I'm looking forward to having more opportunities to go out and speak with the public. We're going to Aptos Junior High in Valencia this coming week. Is that correct? And then we're adding sessions, so we're not done listening. So that was just kind of the first round. So please be tuned for next. We'll be a little clearer on the flyer about what the meeting is about, because there was some confusion at the last 2 that I went to about what the purpose of the meeting was. There's still a survey. I would really, since we have so many faces in the room, I would really encourage you to complete the survey, because we really do want to know what the vision and values of our community are, so that we have direction going forward. I've also met with some individuals and groups of folks regarding some of the issues on the agenda tonight, and I appreciate those meetings. They were very productive and respectful. And then I just wanted to address just generally some concerns. I apologize, I wasn't able to respond to all of the emails that I got, because I got over 100 of them. So in regards to the Head Start program, there was a lot of concerns about that. And actually, we received accolades from the county, and I think also the state. Basically, the only purpose is that we're trying to maintain services for our students, and preventing them from having disruption of those services. And the county asked us to assist with that and absorb it for now until they can become independent again. So there's no nefarious reasons for that. It's not so that we can lay people off. It's literally that we're just trying to do what's best for our students and continue that. So if anybody's speaking to that item tonight, I just want to get that out of the way. And then there's also been some emails that have been circulating with numbers that are not technically accurate. And I've been in discussions with our CBO, and I would encourage anyone that has any confusion to maybe sit down with our CBO to go over some of these numbers, because the ones that are going around are actually inaccurate. there's a big difference between restricted funding and unrestricted funding and how we can go into those buckets. And so I'm happy to have discussions offline with anybody who has any questions or help hook you up with our CBO. Thank you.
Student trustees, Linda Soltz.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. Good evening, everyone. It's great for me to be back here again. And I wanted to start off by giving a short report, as I usually do, on the Student Advisory Council and Inter-High Council meetings that were held in the past 2 weeks. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, these meetings are held prior to each board meeting, and they are a space where I can hear from students from across the high schools in our district about current updates and concerns that they've been having. So the first one I had was the Student Advisory Council meeting, which is hosted by me and Dr. Contreras. And we are currently working on refining the homework policy for our school district. And last meeting, we reviewed homework policies from other districts and pulled pieces that we would like to be included in ours. And we then created posters with information we drew from each different policy that would be used to present to parents and educators who will ultimately work on crafting a final polished version of the homework policy. And we're going to have one more upcoming meeting discussing the homework policy before next year, when we'll move on to the cell phone policy next, as in 2026. And the other recent meeting I conducted was the Inter-High Council, where I got the opportunity to hear from ASB students from Watsonville, PV, Aptos, Renaissance, and New School. Now, here are some quick updates from those schools. So Watsonville High recently had a successful Halloween food day sale with a costume contest and pie eating contest, which I actually participated in and unfortunately did not win. They also had a food drive last week and are now preparing for a Winter Spirit Week in December. Similar to Watsonville, PV had a Halloween Spirit Week, and just the past weekend had their senior night football, cheer, band, and color guard senior nights. Coming up, they have their annual Ruby Bridges Walk on November 20th, and then a Winter Spirit Week just like Watsonville. PV did, however, share two concerns from around campus, one being the lack of water refilling stations around school, and the other concern is the need for a traffic guard in front of campus, which I guess there's been bad traffic recently and even a recent accident. New School has partnered with Food What for a harvest festival, which was 2 weeks ago, and they also shared a concern, which is my fault for not bringing up because they had mentioned it before, but there's, I guess, no sign at New School that shows that it's there, so they're requesting a sign. And then Aptos was not at the meeting, but last but not least, Renaissance High, sorry for a minute, they have had these 5-star pop-up shops where students get awards and bonuses for having strong attendance, and they've also been excelling in their flag football, and they just won their first game. And they also, like New School, have partnered with Second Harvest Food Bank. So those are kind of the updates from around schools. I see there's a huge crowd today, and I've been receiving a lot of emails surrounding budget cuts in our district, and I am interested in hearing more from the community. So I'm glad that a lot of people showed up today. And before I'm done with my comments, I want to lastly invite students and their families, all students here, to come to tomorrow's listening session from 6 to 7:30 at PV High School, which will be led by Trustee Medina, Trustee Guillen Martinez, who's the student trustee from the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, and me. And this will be just like the past listening sessions that have happened. This one will be more geared towards students, so me and the other student trustee can kind of hear from students, and it's going to run, like I said, from 6 to 7:30 tomorrow at PV. So I hope to see a lot of people here come, especially students, be there tomorrow. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And just a quick reminder, it's okay if you're standing along the walls, but I'm sorry, the two ladies at the end of the aisle, I need you to find seats. We have seats available up here.
Can you please raise your hand? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead. Yep.
Can you please raise your hand if there's a seat next to
We
you?
can't have you standing in the aisle.
Mr. Beecher, is there a seat next to you that's available?
Ma'am?
Would you mind raising your hand so somebody can see? Thank you.
I hope
There's
you're in a
two.
seat. We can't have anyone in the aisles, and we can't have anyone in the doorways. We do have, I see at least 4 seats up front.
There's 2 up here. Don't be shy. We can't reach you from here.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, so in addition to attending some site council meetings, I also was able to attend 2 listening sessions. We'll discuss those more later. I want to thank our principals for coming alongside us and dedicating 2 days to the effective school board training. I encourage all to do that. We're going to have it available several more times to staff, to community members, hopefully to. I don't know if we'll do it for students. Do students partake in that? Okay, for students as well. That's amazing. And so I look forward to that, but I wanted to thank our admin for taking time to do that. And also, thank you for bringing up Ruby Bridges. And I know we'll have an announcement again later. That's this Friday. And I'll allow me to discuss that more later. So that will now bring us to the approval of our agenda. And we have been asked to table item 8.1. And so are there any speakers to this item? 4.1?
Yes, there are, but there was also a speaker for 3.3.
We don't have comments on that at this moment. Yeah.
So for item 4.1 is Brandon Denise, Leslie Garby, Suzanne Lopez, Marta Belayich, and Delilah Macedo.
Greetings, board. You're going to be hearing from me a few times today, that's for sure. I want to speak under this item to request that item 9.19 be removed from the consent agenda and either moved to the deferred consent agenda or be removed altogether. This item would create an unnecessary position in our district office called the Chief Technology Officer, when we currently have a Director of Technology position. This is a glaring example of how this administration is seeking to wordsmith job titles or descriptions to justify lining their own pockets. The creation of this position would lead to a $20,000 pay increase to what the Director of Technology makes. To be discussing layoffs while also increasing district admin salaries and creating new cabinet positions is disrespectful and disingenuous. Please reject the creation of this position. I'm sure you've been told that the person in that position needs a salary schedule so they can get their CalPERS or some sort of answer that's like, sounds reasonable, except for the fact that we have a salary schedule for that position. We don't need a chief technology officer. We do not need to be creating new positions at the top while you're seeking to lay off the people who are actually doing the work. Please move this position and take it off the agenda.
Next speaker. Next speaker. Who else was going to speak to this item? Misty? Trustee Navarro, I'm sorry.
So I'm calling everybody up. If you can line up, that'd be great. Leslie Garby, Suzanne Lopez, Marta Belayich, Delilah Macedo. Mike's not on. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Delilah Macedo. I just wanted to make the suggestion to move item 8.2 as a first discussion item, but if you're going to table it, then I will not make any remarks on that. And also echoing what Brandon said, consider removing item 9.19, approved job description for CTO. We shouldn't be adding cabinet level positions when we're facing reductions. In addition, Brandon did mention a salary increase of 30,000, but it could be up to 50,000 depending on the level that the person comes in at. In addition, we do not have any CTOs in this area of or in our surrounding areas. So if you can just consider removing that item, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Marta Belayich. I request that agenda item 913 ratify personnel items be removed from the consent agenda and withdrawn from tonight's agenda. This agenda item description fails to meet the Brown Act's notice standard. The description gives no meaningful indication of the action being approved. It doesn't specify whether these involve new hires, resignations, leaves, or separations, and omits that some of these listed actions occurred before this meeting. It's unclear whether the board is attempting to cure a prior Brown Act violation or ratify administrative actions taken without proper notice. Either way, the lack of transparency is objectionable and subject to challenge. This reflects a broader pattern. At the last meeting, the board approved a provisional internship permit on consent, even though the detailed agenda item text itself explicitly stated that the item must be an action item on the agenda and not part of the consent agenda under county and commission on teacher credentialing requirements. That means the board acted in direct contradiction to its own agenda instructions. It is unclear whether the board's consultant and/or legal counsel recommended, reviewed, or even understood this before these items were placed on consent. Finally, attachments for item 913 are labeled closed session agenda, raising both procedural and privacy concerns. For these reasons, I request the board to pull item 913. Additionally, there's a basket here that says place cards here. These are speaker cards. The public has not been adequately informed what the process is. This is confusing. So with the permission of the crowd, I'd like to take these cards to Eva Renteria so that they could be considered for speaking. Thank you.
Mara, which were the items again? Can you tell me? I got 9.13. Was there another one? Okay.
Hi, Susanna Lopez. I'm asking to have item 9.17 moved from the consent agenda to the open for discussion agenda. This is about applying for licenses in facilities that are currently operated as Head Start. So I'd like to discuss this because this goes against federal interest and our regulations and is in violation of that, can jeopardize the whole program for the community that is really essential.
Are there any other speakers to this item?
Leslie Garby, but I don't know if she's still here or wants to speak.
Okay, you want to turn off the timer, please? Okay, so, oh, right here.
I just had the same request as Susana to move the item so it can be open for comment for Head Start.
Thank you. Now I need a motion to approve the agenda. And I just want to clarify, consent items can be pulled off when we get to consent later in the evening. And I do need the motion to include tabling item 8.1.
I move approval of the agenda, removing item 8.1 with the understanding that any items we want to pull from consent, we will do under consent.
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5-0-0-2. And now that brings us to our action and report on closed session. Are there any actions to report on 5.1 out of closed session? No, none on item 5.1. But for item 5.2, action on student discipline matters, are there any items the board needs to act on from closed session?
There are 5. I move to approve the recommendation from the district administration for the full expulsion for student expulsion 25-26-001.
I second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any abstaining? Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0-2.
I move to approve the recommendation from district administration for the full expulsion of student expulsion student number 2526002.
I second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002.
I move to approve the recommendation from district administration for a suspended expulsion for student expulsion number 25-26-003.
I second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002.
I move to approve the recommendation from district administration for a suspended expulsion for student expulsion number 25-26-004.
I second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002.
I move to approve the recommendation from district administration for the full expulsion for student expulsion number 25-26-005.
I second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002. Thank you. That now brings us to our visitor non-agenda items. This time of public comment, this is the opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda this evening. Please know that though the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion for non-agendized items, we are listening. Do we have any public comments for item 6.1?
We do, and I would move that we reduce the time to 1 minute so that we can get through all of these. There's 22. 1.5 minutes?
Are you making it, you want to make a motion to reduce speaker time to 1 minute so that we can hear everybody?
Well, it'd be 1.5 minute for this item,
1.5, okay.
but for item number 8.2, probably a minute.
Okay, so I have a first, do I have a second?
Madam President. I don't want to group them together.
Then I'll do one at a time.
Okay,
So just for item
you're making a
6.1,
motion.
I'm going to make a motion to reduce it to 1.5 minutes.
I second that motion.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002. Thank you.
Juniper Grabowski, Noel Brand, Emily Halbig, Bill Beecher, Aaron Johnson, and Aline Shen.
If your name was called, go ahead and approach the podium and go ahead and come on up.
You don't have to go in the order I called you, so whoever, let's go.
I would like to thank Terry Redfern for inviting me to last month's school board training session. It was one of the best that I have attended in a long time. Not only was the training good, we had a lot of fun. At the end of 2 days, we realized that our school board does not have specific academic goals and that it does not take a rocket scientist to create them. Thank you for that opportunity. The one thing missing is that 2 male trustees had not attended. I hope this is being corrected. Now the bad news. I will be presenting at the next board meeting 2 such goals. For Marilyn, if she's here, for many meetings you have railed about the dangers of Wi-Fi networks and cell phones. You have presented flawed reports that purport to the dangers of both. I am a man of science and causal relationships. The facts are that the usage of Wi-Fi and cell phones has exploded over the last 30 years. If there was a connection between this increase and cancer cases would have exploded. People in this audience would be dying. That has not happened. In fact, rates for brain, breast, and testicular cancers have been going down. So please quit killing redwoods with all these flawed studies and focus on pesticides and herbicides. They deserve your dedicated attention. Lastly, for over a year, Trustee Dodge has been missing over half the meetings. I would ask the board to request that he step down and that an interim trustee be assigned. We need active, committed members. Thank you.
Hello. Hey, board. I would just like to keep with my tradition and speak a blessing over you guys in the night. Father, I thank you that you are good. I thank you that you are here tonight, that you are in the room with us. I thank you that everything on this agenda matters to you because these kids matter to you and these educators and families matter to you. God, you have blessed us with so much, yet there are kids in our schools who are hurting. Father, why are there kids coming to school with weapons intending to harm others? I know it's because hurt people. And I know that there are families that are struggling and are broken, and kids are impacted by that. And God, I just pray that you pour out your healing on our community. And I want to pray for the students that were attacked, God. I pray for their healing, their physical and emotional wounds, that you would, there be no lasting effects. I pray for the administration, the leaders and staff for wisdom on how to respond and learn from what happened. I pray for the students of Watsonville High, that you would help them to process what they've experienced and protect them. Assign your angels to every student and every campus to guard and protect them. Jesus, in your name, amen.
Test. Okay, go. I want the bathrooms to be cleaner and have it and
Do you have anything else to say?
thank you.
So I think we counted it correctly, but that was 5 expulsions, and we're talking about cutting 15 counselors. Just want to make sure we heard that right. We keep hearing this district call itself transparent, but saying you're transparent doesn't make it true. Real transparency means showing the public clearly and without bias how our money is being spent. Yet when we ask how restricted funds are allocated or how much we're paying consultants and for what, we get half answers and excuses. On top of that, cabinet members have been showing up at school site council meetings presenting cherry-picked data and spreading fear about the district's finances, telling staff and families that there's no money to retain the people who work directly with students and that programs could be at risk. But I'm pretty sure they're leaving out the part about the superintendent and CBO just giving themselves raises. This kind of mixed messaging erodes trust. Transparency isn't about controlling the narrative. It's about giving people the facts and trusting them to see the truth. If the district truly values transparency, then prove it. Show us the data, show how restricted funds are used, show the consultant contracts and spending details, stop spreading fear, and start showing facts. Thank you.
Hello, I would like to just kind of propose an idea or something for our board. I didn't see it at the last board meeting, but you guys had the consultant here from Better Board, so I feel like everyone was at our best behavior. But I'd like to propose a no cell phone policy for our board during board meetings. In our classrooms, we require our students to have their phones away, zipped in their backpacks, allowing, encouraging, and providing the opportunity for our students to fully focus on the information presented and engage in collaboration. I don't think it's a hard ask to ask that the board follows this same policy. I've witnessed communication and texting that takes place during the board meetings, especially when there are comments or information presented that do not align with personal ideas or beliefs. I see the phone being moved from the counter to the lap, the look down at the phone, the text sent out. I see another trustee reach for their phone. I see them reading the text, and sadly, sometimes it's like with a smirk, and that, oh man, that breaks my teacher heart. Or maybe even like the stifled laugh or the eye roll. And then I see the text back. And we're often a room full of teachers, and we're really like, our whole job is finding cell phones in the classroom. Like, we are so aware of when it's happening. And I just wanted to put it out there that we're here to show our speakers, our union representatives, other board members full respect, and to show our professionalism to our employees, constituents, and that you're taking comments, ideas, and concerns seriously. And if we want to really show true transparency, that means having those conversations in front of everybody. Thank you.
Hold one moment, please. Can you state your names when you're speaking? Because I need to type the names of everyone that speaks. Thank you.
My name is Eileen Shea. Good evening, everybody. I'm just here to talk about our programs in special education that were drastically cut at the beginning of the year. Our psychologists, nurses, counselors, and program specialists are doing their best to hold things together under extremely difficult conditions. Our SDC classes continue to face constant transitions as students are added and moved. We're struggling to ensure every student is placed in the setting that truly meets their needs. Teachers are being physically assaulted by students, and we simply don't have enough BCBAs to provide the behavioral support our classrooms require. They are stretched far too thin across the entire district. We recently lost a talented SDC teacher who resigned because the support he was promised never came. As a brand new educator, he wanted to stay, but we just didn't have the staff to help him. That is unacceptable and heartbreaking. Our adaptive physical education specialists met with HR recently to talk about the lack of compensation. All our specialists are over their caseloads because the district refused to hire a sixth position. All of our specialists this means we are stretched very thin. Morale in this district couldn't be lower. We need to prioritize rebuilding support for both our students and our staff. These are not just positions. These are people holding our programs together every single day. It's time for meaningful action.
Next up, we have Ricardo Martinez, Excel Barraza, Maximiliano Barraza, Lindsay Kent, Mink Brooker, Brandon Denise, Chris Webb, and Julian Billen.
Hello? Okay. Good evening, board. Ricardo Martinez here. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Contreras. I am speaking with the Opportunities for Action group of Pajaro Valley. I'm a senior there, and I'd like to really emphasize how important mental health counselors and employees are to the health of the students here. And I think given the recent waves of violence around Watsonville and in our communities, and we saw a tragic suicide last year and a stabbing at Watsonville and all this, to think that any of these could be cut when we need them more than ever is quite sad to think about. And I think there's no reason for, and Contreras, I'd really like a good reason for this, but for an increase to your salary and to your benefits while over 100 positions get cut. And I'm sure there's an explanation, and I really hope that you get to an explanation as to why this evening, because it seems like the community really wants one. But I just really want to stress how important these are. I know a lot of people have benefited. I'm sure many people in this room have benefited from these positions, and I think they should not be touched like this. They should not be cut. Thank you.
All right, before my introduction, I was under the impression that if the students filled out the orange cards, that we would be prioritized first.
I just moved you to the front because I didn't realize there were the orange ones, so I apologize.
Right, I'm sorry, it just doesn't make me feel prioritized. But anyway, so Good evening, board. I'm Maximiliano Barraza, here from Opportunities for Action. OFA for short is a new student group dedicated to educating students and community members about issues that are important to our school and the Pajaro Valley. I wanted to express what makes me feel safe at my school. I feel safe when I have someone I can talk to, like a social-emotional counselor. I feel safe when there are mentor groups at my school, like Milpa and Barrios Unidos. I feel safe when my teachers are feeling supported and not stressed out. However, I don't feel safe seeing more police on campus who could cite me if I'm just having a really bad day. I want to express this to hopefully sway any future decisions regarding the school budget. Students like me are happy when our school community is happy. Please consider us instead of throwing money at the wall for things students and teachers are not asking for. Thank you.
Hello board, my name is Ishel Barrosa and I'm here from Opportunities for Action. OFI is a new student group that aims to inform parents, students, and the general public about what's happening in our community. At a time we're all stressed because of finals, in a time we're all mentally recovering from the stabbing at Watsonville High School, and in a time that we have idiots like Donald Trump in power, it is crucial that we focus on the mental health of our students. I feel supported in my school by counselors. I feel supported in my school by our teachers when they're present and not stressed. Our mental health will not benefit from our help being taken away from us. I hope you consider a student's voice before making a decision that will affect the students.
My name is Julianne Bellin. I know you have to make some hard decisions tonight. It's the job you volunteered for. Please remember as you weigh these options that you have an opportunity to positively affect not just students who thrive with more staff to offer each child the attention and care they need, but also our entire community. No educator goes into the public school system for the glamour, the ease, or the lucrative celebrity endorsement contracts. They choose this job because they want to make a positive difference that can be felt for generations to come. The agreement we make is that they, the people who care for our community's children, will make enough money to live as part of our community. Each creative solution you find is the difference between somebody making rent and somebody moving and adding to the attrition rate, extracurricular activities, new shoes, visiting relatives, lights on, water running, food on the table. Each creative solution you find is another child's life kept stable and money circulating in our community to keep other jobs that depend on that flow. We can't fix the entire world or even our county, but you personally, Dr. Misty, Desi, Dr. Heather, Olivia, Joy, Carol, Daniel, nice to see you, can be the difference between a gutted community and a thriving community that stood firm against the indignities and cruelties of those in power and said, no, we care about each child, each neighbor. We will find a way. We choose to care for each other.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Kent. I'm a speech therapist here at the district. This is my 11th year. Trustee Turley, you asked for us to share something positive about our schools, and I want you guys to know that I work at every school in this district in nearly every special education class. And the thing that I can say is that I work with the most incredible, dedicated, hardworking people, and most of them are in this room. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with these wonderful people. I spoke to you all on October 1st, 6 weeks ago, about the Assistive Technology Lab, which serves students with disabilities of all ages at nearly every school in the district. We were given only 3 days to pack and vacate our office with no identified space to relocate. We still do not have an adequate workspace to move into and have only been offered a storage room for our materials. 6 weeks later, we continue to work out of our now gutted office with many of our materials and supplies packed in boxes, and we have been told not to unpack. We would happily move to an empty classroom in one of the many schools in this district if our space in the district office is so desperately needed for a different department. Working out of boxes is inefficient, reduces the time we can spend supporting students and providing IEP services, and makes our job unnecessarily more difficult. Like the dismantling of the Assistive Technology Lab with no plan to relocate it, The suggested cuts to special education you will discuss tonight continue to reflect a pattern of rushed decision-making without input from those directly affected or planning to ensure that PVUSD continues to adequately serve our most vulnerable students. Special education students and educators are more than numbers on a budget. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the positive things that I would like to add tonight is that these three students who are behind me are part of Pajaro Valley's Black Student Union. President, we have our secretary, vice president, and one of our trusted members who are holding up the Ruby Bridges sign. Our Ruby Bridges Walk to School that PV High started 3 years ago. This will be our third annual. It's this Friday. And we will be walking across the bridge from the AAA parking lot where the cinema is, walking across the bridge. And I understand Dr. Contreras, thank you, and our own principal has worked with Watsonville Police to ensure that, I believe it's one lane that will be blocked off for our safety for us to walk across. We didn't have that last year. Thank you, Dr. Contreras. I just wanted to share with everyone that it's amazing what this event has done. I was told by Dr. Ferris Sabah that there are many schools in the Santa Cruz County School District now who are also honoring the Ruby Bridges Walk. And I'm very thankful for that. I was also told yesterday that there is a charter school where I was appointed as a trustee on the school board where they've adopted a resolution for every November 14th, and they've written the resolution that it will be Ruby Bridges Day. So we are affecting change. We're doing some good things. If you're here and you can make it, it's this Friday, 8 o'clock, PV High, across the bridge. Thank you.
Mink, Ms. Brooker. I just want to thank you so much for coming. I know it's been a long day for you.
Yes.
But I also want everyone in the room to know who is presenting. Ms. Brooker is the Teacher of the Year. Kings County Teacher of the Year. And you need, and in this moment, I don't have flowers to give you, but my verbal flowers go to you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Good evening. I've had this shirt for a while. I've never actually worn it. I wore it today because I'm still really bothered by that board policy you guys tried to put last time, 6144, and I saw the original language, and it actually really bothers me because I know some people think that, hey, we don't know, but that we couldn't possibly understand guardrails and values, and that's 10,000 foot stuff. Well, I'm actually a licensed pilot, so I'm going to dive in from 30,000 and say that as a history guy, when we start writing people out of history and content, that is an ugly, dark road. And we won't, if the district goes there, they're going to go against, I won't go there. And there is going to be PVFT people, PVUSD people who do care. And I want the students to know that even if it's official policy that we're writing you out of the curriculum, that we still see you, we still love you, we'll still fight for you. So know that, students. Also, I want to say that I go to a lot of meetings, not just in this district, but in the district where I live, which is actually over the hill. And one thing that a labor partner had told me, he's like, wow, you're over here. Why? I'm explaining to him how this place is better. And he's like, oh, it's like you're a defector from North Korea. And it is kind of like that. So when I bring up things like, if people here say like, oh, with the district I was at, they did it this way, I want justifications because I'm not bringing a lot of their ideas because they're actually worse. So we do good things. We shouldn't throw away good things. Thank you.
Can I make a quick comment? Yes, about that. Mr. Webb, I just want to address one of the things that you brought up about that resolution that came before us before. That portion did get pulled from the original, but I want to share with you the intention of that, which is recent case law that occurred in Southern California in August, where parents were allowed to
Point of
opt out.
order. I'm so sorry.
Yes. Yeah, it's okay to have a brief comment, but we can't get too into, yeah.
Oh, let's go,
We can,
I was just trying to say where it came from.
Just for spotlight reasons, mine was a different thing, so I apologize if what I did may have opened something up. But to directly reply, we are not supposed to do that.
Apparently, we can respond to public comment. That's what I was under the impression from the lawyers.
you can ask,
Okay,
ask
we
for brief
can ask.
clarification, or you can give like a brief statement, but yeah.
Anyhow, Chris, you and I can talk about this later if you want.
Thank you. It's okay.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to our, wait, did we have any more public comments?
Carolyn West, David Adams, Roddy Kirkman, Marta Belayich, Providence, Omar Diegues, Gabe Barraza, and Zorbalid Zayas.
Good evening, trustees, Contreras. I want to talk, my name is Roddy Kirkman. I am the current VP of Negotiations for the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. A trustee made a comment earlier about misinformation going around in regards to numbers. So I want to bring up some numbers with you. Specifically, the slide that is being shared all around our community that the district received from the County Office of Education, those estimated actuals are listed for the 24-25 deficit spending. You were presented in September with the unaudited actuals. Those are real numbers, not estimates. So I want to know why the community hasn't been provided that updated information, and that's not being shared. Let's talk about transparency. In the 25-26 budget, there is an increase on administrative salaries of 7% over last year, while there's a decrease on teaching salaries by 1%. You've also increased the budget for books and supplies over 200% since last year. That's a 14.2 million increase. I don't know about anybody in this room, but I know that money should not be spent on books and supplies. You also had enough money to provide an approximately 18% increase to the CBO salary, 11% to the superintendent, two highest paid in our district. Remove the cabinet position. This is ridiculous.
Are you going to start the time?
In an interest of time, I just ask that once you approach the podium, please begin with your comments.
Okay. My name is Providencia Martinez Alanis. I live here in Watsonville. And my cousin was tragically killed by a 16-year-old last week and a half behind Chipotle. And that 16-year-old is currently free right now out in the streets. There's a witness that saw him do it. So I don't know why he's out in the streets free, but be careful because it could happen to anybody else. My cousin was 34 years old and this kid was 16. What could they possibly have in common? I bet you he didn't even know him. But somebody must have sent him to do it. The dirty work, they call it. Sad. If these kids would have the resources and the mental health support at school and Barrios Unidos or any other kind of counseling or any kind of other support that they need and not fall through the cracks, these kids wouldn't be committing the stabbings, the shootings, and all these things that are coming up. And it's only going to get worse because you're only taking away, taking and taking instead of paying the department for a job that they're already paid to do. We're just wasting that money instead of putting it into other things. And these kids, maybe my cousin wouldn't be dead. Who knows? But it's very upsetting that this happened to my family member. And I know an 18-year-old also died that day because he was also chased because he was the witness. I don't know why the news is saying different news, but that's on them. But I'm gonna set the record straight here right now because that's what's happening in Watsonville with the police department not being forward about what's really going on. And one more thing I also want to ask. I also have something very important to ask because it's very important to know.
Thank you, Providence. We have a
No,
lot
I
of
need to
people.
know, what does the superintendent do to justify the pay that she has right now? And for the, no, what more of a broader job description is she gonna do to justify her pay increase? I don't care if you turn off the microphone. You can turn it off. I have a microphone in my chest.
Provi, I want to make sure I hear everybody and you're taking time away from other people. I know it's important what you're saying.
Providence,
I
we're gonna
wanna
have to
hear
have
from
you removed
everybody
if you don't
else.
stop talking, please.
Will you
Providence,
come
it's
to a
the next person's. No, well, then you can send an email, please. Send it. I respond to every email. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yes. Provi, you know I will talk to you.
There? Okay. Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm Carolyn West, school nurse here again. I have 5 schools, as I've already said, I'm responsible for. Something positive, it's hard to pick out from each one of my schools something positive. So what I'll say is my coworkers. They sustained me and I treasure them. I won't get teary though. Greetings to everyone. Sorry, I skipped over that part. This is a pretty weighty meeting. I'm sure everybody knows that. And I'm going to keep a bunch of my thoughts until 8.2. I'm aware, we're all aware that the student numbers have been dropping. However, I can tell you as a nurse that my numbers are not reflected in this. None of the nurses, that we have nurses here, more nurses here today, yay. I have 5 schools, as I've said. This is the most schools I've had in 17 years. We have more IEPs, 6 to 7. I had 4 504 meetings last week. Usually I'd have 4 a semester or so. We have more students being diagnosed with autism, ADHD, seizures, food allergies, asthma, and things, genetic things that I have to research because it's like, okay, what's this? And things combined, they're going through the roof. And I didn't have time to come up with numbers for you, but I do want to tell you that when I tried to run numbers, I had 78 pages of students with asthma.
Thank you.
So just 78.
Brandon, Denise, I think you called my name earlier. Something positive, our negotiations team is kick-ass. So I wanted to address the gaslighting that's emanating from our district office when it comes to negotiating. That update that you guys sent out is sad and it's false. We need to eliminate the position of public information officer. If the superintendent can't speak for herself, then maybe she shouldn't have gotten that 11% raise. We cannot afford to be paying a district official to lie to the public and call that a public information officer. Our first negotiation session was November the 6th. And if you only read what the district tells you, you would assume that the district came to the table prepared with their full team ready to rock and roll. The reality was that our team came with our full team, 7 articles of contract language to present, and we were ready to go. The district felt that it was more important for more than half of their team to go to a training led by effective school boards. Only 3 members from the district's team and their attorney actually showed up. The district preferred for their principals to be indoctrinated by effective school boards than at the table negotiating. I feel like if you would have asked your administrators what their priorities were for that day, a training by effective school boards would have been last on their list. But you don't care what we think, and you don't even care what your administrators think. I had something else to call out for one of our board members' social media use, but I'm not going to bring that up today. But I'm not going to sit here and be gaslit and lied to without calling that out. And if you don't like it, too bad.
My name is Marta Belaich. At the last board meeting, Trustee Navarro gave a lengthy recital that carried the appearance of deep reflection and newly discovered insight into enlightened leadership. The reality, however, is that the recital was presented in a vague manner that omitted any identifiable reference to her failings as a virtuous school trustee. Her recital was a scripted deflection from the board's ongoing governance failures. Words about unity and professionalism mean nothing when this board continues approving unlawful agenda items, disregarding compliance standards, and dismissing public and teachers' concerns, to use her own words, as noise. Navarro stated that half our meetings are consumed by adult drama, yet she conveniently failed to say who is doing such drama and how. How on earth can you cultivate transparency and accountability when you hide behind evasive language, as well as teams of very expensive law firms burning up millions of education dollars to guide you on stonewalling correction of your violations? If half the time is wasted, that signals failed leadership, not civic engagement. The rest of the board didn't challenge any of Navarro's declarations, and it appears she was speaking on behalf of them. To the degree that this is so, I say that you, the board, are on the wrong track at restoring decency and accountability in the district. Thank you.
Gabriel Barraza, Area 5, and I want to speak on two things. There's a well-known saying in public administration. It says, show me your budget and I'll show you your values. When you are padding cabinet level positions, when you are giving raises to the superintendent and other administrators, and you're cutting from the people who are on the ground doing the work to educate, to make our students feel safe and heard, that says a lot about your values. The second thing is, and I don't know if this is true or not, so if I'm corrected, that's fine. But I heard that the consultant for Better Boards was talking about standards for selecting leadership on the board. The number one standard of being on the board is being duly elected. Now, if you have the trust of your constituents who went to the polls and voted you into office, then you have a right to be in a leadership position. If you put arbitrary guardrails or blocks to leadership because you don't like someone's opinions, then that's not effective leadership. Thank you.
Hello, board members. Hello, everybody. My name is David Adams, better known as Coach D. I'm from North Salinas. I transferred my daughter over here. Transferred over here almost about July, right before school started. She's the first five-star athlete. I did my homework on Watsonville High. They've never had a five-star athlete in the history of the school since 1892. People ask me why I bring her to Watsonville. I want to get a change of pace, start for her career. But before that, I was hired back in March to coach football as a JV varsity coach. So I was already here in the community. And I came out here, they told me they wanted something different, they wanted something new. And I gave them that. I brought discipline, structure, and accountability. And everything seemed to be okay until I put those things into action. A couple of kids were disciplined. I never talk to kids alone, I always have an adult with me. We know kids like to change stories, things of that nature. And I want to protect myself and protect my name. When the kid lost his position, he quit. Another kid lost some playing time. Now emails are being sent out. I was placed on administrative leave by Mr. Gregorio. Brian Saxton from HR, he's the HR coordinator or the director. They've been investigating for 5 weeks. I still don't know what's going on, what I'm being investigated for. Alejandro Chavez went to the news, talked about me. They blasted my daughter, 16 years old, on the front page, slandering us. She just signed the Nike, the first kid in California to ever sign. So at that same time, why is all this stuff happening to us? I know where I'm at. I know I'm in Watsonville. The kids that I train, they mostly look like you. I have a very low Black population of the kids that I train. I came out here because we came to Watsonville because I feel we have things in common with the people here. We come from the same struggle. I could have easily sent it to a Monte Vista Christian or to a St. Francis. I'm on limbo right now, man. I need those emails spread out. What did I do? The community wants to know what I did. I'm still waiting. Man, it's called slander, man.
That's your time.
It's called slander. I know. I apologize. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you're playing with my name.
Thank
Okay,
you.
okay. Kids play with. What happened is kids play with toys. You can't play with my name. Brian Saxon, where the emails
I'm
at?
sorry, I need to keep this
I know,
order,
ma'am. Where the
and
emails
we're
at?
gonna have to recess if this is gonna keep
Where the
happening.
emails at though? What did I do?
Coach D,
You gotta let the community know what I did.
Can
The
I reach-
community needs to know that.
can I reach out to you?
I'm not just a coach, I'm a parent too.
Okay.
So I
Thank
want to
you.
know what I
Thank
did. You can't, I'm a visitor. When I come to someone's house, I show respect.
Let me reach out to you.
So I'm
after
not from this community. So I
Okay.
show respect where I'm at. So I want to know what I did. The community wants to know what I did.
Thank you. That's
I'm
your
sitting on
time.
limbo for 5 weeks and still nothing back.
Okay, I'm gonna take a recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. I now want to call this meeting back to order. Please find your seats. We have a lot of speakers who want to speak tonight, and I just ask that everyone be respectful of everyone's time so that we can hear from everyone in a timely manner, and I do not want to have to adjourn the meeting again. So please just be respectful of everyone's time. So we will continue with the speakers. If you, 1 minute, 30 seconds, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Yerbelit Sayas. I'm here tonight as a parent with 3 autistic children who relies on special education services to learn, to grow, and to thrive. I'm speaking not just for my child, but for every student who needs a little more support to reach their full potential. I understand the budgets are tight, difficult decision must be made. I'm sorry. But I ask you to look beyond the numbers and see the children behind them. Children who need speech therapy, one-on-one aids, occupational support, and inclusive classroom that gives them dignity and belonging. We cut funding for special education. We're just not reducing programs. We're removing opportunities for students who already face more challenges than most. There are students who depend on stability, consistency, and trained professionals to help them communicate, connect, and succeed. Every time a service is reduced, a child progress is slows. Every time a program is cut, a family loses hope. And every time we ask our teachers and aides to do more with less time, we risk burning out every people holding our children up. Special education is not an optional, it's essential. It's not charity, it's justice. Every child, regardless of disability, has the right to an education that meets their needs. I urge this board to protect and prioritize funding for special education. Our children may need different kinds of support, but their dreams are just as big as let them sure they have resources to reach them. Thank you for listening up and standing up for students who cannot stand up and hear themselves. Okay? I depend a lot on the teachers. And they're my family. They help me guide my children.
I'd like to say more. Please let her speak.
Thank you. I support a lot of the teachers. I help them with supplies. They have to buy their own supplies in the classroom. And special eds, they need a lot. And my children's, I would have brought them, but they're 5 and 7. And I have students in high school too that they need a lot of support mentally. And counselors, they need the counselors. They have 5 or 4 plans. Thank you so much for listening.
Why what I see in this room is community leaders that care about the education of our students, care about the well-being of our students. Why are we cutting jobs that are crucial to our student success? Why are we spending money on bleachers when the Watsonville High School students don't even have bathrooms to use? Why are we spending our money on things, too much money on SROs, when they're already sworn in to do a job that they said they would do? Our education and our community needs justice right away. We need to bring more mentors, more counselors into our schools so that our students could be successful to graduate. We need new leadership. At the last school board meeting, you guys were graded, I think, and I think you guys scored a 0. When are you guys going to start listening to this community that consistently comes out here to show up? What I see out here is a bunch of leaders. These are the people that are making a difference in kids' lives. How many times have you guys reached out to any of these people in this audience right now? We need leadership. We need leadership.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
And one last thing I would like to say,
That's it, Omar. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Omar. Dr. Navarro, do we have any other speakers? You might need to call them. What, because it's too loud? That mic was too low? Oh. It was super
Yeah, I can hear
loud.
it very loudly. Evangelina Morales, Gabe Barraza, did you come up already? And Donna Lefevre, it says 7.1, but did you mean 6.1? Because 7.1 is something else.
Okay, quiet down, please. So this one will have 3 minutes, Misty, because we're gonna have interpretation, so 3 minutes, please.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Evangelina Morales. Yo vine a abogar por mis hijos, tengo 2 hijos especiales y yo quiero que no hagan recorte de las trabajadoras de programa especial, porque mis niños ocupan el programa para su aprendizaje y por eso vine a decirles que pues que no recorten y que regresen todo la normalidad como estaba antes. Y también vine a abogar por su maestra de mi niño, porque mi niño le movieron su maestra para actos y mi niño ocupa su maestra para el día completo. Mi niño va en la escuela César Chávez. Como los
Good night. My name is Evangelina Morales. I'm here to represent the education of my children. I have 2 children in the special educations with IEPs, and I come to ask that you keep the support for them. I have one of them in Cesar Chavez who needs the teacher the whole day.
A mi niño le movieron a su maestra en actos y nosotros, los papás, todos los papás nos reunimos para abogar por la maestra para que se quedara en César Chávez, pero hicimos carta, llevamos al distrito con la superintendente, pero la superintendente no nos escuchó y no han hecho nada por regresar a la maestra en su trabajo de todo el día completo de la clase César Chávez.
This teacher who helps my son, one of my kids at Cesar Chavez, she's with him the whole day, or she was, but she was now moved to Aptos, and I come to ask that this is reversed. I want the normal, usual support that my son received to go back to normal. We organized with teachers, with parents. We wrote a letter, and this was presented to the superintendent, and we did not receive any answer back.
Quiero que regresen a su maestra en César Chávez para que dé la clase del día completo, porque la maestra, ella habla español, igual que algunos papás que hablamos español, porque muchos padres no hablan en inglés. Y entonces con la maestra nos entendemos perfectamente y ella está muy atenta de todos los niños.
Muchas gracias. Esa era ya de tu tiempo, pero Leticia van a decir la última vez.
Está bien.
So I come to ask that the teacher is placed back at Cesar Chavez because she does speak Spanish, and that allows me and many other parents who do not speak English to be able to have conversations, and that's very important for us.
Hello, my name's Donna Lefevre. I work at Watsonville High School. Okay, I am spread pretty thin at the moment, and it's really hard for me to keep track of all of the information and all of these new policies going forward. So I'm just gonna say, I don't fully understand how these budgets work. I want to advocate for spending every single dollar that we can towards student-facing roles. I used to work at charter schools in the past, and one thing that they had was that there's smaller class sizes. I know our district is losing students, and people are choosing these other schools, these smaller schools, because they want their kids to have access to an adult and build trust. Our sites are amazing. When I came here, I was so excited to be a part of this team. I love the advocacy that comes out of the community to try to make our schools better. I want to be here. I want to see the school thrive. We have to make sure that we are providing as many supports as possible in the classroom. I teach math, and it is so hard to support. I teach introductory math, Math 1, and our math program needs a lot of support. I have 35 kids in my class. A lot of them really, really need more one-on-one support. I'm trying to go around to answer their questions and support them as much as I can. They do not get the support that they need from me, and I've never had anyone be able to push into my class, even though I'm trying to meet accommodations of all of these different students that require it. So we need to have student-facing roles. Don't spend any dollar you can. Criticize every dollar spent on anything else but student-facing roles.
Are there any other public comments? Okay, I will now move us on to our employee organizational comments. Now is the time that we hear from our employee organizations. Each will have 5 minutes. We will start with PVFT.
Ooh, something good. Mink Brooker, Ruby Bridges Walk to School. Thank you so much for bringing that to our community, and let's keep that going. I want to start off by acknowledging all of the efforts by the staff at Watsonville High School and their response to the attempted murder that took place at that school. Despite a lack of leadership from our district office, our people sprang into action and they preserved life. The district really wants to sweep this all under the rug and stop us from talking about the warning signs that led to this effort, but I will not stay quiet. The district needs to give space for all of the staff at Watsonville High School to have their concerns be heard and to take this seriously so that we can learn and be better prepared. There were so many communication breakdowns along the way, and it's not okay that the staff at Aptos High School received an email from their principal making them aware of the stabbing before the staff at Watsonville High had received any official communication. The district actually called me into their office as an employee of the district to engage in a conversation with me that ultimately could have led to me being disciplined for speaking to the media and sharing the workplace safety concerns that our members have had at Watsonville High. Instead of looking at these concerns and taking them seriously, trying to understand why our members are feeling frustrated, the district tried to crack down and silence me. This is not okay. It's authoritarian. And it shows me that all the district cares about is litigation avoidance and sweeping this under the rug. You will not silence me. You will not silence our teachers. You can't tell them what they can say to the union. You need to take this seriously and learn from this because our people want to get better. I've attempted to engage with the superintendent to negotiate for our January 12th unencumbered teacher workday to have an optional training provided by the American Federation of Teachers focused on supporting students through grief and trauma. We would ask for people who attend to be granted the equivalent time to be used at a later date to make up for giving up their teacher workday. We actually finally have a meeting on the calendar for November 18th with the superintendent, which would end a streak going back to September 2nd, where she's been refusing to meet with her labor partners. Here we are at the height of a nationwide mental health crisis and violence epidemic, and our district is going backwards, trying to propose layoffs with the goal of replacing our highly qualified counselors and mental health clinicians with employees from an outside agency who cannot and do not serve the students to the same degree that we do. They do not participate in MTSS meetings or similar student support meetings. They do not share information with the teachers who work with these students. We need to stop subsidizing these outside agencies, stop trying to have them replace us, and focus on keeping our counselors and mental health clinicians because our students so desperately need them. I'll speak to layoffs again later when it comes to that time. I want to share how ridiculous it is that this agenda was uploaded on October 31st without having the layoff presentation attached under the guise that the district wanted to meet with impacted parties and speak to them first. Those meetings took place last Friday and they were an absolute joke. We definitely have a different definition of the word transparency, because to me, transparency is answering your employees' questions honestly and with integrity. During these meetings, when our members asked about the scope and depth of layoffs, they were told they would have to wait until that evening when the board meeting got updated publicly. And in reality, that information should have been public since October 31st. So to call people into a meeting to give them a heads up about layoffs, but then refuse to answer questions, I can think of a whole host of adjectives to describe that. But for now, I'm just going to go with gaslighting and lying. This administration keeps talking about how transparent they are, but you don't get to call yourself transparent while hiding critical information and intimidating employees. We will keep showing up, we will keep telling the truth, and we will keep defending our students, whether that makes you uncomfortable or not.
Do we have anyone from CSEA?
Good evening, trustees, cabinet, and community members. My name is Ashley Oro Flowers, and I have the honor of serving as president of CSCA Pajaro Valley Chapter 132, representing over 1,200 classified employees and classified professionals, and we are definitely one of the heartbeats of this district. I come before you tonight with respect and conviction because our students, our families, our community deserve truth, courage, and grit. If fear guides any of your votes ever or on December 10th, I urge you to pause and remember why you are here, our students and the stakeholders you represent. They deserve your strength and integrity, especially when it's hard. Let's be honest, if the district is afraid of a state takeover, maybe they should be. Because if that day comes, it will be the result of our collective failure to protect our students, families, staff, and community. So I say this, let the state come in, and if that's what accountability requires, then so be it. Or let's dig deep and do what's right. Ask for proposals that make sense. Proposals that protect the classroom and campuses, and not just convenience and comfort. I'd like to set the record straight. The district claims that 10 healthcare assistant positions were added during COVID and funded with pandemic dollars. That is false. The agency health assistants were temporary positions that were paid with ESSER one-time funds created to support the district's ability to handle massive screenings, COVID testing, contract tracing, and triage support. That ended when COVID restrictions were lifted. This is a fact. The 10 positions being referenced in 8.2 tonight are permanent healthcare assistant positions. Dedicated district employees filling vacancies by retirements, promotions, transfers, and I know this and I tell you this because I was one of them. I was a healthcare assistant. They are not extra. These women and men are essential. Had we truly been consulted, talking about CSEA, we would have provided the new CBO, the new assistant superintendent, and the new superintendent historical facts, because you were simply not here to know this, okay? After all, spreadsheets can be read inaccurately, but the lived experience of the people doing the work, that's where the truth lies. I want you to know that I do appreciate you for seeing the value in our technical department and leaving them untouched. Do not touch them again. We're talking about staff who support, care, connect, love, hold our special needs students, instructional assistants, behavior techs, behavioralists, mental health clinicians, healthcare assistants, all student support classifications. Really? The ones who run health offices, calm children in crisis, manage emergencies, and show up every single day for our kids who need consistency more than anything else. We are some of these students' safe place. I'll say that again. We are some of these students' safe place. The faces they trust, the ones who make school feel like home, please don't take that away. Picture this. In September 2026, a student is injured or needs emergency medication, or they might be experiencing a panic attack. The administrator is off-site. The admin assistant is on lunch. PVPSA doesn't answer our phone calls. And the only one that's left to care for this student is an office assistant or an attendance specialist who's never been trained by a nurse. Because guess what? We cut those positions too. Now what? That's not a budget issue, ladies and gentlemen. That is a safety issue, and safety should never be negotiated, ever. According to the district's October budget update, 92.2% of district's spending goes to salaries and benefits, and 14.9% of that belongs to classified. 14.9. Meanwhile, cabinet salaries were approved on October 22nd and shows administrators earning between $163,000 and $284,000 a year, plus bonuses and stipends. Our chief business officer alone earns more than $229,000 a year. Wow. So before we cut people, let's keep our students healthy and safe. I have to ask, please.
I will adjourn again. Please do not do that.
I did not get to finish.
Yes,
I did
yes,
not get to
please.
finish I still had 2 more pages because what I need to say is important, but I just want you to know that we believe in this district. We believe in our trustees, and we believe in everything that everybody has stood and stand for in this room tonight. We are here in solidarity and hope, and we want to work with you, not against you.
Thank you. Mike, are you here? Anyone from CWA? Oh, okay, thank you. I will now move us on to item 8.2. To 8.1 was tabled. So I have the presentation and discussion regarding potential reductions in force for certificated and classified employees. This report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and Gerardo Castillo, our CBO.
President Flores, can I just make a quick remark? Because I'm going to put a card in for that.
For what?
Marilyn, you put in a card for 8.1. We're not discussing 8.1. We are not. So if you want to put in a different card, you can put in a different card.
They switched it for you. Okay, we will proceed. Thank you. Okay. Kit, would you mind doing us a favor? The microphone in front is
Oh,
in
sure.
her line of, yeah, if you could just sit,
Absolutely.
push it down.
push it down.
Oh, he can.
There you go.
Thank you.
No problem. Well, good evening, Dr. Contreras, Board of Trustees, and the greater PVUSD community. It is my intention, alongside my colleague, Gerardo Castillo, our CBO, to provide an overview of the fiscal outlook that brought us to tonight, as well as the staff analysis that has been conducted in order to provide information to the board to weigh realignment of resources and reductions in staff. Acknowledging our fiscal challenges, we must still keep our vision at the center of all conversations. We believe that every student should graduate ready to share their unique skills and abilities, as well as be a positive contributing member of their community and their world. Our mission is to cultivate a nurturing environment where every student thrives academically, socially, and emotionally, empowering them to flourish in a dynamic and evolving world. Tonight's presentation will include a review of our COVID one-time funding summary, as well as the process utilized to address our sunsetting funds. This was done through the implementation of our sustainable budget team. We will also review the core values that were established with the sustainable budget team for allocating our resources. Finally, we'll review the recommendations that are being made for how we realign our resources. We will address next steps in the reduction process, followed by public comment, and then, of course, discussion and questions amongst the board.
This chart shows the one-time funds that we received through COVID dollars. We had those funds distributed across different disbursements over 5 years. And this is how we received those disbursements. So you will note our first disbursement was ESSER 1. We spent those funds in cleaning supplies, equipment, computers, internet connectivity. Then we received ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 dollars, and along with that, other funds such as the learning loss mitigation, which was coming in to help to mitigate all the COVID impact on our students. And we received in total $127.5 million in one-time funds, and we have spent these funds. And the main rationale for these dollars was to help our most vulnerable students during times of great need. And during COVID, there was a great need. There were needs for mental health resources and just help in general. We had COVID testers. The students were suffering from learning loss. And many of those funds we have spent on positions. We went back to 2020 to research how we spend these funds. And we need people to help our students and get services they needed to recover from what's really a hard time in educational history. This is where our district is now. They were one-time dollars. They are not longer available. And this is the circumstances we find ourselves in. The next one. For the past 2 years, our district has been meeting with working labor partners, CSEA, PFET, start work on our site leadership, including principals, teachers, leadership groups, and assistant principals. We have worked with groups across the Pajaro Valley, such as the Pajaro Valley Collaborative. It's a coalition of nonprofit and community partners with whom we collaborate. Staff met with the Pajaro and Actos Chamber of Commerce. We have worked with the Rotary groups. We have worked with the City of Watsonville leaderships, our broader school communities, DLAC and DAC groups, our school site counselors, our media partners, and our South County Tiago group, another group with the community, to help everybody understand this is our circumstances. In 2024, our district formed a sustainable budget team. The sustainable budget team goal was to analyze our school budget, understand school finance, and review how we allocated our resources during COVID, and begin making recommendations to the school board on how to roll back services as our COVID dollars are no longer available. So those groups were people who volunteered to be on the team, knowing that I know the process, they will making reductions, recommendations to the school board. So this was our team. They give hours upon hours to their time, helping make the recommendations. And they also set associations between different community groups to gather community input. This team made a series of 8 meetings during the 24-25 school year, and in January, they recommend to the school board where they believe that reductions should occur. Here are the days of their meetings, and these are the topics they discuss as they learn how a school budget and finance and examine how we allocate our dollars and how we might begin to sunset them. One of the things that the group did was to look what our core values are for allocating and relocating resources. In the group, based on input for many others, determined that number one, we need to be student-centered. That will always prioritize our students' best interests in decision-making. We were going to ensure always equity and access to our programs for providing the best education opportunities and support to our students. That we will prioritize the core educational goals of the district.
So as the board and the community have been made aware, our fiscal challenges are not unique to this year. The first phase of reductions were introduced last year, but we knew these measures alone were not enough to address our structural deficit. We knew that this year we would need to make more reductions. Last year we were able to, we were able to take the following measures to try to offset some of that impact. We, in essence, tried to right-size our district. We aligned our staffing to the number of students enrolled. To further absorb declining enrollment, and without laying people off, we transferred many released staff to our elementary classrooms. We reduced our district office administration. We reduced our academic coordinator staffing. Academic coordinators, just by way of definition, are our site administrators at our elementary schools. Additionally, we realigned some of our high school positions to enrollment through the transfer process. In total, we were able to reduce by $5 million. However, what you will notice on this slide is that we did not reduce any of the positions that were brought on with ESSER dollars or COVID or one-time funding. We continue to carry those positions through the general fund, compounded by a loss in revenue due to declining enrollment. Therefore, we continue to find ourselves in a projected shortfall.
We are in a deficit spending, and we continue to be in a deficit spending. At our last board meeting, we showed a letter that we received from the County Office of Education warning that if we continue to spend at this rate, we will declare ourselves qualified, meaning we will no longer be able to meet our reserves. The County Office of Education will have a larger oversight. We will have to do additional reporting, and that will lead to receivership, and we will lose local control of our district. And that's something, believe me, we now want to do. This slide shows declining enrollment that is part of the main problem that we are experiencing. We have around 18,000 students before COVID, but since then we have lost over 4,000. Today we have 4,620 students. As we lost with those students, we lost ongoing funding to serve our students. Compared to COVID funds, slide 4 that I talked previously, which were one-time funds, we are losing $56 million year after year ongoing funding if we had the same students, if we compare the same students we had prior to COVID. And we just had to adjust our service to the students that we serve. This chart illustrates what declining enrollment looks like, but it also shows what declining funding looks like, and that is a significant loss. In districts across the state, when they find themselves in these situations, they had to make adjustments. We had to make adjustments. In addition to declining enrollment, we no longer had COVID $1. Yeah.
So despite our best efforts to realign our resources, we continue to have an average teacher-to-student ratio considerably smaller than the average of like districts. The yellow bar going across the top shows what the average is for similar districts in California, 22 students per FTE roughly. Our current ratio sits at 18 per single FTE, slightly up from when this report was taken in 2023 from 16.88 students per FTE, in part due to our right-sizing efforts. These districts are roughly the same size. They're unified school districts, which include high schools, just like PVUSD. And again, these are averages when we take into consider a TK class all the way up through a secondary class, right? And how those different averages impact the overall average to staffing. So take that with note, please. We are an outlier because we are a very low teacher-student ratio on average, and we can't afford to staff at these ratios. And as previously said and reiterated, unfortunately, we are not just playing catch up to ongoing fiscal concerns. We continue to face declining enrollment, which further exacerbates budget concerns each year. This year alone, we lost 450 students. That means we planned for staffing based on registrations and enrollment, and 450 students did not show up on the first day of school, and they still haven't shown up. Next year, we are anticipated to lose another 500 students. That cumulative loss alone, just this year's 450 plus 500 in anticipated reduction next year in enrollment, is $13.5 million. Last year, we also made administrative reductions. These are the positions that were abolished from 2023 to 2025. You can see the positions on the left that are specific to abolishment, right? 6 positions. But then you heard me say previously, we also right-sized our AC support out at our elementary schools. So that's 6 and 8, that's 14 FTE. And then when you consider we've also held back on filling vacancies at the central office, and you see them there on the right, that's another 4 FTE. So that brings the total position count up to 18 positions that we've reduced and held back. On the next slide, Gerardo will summarize the percentage of funds currently allocated to PVUSD administrative positions as they compare to averages in California.
This chart shows where Pajaro Valley Unified stands in terms of percentage of general fund dollars spent on administration compared to other similar districts. The line across represents the state average in California. That's where more districts are on average spend their money on administration. I want to point out something here. Please note that the administration function we're pointing here is, you will notice that says function 2700. That is for the school side administration, that includes the school size. And also the central administration is the 7,000 that includes the Board of Education. Our per pupil spending in our district compared to other similar district is $20,000 per year. The yellow line shows us the average and where the districts are hovering and what will be the acceptable expenditure. As you can see, we receive about $16,000 per student. So we are spending by $40,000 per student. So that's putting us in a dangerous situation. We have some work to do in our reductions to maintain our local control of our district.
So the following 2 slides will summarize potential recommended reductions by job classification, where we have some positions that were added to help mitigate the impact from COVID, and recommended other positions due to a lack of funds. Last year, we recommended similar positions and the reductions were not made at that time. Certificated counseling positions are being recommended. A total of 15 positions are being recommended. These are a combination of positions added during COVID, but a reduction would also align us to the state averages in California and help address our declining enrollment. Intervention teachers that are part-time positions are included. These positions are part-time and make equity in program allocation challenging. We are proposing making these positions full-time. Full-time employees would also have the option to return to the classroom if they so choose. Next, we have areas of service at our high school where student interest in those courses has been low year over year. This is an annual process. We've also begun the selection process for courses early this year to make sure we have accurate information in our student interests. We'll be monitoring this, as we build our master schedules at the high school level, a process we are also moving up this year to ensure the best alignment of enrollment and staffing possible. We also have our temporary teachers and our interns and our probationary positions on the list. These are teachers who are newer to the profession, and due to declining enrollment, our recommendation is to notice them for reduction as a safeguard. This is being done in part to our declining enrollment, as well to ensure any employees affected by layoffs will have the chance to return to the classroom pending their unique credentialing. Lastly, with regard to certificated positions, it is recommended 2 behaviorist positions be reduced. In addition, and with regard to classified positions, there are currently 13 mental health clinicians serving in PVUSD, 7 having been added during COVID to support mental health during a very difficult time. These positions are being recommended for reduction. Healthcare assistants continue to be employed to help during COVID. As we all recall, a number of duties were increased during COVID, including testing and tracking. A total of 10 positions are being recommended for reduction in order to address declining enrollment. And I do want to clarify the comment that no, they are not necessarily all tied to ESSER funds specifically, but a combination of these recommendations are due to ESSER funds and one-time funding, but also to address our declining enrollment and the structural revenue shortfall that we continue to have. A tremendous amount of support was also added through general education instructional aids, as well as instructional aids in our special education program during COVID. Our goal is to ensure state-mandated ratios in TK and honor the current PVFT contract language for kinder support. And lastly, a FICMAT report was conducted to help PVUSD analyze how best to align our services in our special education program. Many positions were added during COVID. You can see there of the 155 IA positions currently on record, 47 were added during COVID. And additionally, of the 109 behavior technician positions currently on record, 57 were added during COVID. Currently, 15 positions are vacant, and we've been trying to hold those vacancies to mitigate some of what we're dealing with as we await direction with regard to reductions from the board. Both Gerardo and I, along with our leadership and our community partners, recognize the serious impact these reductions have on our employees, students, families, and our community partners. Last year, the board asked us to look for creative solutions. We've opened PV Elevate. We've started the early college program jointly with Cabrillo, expanding student opportunities for dual enrollment through an MOU, taking college classes while still attending daily at their home high schools. We've expanded our CTE programs, such as our aviation program with our partners Joby and Dart. We started our TK8 STEAM program at Mar Vista. Such programs, one alone, often take years to open, and PVUSD did many in 1 year. In addition, we're working to improve our outcomes for students. Swan Math supports foundational math skills, and Letters teaches the science of reading. And through an MOU with PVFT, we also identified an additional $30,000 of compensation over 2 years per teacher through our restricted funds. We have closed roughly 150 classrooms to save on custodial staff time, facility updates, and maintenance. And we've used some of our restricted programs to relieve general fund expenses, for example, utilizing our after-school program, to absorb some of our custodial expenses because they swing into the afternoon, into the evening, and therefore we can link them back to some of those funds through our after-school program. So given we've provided the staff analysis of positions and how our current fiscal outlook is impacted, there are other ways districts have attempted to balance a structural deficit. Each of these suggestions comes with its own set of challenges that may or may not right-size our budget. School closures. I was part of a district that went through school closures. The painful, challenging process of telling neighborhoods that they'll no longer access their school of residence. Increased class size. It can be done. It has to be negotiated with our labor partners. It's a cost-saving measure, but it has to be negotiated. Furloughs. I was a teacher back in 2006, 2008. We all remember furlough days in those early years when we were on the back of the recession. It was a great mitigating factor for districts that were already relatively whole because it provided some one-time relief. But it's not ongoing, and it won't address our structural deficit. Restructure our benefits. And I think that's part of the conversation because we know that our benefits are an extreme expense on our general fund. But like class size or anything else or salary, it has to be negotiated with our labor partners. And then you've heard several people speak to the idea of a state takeover or loss of local control. I think what needs to be shared publicly with regard to a state takeover is it isn't just a takeover, it really is the true loss of local control. Collective bargaining agreements, local voting of the Board of Trustees, all of it is suspended and the state comes in and makes those decisions. I hope we can agree that that is not in everybody's interest to move forward with something like a state takeover for that very specific reason.
in addition, there is a loan that the state provides to the district, and the district has to pay it back. They don't give it to you, and you have to pay it back over a period of 20 to 30 years. That is as expenditures to the district.
So once again, while these are potential options, they come with their own set of challenges as we attempt to right-size things fiscally. So what next? Next steps include returning to the Board of Education in December to present a final resolution list. We will continue to work with our labor partners to open up pipelines for employment. We've already begun calls and held meetings with county-wide employment partners like UCSC, Cabrillo, Gablin, Encompass, PVPSA, and County Behavioral Health. We are awaiting a joint MOU with CSEA that will hopefully be ratified soon to switch to internal recruitments only to help any displaced classified employees continue with employment. We continue to need secretary positions, bus drivers, and food services employees, for example. We also intend to continue with another retirement incentive. And additionally, should the board take action, we also work side by side with our labor partners to carry out the reduction process to ensure alignment to our collective bargaining agreements. So at this point, we're going to open it up for public comment. And then, of course, the next step would be a discussion with the board.
Thank you. So now, again, we will have some public speakers, and I do want to remind you that we are not taking any action tonight. Tonight is to give you the opportunity just to share with us your feelings and for us to also have a time for open dialogues, and since this is the only time that we can do this. So if you can go ahead and call them. Oh, she's counting.
I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the speaking time to 1 minute. I'm still counting how many cards, but there's a lot.
Okay, it's okay. How many do you have so far?
We have 52. Even with a minute, that's almost an hour of discussion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to have the time be 1 minute and 30 seconds.
So then are we cutting it off at a half an hour?
We have a motion for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
So then are we cutting off discussion at 30 minutes?
No.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. And all those in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Any, yeah, we already seconded, so we did the vote. So all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? So that motion carries 5002.
This is going to be a very long time. I know that everybody here is very passionate about this. I want to hear what you have to say. I do have to work tomorrow. I have a child to go home to. So I will, and I trust that everybody does too. I trust that everybody does too. So that's why I would ask that everybody stick to the 1 minute and 30 seconds and then just move it on. Know that I'm listening and I'm taking notes based on what you say too. So thank you.
Okay, if we could have speakers called 10 at a time, please. And when your name is called, go ahead and line up behind the podium, and we're gonna ask that you just start as soon as the person ahead of you is finished.
Alyssa Oliver, Noel Brand, Emily Hallbeg, Katie Crockett, Michael Christensen, Rachel Hitchcock, Maria Campos, Maricel Rodriguez, and Christy Catton.
The board is seeking to cut $15 million from the budget. However, there are no recommendations to cut admin positions. In fact, the superintendent received a $15,000 increase with an additional 2% COLA. You are not looking to cut from the top. You are instead looking to cut from the bottom, but you do not spend any time in the classroom. You do not see what special education teachers and families deal with each and every day. You are putting the most vulnerable students at risk. If you haven't spent any time in the special education classrooms, then you have no business voting to make cuts at any point. PVUSD's share of students with disabilities is rising, not falling. PVUSD is above the county and state average for special education enrollment with 14.62% and 14.25% respectively. Cutting aides, clinicians, and behaviorists make inclusion of students with disabilities more difficult and more restrictive. Students like my younger brother will suffer. The community should not be in fear of job cuts, and they should not need to fear for the future of the next generation. Now, I want to ask everyone in this room who is against cuts to teachers, classified staff, and cuts to special education to please stand up right now for the board to see who is here for this item, but who will not necessarily speak. Thank you.
Oliver, okay. Can you, a reminder, please state your name when you're gonna
Sure.
speak.
Emily Halbig, I'm at Cesar Chavez Middle School. I just want to start off by saying that I think it's a joke that you brought up the sustainable budget team in this presentation because it was a sham. The superintendent knew what she had planned to cut and framed the whole process around attempting to have a team sign off on it. My name was up there on that wall tonight, but I do not endorse this, and I am offended that you would insinuate that we had talked about any of what is being proposed in those meetings. So right now, Alcatraz is running an exhibit showing the correlation between literacy rates and incarceration rates in the US. It highlights how much more likely someone is to end up in prison if they can't read. Now think of what's on the chopping block today. Reading intervention teachers, counselors, mental health clinicians, classroom teachers, instructional aides, behavior techs, the very people who work directly with our most vulnerable students. We all know that the school to prison pipeline is real. We know it disproportionately affects Black and Brown communities. And when I see this list of proposed cuts, it really just feels like our district leadership is saying, well, our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. See, look at this data. Cuts need to be made. It's going to be hard, blah, blah, blah. True leadership isn't about accepting the easy answer. This is the time to get creative. Trustees, our students are counting on you. We owe it to them to fight for them, to give them every chance to learn, to dream, and to build the futures they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Hitchcock, and I have taught at a Mesty Elementary School since 2001. I love being a teacher, and I am here to ask that PVUSD work diligently to ensure that they are creating the best possible learning environment for their students, because that is also the best possible work environment for their educators. After eliminating 50 certificated non-management positions last year, PVUSD now claims they need to eliminate over 160 more certificated and classified positions this year. This will definitely negatively impact students and families, which will in turn negatively impact the underpaid educators and their support staff working tirelessly to support them. While PVUSD is saying cuts to educators and support staff must be made, Dr. Contreras got an 11% salary increase. The CBO got an 18% salary increase. And now PVUSD is asking for a name change for a technology position that will come with a $20,000 raise. If the budget is in such dire straits that educator and support staff cuts need to be made, why are the people who are already making the most money getting raises? Cabinet level raises happening at the same time as educator and support staff layoffs is disrespectful. Please show PVUSD educators, students, staff, families respect by not allowing more layoffs of those who work the closest to students while at the same time giving absurd cabinet level raises. Thank you.
With all due respect to all of you up there, we understand that cuts need to happen,
But why do they always have to seem to start with positions that have the most direct impact on students? Have any of you truly seen what a classified employee does day in, day out? When you cut these roles, you're not affecting classified or certified directly. It's our students that are suffering, our families, the entire support system that's there to help them succeed in life. Please take another look at the proposed cuts at our behavior technicians, instructional aides, health clerk assistants, mental health clinicians, and so many others that you have mentioned. These are the people who show up every day for our students, day in and day out. I was a behavior tech for a long time, 13 years. Cutting these means cutting the heart of our students, pieces at a time. Please reconsider.
Hello, my name is Noelle Brand. I'm a teacher at Cesar Chavez Middle School. I'm also a parent at Mar Vista. And I did really quickly want to comment on that creative solution of Mar Vista as a K through 8. Currently, their 7th grade has 8 students. They have a teacher for 8 students. We are waiting for STEAM. I don't know where it is because my kid can't tell me. I mean, she doesn't tell me anything, but her teachers are still waiting, and I know that. So I'm unsure how this creative solution is helping our district as a whole. Really, I love that school deeply, but also, man, that's 8 kids and a fully staffed teacher. Now, I do have a creative solution. It's been mentioned before. I feel like the board doesn't take this into account. I'm not sure why, because I'm not sure if you guys give answers or not. But what I think is that we should close the towers. CCMS has 5 closed classrooms right now. Come to CCMS, use our classrooms. Oh my God. And then the thing I said last month where you guys could come in and sub, you would be right there. And you could get my chocolate chip cookies once a month. I make them, they're delicious. But if we have all these classrooms that we've cut off, that we've closed, that we have done to save money, so we're not paying the water bill, we're not paying electricity, we're not paying for maintenance, why are we paying for this massively humongous building where everyone is when we have space at our school sites? And then you guys can be there, you can see it, you can be involved, you can be with us and part of us. So I'd like to think of that as a creative solution instead of cutting at the ground what affects our students all the way through. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Christensen. I'm a parent. My son Jonah is part of the special ed program. And we initially, he's over at Real Demar, and I see his teachers over here, Miss Donica, the baby behaviorist, Heather, Maggie, the speech therapist. We came to special ed, we started out in the private sector, and when Jonah was 3, and they said, your kid can't be here anymore. He was too disruptive. And so my wife and I didn't have a place to go. That's where we found out about IEPs, special ed, and how about we could give our son a voice. And that's really what these people do. They're saints to us. They gave our chance for our kid to have a voice. He's growing, he's thriving, he's doing all these incredible changes that they would not happen at the private level. We were willing to pay any price. We were willing to go for any help. There was none there. And now to hear all these cuts that want to happen, these really are, you'll hear it time and time again, they're the most vulnerable. My son's name is Jonah, but I have to say his name because he can't say his own name. And so we need to be his voice for him. And so I really want to encourage you guys to look for solutions that are not cutting into or impacting a portion of the student population that really is the most vulnerable. At the federal level, they've already eliminated the special ed department. Let's not follow precedent and be part of that as well. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Christy Catton and I'm a PVUSD special education teacher. I've been employed by the district since 2019 and I'm here to advocate for my little students who do not yet have a voice. It's my job to ensure children with disabilities in our community are receiving the services that are guaranteed to them under the Americans with Disabilities Act. This job has become increasingly more difficult under the leadership of our current superintendent. 3 out of 3 special education directors resigned in the last year. Directors whose children attended PVUSD schools, who love our community, and whose jobs were no longer tenable under the constraints placed on them by an administration who sees children with differences as merely an expense, an easy way to cut costs. Already, we have seen several cuts for our littlest and most vulnerable students. Due to this domino effect of our SPED leadership resigning, our preschool program specialist and behaviorist moved to other districts. Both of their positions were immediately cut and their job responsibilities dispersed to other specialists and behaviorists, two of who are being discussed for layoffs tonight. I would like to speak to the recommendation that the district cut 40 BT and IA positions. The fact that certain employees were hired during COVID does not mean that they were hired because of COVID or that we need them less. As a mentor teacher, I have the privilege of visiting our special classes throughout the district. I would encourage our superintendent or board members to visit and decide for themselves whether we are overstaffed. Yes, there are more adults in the room because we are supporting children who are learning to speak, learning to use the bathroom, learning how to be safe with their bodies, in addition to teaching curriculum. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Campos.
Si puedes parar.
Thank you.
And then 3 minutes.
Empiezo, ¿no? Okay. Sí, mi nombre es María Campos. Yo nada más quiero pedirles de favor que piensen para no cortar la consejería. ¿El por qué? Porque yo lo he vivido en vida real. Mi familia, gracias a los consejeros, salvaron a 2 de mis hermanos de que se fueran a suicidiar, a ahorcar y otro a matarse.
Good night. I come to ask to please reconsider the potential decisions to cut counselors. My family has been helped twice. 2 of my brothers have attempted suicide, and thanks to them, they're alive today.
Mi nombre es María Campos.
And my name is María Campos.
Nada más quiero que piensen que la decisión que tomen depende de salvar vidas, de el futuro de nuestros hijos, de adultos. Yo, gracias a una consejera, llegué a creer en Dios nuevamente. Gracias a que pude tener consejería por 7 años, me di cuenta que mi hija ocupa consejería. En cuanto yo le noté los síntomas que yo sentía, acudí a ellas. Mi pregunta.
And I do want to tell you that thanks to receiving counseling services for 7 years, I started believing in God again. And thanks to the services that I received, I started seeing the signs in my daughter, and I was able to refer her to the services that she needed with a counselor.
Ahora miro la diferencia de mi hija, cómo ha mejorado bastante, con lo cual le agradezco definitivamente a todos los consejeros que nos han dado la ayuda, porque sin ellos, muchos de nosotros no podríamos salir adelante. ¿Y quién mejor yo de expresarlo que yo lo viví en persona? Porque nadie nos va a comprender, solamente los que hemos pasado por situaciones difíciles.
And no one will understand what we're going through, only the people who helped us through rough times. And I did want to mention, she said before, that the decisions that you are making today, or when you do make these decisions, those will be the difference between life and death and the future of many students.
Ahora mi pregunta, ¿qué harían ustedes cuando trabajamos 65 horas a la semana, la quincena corrida en el field? Y tu hija ocupa consejería. Gracias a las consejeras que tenemos ese apoyo, podemos sacar un trabajo adelante porque tenemos la confianza en ellas de que están en buenas manos.
Now I would like to ask you, what would you do if your kid needs help, but you have to spend 65 hours in the fields working? For us, it's a relief to know that counselors are there to help them when they need their services.
Muchas gracias y espero el apoyo de ustedes de que tomemos buenas decisiones por un futuro mejor de todos nosotros. Por favor.
Gracias.
Thank you, and I trust that you'll make the decisions that will support every one of us.
Dr. Navarro, can we have the next 10, please?
There's a few people that didn't come up, but should I call them again? Marisol Rodriguez, if you already spoke, forgive me. Maria Campos, that was Rachel Hitchcock and Katie Crockett. Then we have Jessica Zovar, Kristen Hurley, Anjali Diaz, Chris Sumaran, Eileen Shea, Lindsay Kent, and Shalri George.
Thank you. If your name was called, go ahead and come up and speak.
Hi there, my name is Jessica Zovar. I am proud to be a Wildcat. I am a mental health clinician at Watsonville High School. My heart is really with the kids tonight. As a school-based clinician, I am a consistent presence in their daily world. On any given day, I have interactions that range from a quick hallway hello, a fist bump, to an on-the-fly check-in, to a focused session during addressing deeper concerns. I give classroom presentations. Actually, our staff of 3 mental health clinicians met with every single student on campus to give a class presentation after the incident. This would not be possible if we were not on campus. These informal, human, real-time interactions are where therapeutic moments happen, and it's because I am embedded in the school community. Students, teachers, staff, and administrators know where to find me because I live in their world. That access is what makes school-based mental health care so impactful, and it cannot be replicated by an outside provider. Before my role here, I spent 15 years as a mental health professional in our county at Salud para la Gente in private practice serving Medi-Cal clients, and as a teen and parent educator. I believe deeply in access to care, but access only matters when it's reachable. And for most teens, that means right in their second home, their school. This is what makes school-based mental health looks like. It's connection, it's visibility, and community care. We're facing a crisis of loneliness, and our youth deserve to be seen, to be known, and to feel that their school cares and provide access to that care. I also want to take a moment to just talk about the billing issues that have been presented here. So when I was first hired 2 years ago, we said that we were unsure if we could bill for our services. That is still the case. Yes, and that can be remedied by looking at.
That's your time.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Shal Ray. This is my beautiful son, Elijah. Elijah is severely disabled and has been part of Pajaro Valley for 5 years. During that time, we've seen how dedicated his teachers, therapists, and aides are. That would be the positive thing I say about the schools. But we've also seen how the system fails to meet the most basic needs of students like my son. Students with disabilities who depend on you guys to make good on promises that you already written into their IEPs. When I heard that the district is planning to make further cuts, including cuts to special education, I was stunned. It's beyond comprehension. There are already not enough funds for special education as it is. My son Elijah has not received a single speech therapy session in over a year. My son does not speak. You can imagine how essential his voice is. This service is for him. He is also legally blind, and while he is supposed to receive vision therapy, it has only been provided virtually because the district has not hired anyone to meet with him in person. How can a child who is legally blind and nonverbal be expected to progress through a screen? Elijah's classroom is overcrowded. The class size is far too large for students with complex needs, and often it becomes so loud and chaotic that Elijah has to leave the room just to regulate. That means he misses out on learning. He deserves better. They deserve better. We are grateful for his one-on-one aide, Sarah. She's critical to his, this person is giving me one more.
Lindsay Kent, I'm gonna let Shal Ray finish and use my time.
I'm almost done. We are grateful for his aid. Sorry, now lost my place. When his, however, last year, while his aide and teacher were on lunch, Elijah was left in a room with other aides who were responsible for other students. This is what's expected of the aides. When his aide returned, she found Elijah covered in blood after he had self-harmed. This happened because staff are already stretched impossibly thin. If you make further cuts, if you reduce support staff, you are putting students like my son in danger. And while you talk about saving money, we parents know when the district gives raises all across the board. That tells me there is money, just not for the children who need it most. You cannot continue to underfund and neglect special education while rewarding administrative salaries. That's not saving money, that's shifting priorities away from the most vulnerable students in this district. Please understand, my family and many other families will not stay silent. We have started consulting with legal counsel because Elijah's IEP has been out of compliance for quite some time. If things do not change, the district will face lawsuits, and that will be far more expensive than providing the services our children are already legally entitled to receive. The special needs parent community here is small, but we are strong and we are fierce, and we will stand together to make sure our children are not left behind. Thank you.
To also state that we are not going to allow any further people sharing minutes. Every speaker will have their 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Eileen Shea, I'm Adaptive Physical Education Specialist. The district often cites FCMAT's industry standards as justification for reducing special education staff. But those benchmarks are not mandates. They are generalized fiscal guidelines. They don't reflect the unique realities, demographics, or student needs of PVUSD. Our students are not averages on a spreadsheet. They deserve staffing levels that meet their actual needs, not numbers pulled from a statewide ratio that assumes every district looks the same. Following industry standards as gospel without local context risks violating IEPs, overburdening staff, and denying students the individualized support they are legally and ethically entitled to. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Zumran. I've been a RISE teacher in the district for 5 years. I'd just like to say one of my mentors and closest friends is a BT, a behavior tech. And I've worked with many paraprofessionals and many IAs, and they save lives. Hands down, they save lives. The RISE program is at times very, very challenging, and most of our students, their families depend on us. It's a lifeline. As you've heard from a lot of people, they have nowhere else to go. At times, families are frustrated and they're in despair. And it's not just the teachers that are working with them. My family served PVUSD for a long time. My uncle and my aunts and my father and my mother all work for the district and retired now. But, you know, this community is telling you something. And these people here want to see change, and they want to see change for good. But eliminating positions where families depend on them and eliminating positions to the most vulnerable people is not the answer. And, you know, I can attest that these people work hard. They're the hardest working people. I buy my BTs coffee and I try to support them as much as I can because I know they work hard. They have to step in when the jobs are tough. And at times we roll through BTs because it's a challenging position. So you have people that have big hearts and they're committed to students and they're committed to this district and this community. So please take that into consideration.
Hello, good evening. I am here to address a decision. I'm here to address a proposed decision to cut 10 healthcare assistant positions. This news came as a surprise considering the challenges that we face in daily life supporting our students. In previous years, my site has had 2 healthcare assistants and a nurse. I am currently overseeing 2,300 students along with my nurse. On a regular basis, our team responds to serious incidents, including stabbings, fights, seizures, and numerous mental health crises, in addition to managing ongoing medical conditions. Healthcare assistants are the first ones to respond to these emergencies on our campuses, ensuring that immediate care is provided when every second counts. For example, during the recent incident at Watsonville High, I, the healthcare assistant, was the first person on site providing aid to the victims. Despite my immediate action in a critical moment, there has been no recognition of the role that healthcare assistants play in these emergencies. Beyond emergency response, healthcare assistants play a vital role in coordinating students' medical needs with teachers and staff to ensure that the appropriate accommodations and restrictions are in place, allowing every student to thrive in a safe and supporting learning environment. Reducing dispositions or spreading staff across multiple sites will severely compromise our ability to meet the health needs of our students and maintain a safe learning environment. I strongly urge the board to reconsider this decision. Thank you for your time.
Please call the next 10.
Leah Sugarman, Erin Johnson, Shannon McCord, Christina Smollett, Josephine Aranchi, and Taja Kelly. That's a combined one. Or there's two cards. Susanna Langstaff and Dylan Tabler.
Hi, my name is Leah Sugarman Rodriguez. I'm here to read the statement for Lindsay Kent because she gave her time to the parent who had more to say. I work in every autism-specific and extensive support needs classroom in the district. While I understand we are in a financial crisis, I want to explain to you why special education is not the place to make cuts. Declining enrollment is real. However, it does not exist in special education. These cuts disproportionately affect kids with disabilities. We are a single district SELPA, meaning we serve our students with the most significant needs in our district, while the districts we were compared to in the FCMAT report send those students out of the district to county-run programs. Comparing us to these districts is like comparing apples to oranges. We serve students with more significant needs, meaning we need more IAs, BTs, behaviorists, and special education teachers compared to other districts. The FCMAT data is not valid to justify staff reductions based on other districts' ratios. As someone who is in these classes daily, I can tell you we need more support, not less. The same report recommended smaller class sizes and improved teacher-to-student ratios in special education, yet those recommendations have been ignored. This district is selectively using data from a report that does not accurately represent our students or programs. Cutting mental health.
Hi, my name is Erin. I am standing here as a humble learner. I've started attending meetings since I think just April of this year. So I'm learning. I have a lot of questions, and I just more want to state what I've observed. And thank you for the presentation. I'm sorry, I don't know your names, but I feel like it was pretty clear, someone who doesn't know a lot coming in, that I think a lot of the trouble is an expiration of COVID funds and then also declining enrollment. So those are things that are pretty obvious. The other thing that I observe is that there's a room full of really passionate people that love their kids and the people they serve. And I'm super encouraged by that because I'm not a parent, but if I was, I would want people like you teaching my kids. So that really care. And then the other thing I see is a board of trustees that is, I'm sure, not excited at all about the presentation that was given. And I'm sure not one of you is excited about having to make tough decisions that impact real people in this room. So all of that said, I just want to offer two recommendations about hopefully solutions. And one is, I think, maybe some kind of budget meeting for the community to be able to come and ask questions and get their answers.
Thank you.
Would be helpful. And then also just maybe a grant working group that could find sources outside of the system. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Shannon McCord. And while I do understand the district is facing significant fiscal challenges, my goal is to assure that the solutions are not placed disproportionately on the backs of students with IEPs as they are with the current recommendations. There was a question asked Friday of Kit if PVUSD was compared to only other single district SELPAs in the FCMAT report. He couldn't answer that, so I'm here to say no. I also want to say that in tonight's presentation that Kit and Gerardo presented, comparing us, the presentation was up here, comparing costs and per pupil funding, did also not compare PVUSD to a single district SELPAs. There was one included, Natomas, but Natomas has 10% Latino students, so I wouldn't call that very comparable. This is significant because PVUSD will naturally have the need for different supports than a multi-district SELPA since we serve all of our students from birth to age 22. The district is recommending cuts in support services to students in special education based on the FCMAT report, but not reduce class sizes, which was also recommended. There was a question regarding declining enrollment in special education that also Kit wasn't able to answer, and I'm here to say that we have had zero decrease in students with IEPs in the last 5 years, actually a total of 4 students. According to the FCMAT report, the number of students qualifying for an IEP under autism.
Where are you? I wish you would let me give my minute to her because it's really uncomfortable for me to be up here speaking, but I'm going to do it because I can't give my minute to her. Thank you. Where am I? According to the FCMAT report, the number of students qualifying for an IEP under autism increased 75.5%, which is in alignment with the state and nation. The increase in autism rates means we need to provide more services from BCBAs and behavior technicians to keep students safe. And I mean safe. I have assaults happening every day to students. I have the data to show you the assault, and I guarantee if they were happening in Aptos, we would have the support there immediately because the parents in Aptos, I've been there, they will pull their children until the support arrives. I've been called to Aptos twice for that in last year. Right now, we're sending home children that are not accessing their education because we don't have the staff for them, and that is illegal. We also need the structure of a functioning special service leadership team to support the needs of our increasing population. I'd like to go back to the FCMAT because it only recommended, I think, reducing our admin and SELPA by 2, but we reduced it by 5. So I think that's something that should be clarified, Kit, when you go through that. Finally, I've heard our district cabinet suggest that we are over-identifying students for special education. Kit, you told me that, and it was hard for me to swallow because we are under-identifying. The assessments are waiting and waiting for us. Did I use my minute too?
Hi, my name is Josephine Ramelli. I'm a board certified behavior analyst. I've been with the district for 3.5 years. I'm here tonight to express concern about the recommendation to eliminate 2 behaviorist positions. Removing these positions will directly impact the safety and success of our students and staff. The recommendation is based on hire dates of 2019 and 2021 that doesn't reflect the full picture. Over the past few years, the district has lost 3 behaviorists and our positions filled those critical gaps. They are not funded by COVID reliefs. They replace the central roles that have long supported our programs. With ESN classroom sizes projected to increase and support staff reduced, behavioral needs will rise. Without enough BCBAs, staff will not have the guidance they need to safely implement behavioral intervention plans or use safety care strategies, which will likely increase the risks. If these positions are cut, the district will likely need to hire contract BCBAs unfamiliar with our staff and systems at higher cost and with less effectiveness. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider these cuts and please preserve the behaviorist positions that protect our students, support staff, and maintain safe, effective learning environments. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Taja Kelly. I am a board certified behavior analyst. I work in many different schools. SPED numbers are not decreasing. Our need not only remains, but it grows. The rate of autism in California is now 1 in 19. I have been working in this district as a contract employee followed by district employee for a combined 16 years. I have never seen such large class sizes in special ed or the frequency of intense behaviors. FCMAT recommends lower ratios and smaller class sizes. Will you be hiring more teachers because our students are still here? We are a single district SELPA. We serve our most challenging students rather than sending them to county. Our ratios will look different compared to most districts. Please take the time to get to know us. Find out about our challenges and achievements before you upend our work. If we cut the people on the ground who are not only keeping our children safe, but fulfilling legal IEP obligations, we will create much more expensive issues. Thank you, Kit, for agreeing to come visit our classrooms next Tuesday. Thank you. I invite every other person on that side of the line to follow suit and schedule time with us. Thank you.
My name is Susanna Langstaff. I teach at Aptos Junior High School. I'm an education specialist. I teach an STC class and I work with resource students. I rely on the collaboration and work of the behavior technicians within our program. I rely on the instructional aides, their relationships with the students, their deep knowledge, the trust that the families have in these individuals make my job possible, right, to fulfill the IEPs. And the behaviorists that I work with, I learn so much. They make me a better teacher. They make me better for you as a district, for you as trustees. So please do not cut the individuals who work with our students, who make their futures possible. Thank you.
Hello. First time caller, long time listener. I wanted to finish a thought my friend had real quick, okay? So over-identification, we currently have 15.61% of students in PVUSD with IEPs. This is 1% higher than the county average. We are also serving 64% English learners, 82% of students are in poverty, 10% migrant students, and 8% students without permanent housing. We have a wonderfully diverse population, which also impacts the needs of our students. Dang it. There you go. I'm a RISE teacher. Mr. Z's here. Jessica Showalter couldn't be here. We're a tier 3, what do they call us now? A therapeutic classroom? It's supposed to be therapeutic intervention classroom. I work with 3 BTs. They should be here. Nick, Jessica, Israel, my BCBA, Chris Thomas. I don't see this guy. This guy's supposed to help me run this program. He's off at the other RISE place. He's off, he has clients. He has to run, like, we're spread so ridiculously thin right now. Do you guys know what SELPA does? I'm genuinely asking, because it seems like this couldn't be more targeted at special needs students and at SELPA. It feels like it's just all on them, and that sucks. It's not fair. It's gonna get dangerous, okay? You think it's expensive having us work? It's more expensive to be sued into oblivion. And I don't want that. I've lived here my whole life. I love it. I want to keep working here. Don't do this.
Next up, we have Monica Nolan, Wendy San Juan, Vero Fernandez, Brandon Denise, Chris Webb, Julianne Bellin, Carolyn West, and Katrina Jostin.
Good evening. I'm Monica Nowlin. I am one of the academic counselors that works at Renaissance High. I'm the only one actually that works at Renaissance High and at New School, but I am a fellow counselor in the room. I am actually also directly impacted by this 15 proposal cut. And so it's a little personal feeling, not like from you guys, but just it's a lot on my thought process right now. I wanted to indicate some things that were said in the presentation, which bless your hearts, Kit and Gerardo, you're brand new and you're having to present stuff from a long time ago, which is honestly very insulting to them and their intelligence. But I'm hoping that as a board, though I haven't even been able to have Misty come onto the campus because the superintendent's office continues to block that from happening, which is
completely crazy. I'm hoping that you can understand that the programs for counseling are not something you can outsource. It's been said a lot of times tonight, but I'm reiterating it because though we have contracts with PVPSA, Encompass, SUDS programs, things like that, they don't work for our students. I think a mental health clinician just said it, like, they know where we are. We're weaved into their day. They can stop by for just 1 second to say one thing and have us all and be able to have interaction with us. So when the state standards are right-sized or whatever, which is 500 to 1, that's the state standard, that doesn't work for kids. You all have kids in this district too, most of you.
Thank you.
So consider that when you want your kid to see a counselor.
Good evening. My name is Wendy San Juan, and I am a proud and respected school counselor in this district. I come before you deeply disappointed in our district leadership. The ongoing lack of empathy, respect, communication, and transparency has created the chaos we face today. Last Thursday at 3 p.m., some, but not all school counselors were called to an optional meeting about layoffs. Let's be clear. There is nothing optional about laying off people. Every counselor should have been invited and informed about the proposal that could eliminate 40% of our department. 40. We rearranged our schedules and even did what HR couldn't do, which was create a Google Calendar link to make this more accessible to everyone, instead of going through 100 emails we usually get a day. We were told that HR wants to support us in finding other jobs, but many of us have already had opportunities to leave. And guess what? We have stayed. We stayed because we value our students, we value our families, and we value the community that is of Watsonville. We stay because we believe in the work that we do for our students and our families. Counselors have written curriculum, led programs, and provided critical support, often not supported by this district. So I ask, why would we cut an essential service that directly impacts students' well-being and success? Why not examine insufficiencies at the top? Because you all are not communicating with each other.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Fernandez, and I'm a school counselor at Cesar Chavez Middle School. My comment today goes back to what you said about school site admin dedicated 2 full days, 2 full training days to support effective school solutions, an outside counseling agency. That is an insult to us PVUSD counselors. On Friday, October 31st, there was an all-day, all-counselor training that allocated 2 hours of collaboration time from 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. between counselors and admin. All site admin opted out of that collaboration as they assumed it was an optional training. It wasn't until counselors questioned why the admin opted out and suggested admin presence at our counselor coordinator, that our counselor coordinator messaged the admin. That's when they showed up around 2:30 p.m. And that was about a handful of admin. This shows a lack of support and a lack of dedication to PVUSD counselors. It becomes very clear that PVUSD leadership wants to support supplanting services that are being contracted from outside agencies that can only serve 8 to 10 student caseloads. PVUSD counselors value the training. We have been lacking professional development for over a year. We finally get hatching results here to consult and work with us, and we are grateful for that. But in order to be successful, we need to collaborate with our admin.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Julianne. Firstly, I want to thank my fellow aunties, Rose at home, Maria, thank you. It's a group effort. Thank you, Joy, for fighting for that extra 30 seconds for us. And our group wants to ask, what are the numbers on the towers? And personally, I'm curious, what's your plan? What do you envision when even more kids are stuffed into even more overcrowded classrooms, underserved by counselors and nurses, but top admin all get raises? Are the salaries for top admin tied to a percentage of a teacher's salary or to the lowest paid staff member? So I know that the trustees only get $400 a month. But like the rest of you, maybe you're more trained, but can you tell me that you're 350% more important than any of your fellow employees? Are you 235% more deserving of dignity and small luxuries? I don't really care what the average is across 40 million people. I care about local costs of living and local needs.
That is what's up. So that slide you guys had on class size data, that was 2 years old. But we're the ones who can't read a budget from some of our trustees. I hope you did not give whoever put that together a raise, but you probably did. There is no way we can proceed with a vote on layoffs at the December board meeting, when that board meeting will be the first time the public gets a chance to review the first interim budget. All of these arguments that are being presented by the district tonight are not grounded in authentic, verifiable data, and we need to have time to review the updated budget before rushing to any hasty decisions. Here are some facts for you. Since last year, we have eliminated 48.65 teaching positions, including counseling and nurses. Our spending on unrestricted certificated salaries is down just a hair under $3 million. We eliminated $5.3 million in spending as per the Sustainable Budget Team's recommendation. We reassigned approximately 20 teachers who were either at Renaissance, New School, or teachers on special assignment. And as we were working through that, the district kept gaslighting me the entire time. Oh, this is to save off future layoffs. Well, I don't see that here. The district has a motto this year: be kind. How about be honest? This plea to be kind is nothing more than a tool to quash dissent and virtue signaling and moral posturing. How about the district administrators give their raises back? We can eliminate some of the following positions: the coordinator of child welfare and attendance, the director of professional development, the coordinator of early literacy. Seriously, what good is a coordinator of early literacy going to do when we're getting rid of our reading intervention teachers? What I've noticed about this current administration is if the work requires collaboration, they can't be bothered to get to the table and work with us.
Brandon,
Are you guys going to go into a
yes, if that's what we have to do.
In all due
Gracias para los padres de hablar aquí esta noche. One thing I also, when I saw the note 8.1, part of me was like, oh, are they cutting it because they know these cuts would directly make the test scores probably worse? And that they'd be kind of awkward, like raises for admin at the time you're doing cuts. You just want to less awkward things maybe. I also wanted to bring up that over in North Korea, over the hill, they do that thing where we cut staff and then do the outside agency hire. And what that looks like is the teacher has a student who has some kind of crisis. There's no support. They all go out to the hall. So leave the kid unsupervised. And then that kid laid out in the hall, their version of PVPSA, kind of never showed up. I'm telling you, you don't want to do that. For parents, you don't want that. We can do better. We do better normally. Let's not choose to do worse. Also, where are all the revenue generating ideas from the Sustainable Budget Team? I actually never want to hear Sustainable Budget Team brought up here unless you're going to speak to those ideas. Super dishonest. Also, I'm still waiting on the same prereqs. How much did we spend on lawyers for the PN days and fighting us? And then also, how much are we spending on lawyers now to be here in the room at all these meetings and to have them at the negotiating table? And there, I feel like you could save money by just hire a PVFT person, because if you look at that meeting, we clearly brought the heat more, right? We are more prepared. It's better value for your money. Hire a teacher, not a lawyer. Thank you.
Hi, Carolyn again. We're finding all these problems in this. I mean, you've admitted it yourself. I mean, even with the student per teacher comparison, a lot of these districts aren't the same as ours. They're just not. I mean, we came from the same district, Dr. Contreras, and it's not the same. This is not the same. I've been here for 8 years. So it's apples and oranges. But what I wanted to say is I have 4 wonderful health assistants. My job would be impossible without them. As I need to follow the laws of physics, there's no way I can be in 5 places at one time because I also have the Diamond Tech. On average, 4 of my schools, 2 middle, 2 elementary, see 25 to 30 students per day. At 25 visits per 180 student attendance days, this comes to That's a horrible drum roll. 4,500 office visits in a school year. Who exactly is going to do that? Who is going to cover that? I can't cover it. The front office staff can't cover it. A lot of this is going to fall on the office managers. And who is exactly supposed to be seeing these kids? We have a higher number of kids with I've said this with diabetes and seizures, behavior issues, ADHD, requiring medications at school or otherwise, asthma. It's all exploding. I've been doing this for 17 years, and you guys, you got to trust me with this. Really, trust me. This is a really big deal. And also, please don't cut the BTs either, because it's dangerous. The numbers that you're looking at are dangerous. I've provided first aid to staff. It is dangerous.
Hi. Woo, hi. My name is Katrina Jostin. I'm a school nurse, and I'm here actually to speak as a mother. I am here to talk about my daughter, who's 9 years old and attends a special day class at Bradley. She is a brain cancer survivor with complex medical needs. All parents want their kids to feel safe at school. I feel safe having Emma at Bradley, in part because of Rocio, the healthcare assistant. She is medically trained and knows how to administer Emma's emergency medication for seizures. She notifies us when Emma is hurt, sick, or more tired than usual. I will no longer feel safe. I have 5 healthcare assistants at my 5 sites who are equally as steadfast. They make my job manageable as record keepers, caretakers, and first responders when I'm not available. They are the first contact for our kids with medical needs. They keep our kids safe. Emma also has 4 instructional assistants in her class. These wonderful humans work closely with her to assist her with toileting, practicing getting dressed, feeding herself, participating in activities, and overall achieving the goals that as her mother I value so much. Without all of them, Emma would most definitely face setbacks. My son Henry has autism. Before he transferred out of the district, he had a one-to-one behavioral tech to keep himself, staff, and other students safe at school. We waited for a one-to-one for several months. Reducing the number would make them wait even longer for other kids.
Next up, we have Rocio Fuentes, Roddy Kirkman, Bobby Pels, Belinda Rubacava, Stacy Anderson, Rochelle Manning, Cita Burgess.
I want to thank everybody for sticking to the 1 minute and 30 seconds. And I want to remind the next few people, please honor the time of those that are still here, not just us, to stick to that 1 minute and 30 seconds that I advocated for. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rocio Fuentes. I'm an alumni parent and a staff member who has dedicated almost 12 years to this district. With declining enrollment, I can understand the need for reductions, and I do not claim to know the correct way to go about it. However, I am here to speak about what I do know and focus on every single day, and that is truancy and attendance. COVID funds ended, but the impact has not. Nationwide, chronic absenteeism has been on the rise since the pandemic, with the majority of underlying causes being tied directly to mental health. Evidence has shown time and time again that tiered interventions improve attendance. So how do we sustain those interventions when we are eliminating the very staff that do much of this work at the site level? How can students access the additional, albeit innovative, programs we funded if they are not present? How will we increase ADA, and how will we meet 98%? And who steps in now that students' needs have only intensified? Nothing against agencies, but we know their turnover tends to be high. We've seen students regress when relationships are disrupted. We've seen cases where agency goals don't align with the goals of the school. How will outsourcing meet the needs of our most vulnerable students and allow them to reach real success in the classroom? And as a parent of a child who has required direct support from BTs, BCBAs, and mental health clinicians, some of whom are in this room, I can't imagine he would have progressed as much as he has without their time and dedication, and he is just one of thousands. I'm not a financial expert. I know there are no easy answers, but look at the impact and look at the cost.
Good evening. My name is Belinda Rubalcaba, and I'm one of the ERMS, Educationally Related Mental Health Service clinicians in the district. I have been here for over 10 years, working with BTs, working with special ed teachers, working with healthcare providers, working with families that have students on IEPs and have legally required services. And I have seen within the 10 years that I've been here, I've seen just special education staff decline. And I have seen how that affects our students. I have been called to campus to supervise a student. Again, that student was one of my students that I work with as a mental health clinician, but a support person wasn't there to supervise him, so I was there. That's a safety issue. Did I mind doing it? No, because I'm part of the school district. Because I work collaboratively with every single one of these people sitting back here. Try having an outside agency do that. Find outside agency counselors that have 10 years of experience. I understand the IEP process. I can explain that IEP process to my families. I'm bilingual. A lot of my families only speak Spanish. So believe me, the experience that we have and we bring, you cannot get from an outside agency. The relationships that we build, you cannot get from an outside agency. We get to stick with our students from 7th grade to they graduate high school. Outside agencies do not do that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bobby Pell, Watsonville High School. In just the first few months of this school year, we've already endured the unthinkable. We lost a former student to suicide, and we witnessed an attempted murder on campus. So given what our students are facing, I cannot understand how this district, in good conscience, could consider cutting any adult from our schools, let alone mental health clinicians and behavior technicians. These are the very people who support student mental health and safety. And I was at the Watsonville High listening session. That was something I specifically remember the community asking for. When you eliminate a clinician or a behavior tech or any other adult trained to work with children, you aren't saving money. You are increasing the likelihood that the next crisis happens without anyone there who is trained to intervene. That is not fiscal responsibility. That's a moral failure. I'm so tired of hearing that these positions were funded with one-time COVID money. COVID changed the world. It should change the way we run our schools too. And I'm tired of hearing that we have no choice. Where was the real effort to create choices? There's always a better way, but only when you're willing to look for it. It's only November. We still have an entire school year to go. I challenge this board to direct district leadership to find a better way to support our students and stop putting them at greater risk. Our kids deserve courage, not convenience. Thank you.
Good evening, Roddy Kirkman again. I just want to point out to the public that the slide on the screen shares that the December 11th board meeting, that is actually December 10th for all of you who intend to come back and talk about this item.
We actually, it is actually the 11th, so that Trustee Medina can attend.
Oh, when was that posted?
When we voted on it back when he announced that he was going to have to miss some meetings.
Well, I
And
appreciate
if
that
you
he
could
will be
suspend
able
her-
to attend.
Suspend her time for a little bit because I interrupted.
Thank you. I do want to say that although we're talking about the next steps and that there is an actual issue with declining enrollment, and I know how that affects the budget, the problem I'm seeing here is the slide saying continue to work with our labor partners. We have not been able to work with the district. As has been mentioned, we have not had a meeting on the calendar with Dr. Contreras since early September. I don't think as an educational institution, you know what the words collaboration and transparency mean, and that's a problem. I also believe you need to change your listening sessions to hearing sessions because you may be hearing what people are saying, but it's clear you're not listening to the folks in the room. The budget is a reflection of your priorities. What you have presented this evening shows a complete lack of priority to the most essential workers, the people who are facing the students. It is frankly absolutely disrespectful, and I'm utterly disgusted with the agenda setting committee who could put on this same agenda a introduction of a new administrative position with an increase in the salary. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Hi, I'm Stacy Anderson. Many of you know me. I have 2 daughters with autism in the district, and many of you have all supported her, love them, just as I do. I understand that the positions for reduction are those hired during COVID era. Sorry. However, our sites are currently short-staffed across the district, leaving an insufficient coverage for lunch breaks and regular breaks. Reducing staff further could compromise the safety led to unsafe practices, especially of our most vulnerable students. When you're making your decisions, please be mindful. Our children matter. They are the future Stephen Hawking's, Albert Einstein's. Please do not stunt their growth. Trustee Navarro, thank you for responding to my email. You said we are in uncertain times and the unions keep pointing out our reserves, but if it wasn't for COVID, we would have no reserves. I agree, these are uncertain times. That said, I'm concerned about the district's spending practices. We continue to hire outside consultants to identify these areas of improvement. How much money has the district spent on outside consultants over the past few years? If we trim costs, we should focus on these expenditures rather than cutting staff who directly support our students. Another opinion would be implement a temporary freeze on administrative raises.
Good evening, board. My name is Rochelle Manning, and my daughter attends Duncan Holbert School here in Watsonville. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned and heartbroken to hear about the proposed cuts to special education, including behavioral therapists, OTs, teachers, and instructional aides. Before my daughter started at Duncan Holbert, she was completely nonverbal and easily overwhelmed in group settings. As a parent, this was very painful to see her struggle with communication and to connect with others. But thanks to the incredible teachers, aides, and therapists at Duncan Holbert, everything changed. This is her second year at the program, and she's thriving. She's now able to communicate a lot of her needs and feels comfortable in group settings. The process she's made is nothing short but amazing. It's transformed her confidence, her ability to learn, and her joy in being part of the classroom. It's heartbreaking to think that this process could come to a complete stop if these cuts move forward. The staff who work in special education are not just employees, they're lifelines for our children. They create safe, supportive environments that our kids need to learn and grow. Preschool is a crucial time in our children's development. This is when the foundation is laid.
I'm pretty tall. Hello, board, Dr. Contreras. My name is Sita Burgess, and I'm a school nurse. I work at Aptos High School, Radcliffe Elementary, Lakeview Middle. I also have some virtual students and some satellite sites. We did lose 3 nurses since last year, which some of you might be aware. We're approaching 2,000 or more students, and we are responsible for training our staff as well as our clerks, our IAs on specialized procedures. We have very complex needs, medical needs amongst special ed and some in general education. We have vagus nerve stimulators, seizures, a lot of overdoses. I've had to call 911 twice already this year. So when the nurse is at one site and you're talking about reducing the clerks, it's going to go to the office manager who's not trained to really provide a lot of emergency care, and that's very scary. I just got a phone call the other day while I was trying to do an IEP assessment My office manager at an off-site is running across campus saying someone's having a seizure, a student's having a seizure. So I have her put me on FaceTime and I'm triaging. And this is what it looks like while I'm also managing 3 other things where I am on at my present location. It would be great if we could show you guys what we do, and if you would like to come and see. Our health office is very, very busy. When the nurses are there, we're not able to get any IEP assessments done because it has to be private, and we have to have a quiet place for hearing. So there's just a lot to educate you guys about, and we really hope that you protect our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Evangelina Morales, Elvira Cuevas, Alejandro Pereira, sorry, I'm massacring that. Maria Eastman, Jillian Spangler, Eli Davies, Laura Azzaro, and Cameron Cox.
Thank you. Please come forward if your name was called.
Can I start? Yeah. Good evening. My name is Maria Eastman. I'm here as a parent and a community member. My family volunteers every week in our son's second grade classroom, and we chaperone every field trip. So I can tell you firsthand, the emotional, behavioral, and academic needs in classrooms right now are intense. And truly, bless these teachers and staff. The grit, patience, and heart they show every day is extraordinary. But even extraordinary people have limits, and that's why these cuts are dangerous. We're talking about removing more than 160 people who directly support children. These are not luxury positions. These are adults who de-escalate crises, who stabilize classrooms, who protect kids' mental health, who make learning possible. And while I can appreciate the comparison of state averages, our cost of living is not average, and neither are our students' needs. What it takes to serve students here is not comparable to districts with lower housing costs, lower labor costs, and different demographics. Yes, some positions came from COVID funding, but our kids are not living in pre-COVID world. Their needs have grown, their challenges have grown. Cutting support now moves us backwards. Please protect our teachers, protect our counselors, and more importantly, protect our kids. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cameron Cox, and I am one of the SDC teachers in the autism programs. I have absolutely loved what I've been doing, and I'm very proud to be a special education teacher. But the cuts that are being discussed are really going to be very tough on teachers. And I want to tell you that because there is one particular page in the IEP, which I don't know if y'all have ever read an IEP, but those are very long and there's a lot of paperwork in them. But if you read it, look at this one page in particular. It is the offer of free and appropriate public education and their educational setting. And on this page, it has the percentage of time that students are spent in a general education setting versus their special education classroom. And this page is the foundation for where inclusion is based on. And if PVUSD wants to be an inclusive district, then please do not cut the people that make inclusion happen for these students. I work with a lot of behavior technicians, and those behavior technicians are working in those gen ed classrooms as well to support those students that are pushing in to gen ed. They are not only supporting the students, they are also supporting the teachers and informing them of their accommodations so they are able to support them in an effective way. Those students are not just being tossed into general education classrooms without having the proper support. We should make sure that they are being supported. Thank you.
Eli Davies, they, them pronouns, Area 7. Carol, to speak to your very original point, I think the Aptos High School theater is lovely. I also want to respect all these amazing folks who make this district run. They make the students safe, and their feedback is the most important to hear. On just to build on we are no longer in a pre-COVID world. As someone who has kept up a bit with the science, we're seeing a lot more disabilities and chronic illness coming through with issues such as long COVID. This can also deal with kids not being able to come to school. So we're living in a completely different timeline situation than one might expect before 2020. That said, I love the calls for more creativity in how to meet this moment. I know that at some point Gabriel Medina had also thrown up some ideas for trying to get some more funding in here. I think talking to the growers that have sickened and disabled our local population to see about some kind of reparations is also very worth considering. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gillian Spangler. I am a BT behavior technician at HA Hyde. I had these prepared statements I was going to make, but I will instead share what happened today. 2 BTs were at break at the same time. It's usually not scheduled like that, but 1 BT was out for the day. So we need to evacuate the classroom because the student is becoming violent. We have 2 black padded walls to protect us. His one-to-one BT has someone in helping her. We need to evacuate all other 12 students, and there are 2 adults to 12 students out on a playground. A student whose one-to-one BT was on break took the book of a student who loves his book, he carries it everywhere, and ran. So now there is 1 adult, 11 kids on the playground, and me running around campus trying to get this one student to give the book back. The little boy's sister actually came out to help. We're at a position in this district where a sibling is coming to help because there is not enough people as it stands today. Don't you dare take staff away from these children. They are our most important asset, and they have more needs than anyone here. And to just take us away from them is outrageous, and you need to rethink your plans.
Good evening, trustees. I'm Laura Azaro, and I'm an elementary school teacher and reading intervention teacher at HA Hyde. Been with the district for 30 years. I have to honestly say this is pretty bad how we've gotten to this point. And I'm not blaming anybody or pointing fingers. But what I think we really need to do is we need more access to you besides this forum. This is a good venting place, which is the whole point, but then we need a next step. Dr. Contreras, we need you to meet with our labor. You're the first superintendent that hasn't done that on a regular basis, and I can't imagine how busy you must be. Olivia Flores, all of you trustees are representing certain schools. Can you please start being more accessible? I don't know if you're working 12-hour days, I don't know. All I know is that it feels like you're out there and we're all over here and you're hearing our stories, but when you're living them, it's very different. And I went to the listening session at Watsonville High last week, and I really appreciated it. You felt very accessible, but the agenda, of course, the questions were very structured. I still felt like I was able to say what I wanted to say, but those listening sessions about future goals feel very deflated right now. So just try to make yourself more accessible, and we need a forum for sharing ideas, with how we can not.
Thank you. That's your time.
Cut all these people off.
Hi, my name is Tara McCormick. I'm an occupational therapist in this school district. I'm taking time from Elvira, who had to leave. So I wanted to so I don't have anything prepared. I want to point out that some of the recommendations For mild, moderate classrooms of 15 students, 1 to 2 instructional assistants. I don't know if you've ever been into an SDC classroom. That's a ridiculous number. Very, very underestimated of what we need. For extensive needs, that's 12 students. Also 1 to 2 IAs. I can tell you, I've been in classrooms with 5 instructional assistants and 12 students, and it's still not enough. They do fantastic work, our instructional assistants, our BTs. A lot of the accommodations, recommendations, implementations that we give to serve these students with their free and appropriate public education, those things cannot be implemented or done with these ratios that are being recommended. The teachers are absolutely incredible, but they cannot do that without the aids of the BTs and the IAs. And every one of these people that are potentially being cut are extremely student-centered positions that we absolutely need. Thank you.
Christina Carter, Delilah Macedo, Brian Lacuna, Sergio Hernandez, Justine Black, Marilyn Garrett.
Hi, board. My name is Justine Black. I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter and all the special needs parents with concerns about the future of our kids' education. I'll mainly speak about the concerns I have at my daughter's school, Duncan Holbert, which has blossomed my child since she has started. The teachers put their whole hearts into our kids, and it shows. One of my main concerns in coming today are teacher aides cuts, classroom helper cuts, OTs, speech therapists, occupational therapists, behavioral therapists. 50 positions in our special needs programs will be cut. 50. That's extremely shocking. And then expecting our special needs, or I mean our intensive support needs teachers, because it seems trying to change the title, will justify placing 1 teacher and maybe 2 aides per special needs, with the majority of the kids being autistic and disabled in a class of 12 to 15 will resolve the issue, right? That is unethical and unsafe, and has me wondering how you know what our kids actually need when you silence the teachers and ignore their concerns, constantly never caring to know what assistance they need to thrive. Our children's class is getting reduced to 1 teacher and maybe 2 aides when there are kids who have wheelchairs and need extra assistance and care just to get them into the classrooms. And then you want the teachers to function at one of the highest levels with the children that need the most help. The rest of the day, when it's clear from the start, they need more physical assistance just to get them in the classroom. And it is insane. How do you know the safety of our children? How do you know they're being taken care of? They need their diapers changed. They need plenty of assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Delilah Macedo. I'm a parent to a student in an autism SDC. I was appalled at the number of special education positions being recommended for reductions. The recommendations of 2 assistants per class is absurd. Have you ever spent time in a special education class? I have been in a few, and some days the students are wildly out of control. My child's autism class currently has 13 students more than the recommended of 10 students, and includes students in grades 2 through 6. I'll do the math for you. That is 5 different grade levels. All students go to mainstream, or they are supposed to go, for a portion of the day as a part of a free and appropriate education. They also attend recess and lunch with peers of their grade level. My son's teacher has to follow 3 different schedules. How she does it is beyond me. When one student is at a Gen Ed class, they are usually accompanied by an IA or a BT. There are times when students miss out on mainstream because of being short-staffed, or the class is just having one of those days. To remove an IA or a BT from the class will be detrimental to all students, teachers, aides, and in some cases, general education students. I urge you to look at alternative options rather than cutting staff from special education. I also urge you to visit classrooms. While I acknowledge that there is declining enrollment,
there is not a decrease in special education students. Prior to voting on reductions, please request additional information because yes, the numbers that were
Thank you.
presented are
Thank you.
very one-sided.
Hello, I'm Brian Licona. I go to Cabrillo College and I attended Watsonville High. I would like to say that in terms of budget cuts and firing like counselors and other teachers such as that, that's complete and utter BS. I think if your job is to help us, then help us. Don't just make it worse for us. I'm a student. I think I can know when something is wrong in my district, you know? I needed help with my counselor and she provided it. I think if you're going to remove that from other students who are probably going down the same route I did, that's completely wrong. That's vile. That's disgusting. I'm completely disappointed that this was even proposed. This is just gross and utter blasphemy. I do not like talking badly, but this is just making me feel disgusted to know that this is something that is being thought about. I think counselors are important. I think mental health is greatly needed. And the support that teachers and other counselors give is very much necessary for our students' development. I want to be a teacher and I want to help out my community. And to know that this was proposed is completely and utter just disgusting. I'm sorry for my words, but that's all I can think and say. I do not have a script or anything. I'm just going off what my brain says because I believe that is right. I'm looking at all of you and you all look bored. That's pretty funny. But yeah, thank you all. Good night.
I'm Christina Carter. I teach at Minty White. I'm a kindergarten teacher. This is my first year teaching kinder, but my 34th year of teaching. I am very concerned about the cutting of classroom aides. And I was informed about a week ago that my current aide is in jeopardy right now of losing her job. She was confirmed today by our principal that her job would be reduced to 2 hours a day, from 3.75 to 2 hours a day. No other kindergarten teacher in this district, as far as I know, is getting their aide cut. I am Minty White. Why? No equity there. Our aides provide so much help to us. I have 23 kindergartners, and I think 5 of them went to preschool. 5. That's it. And I am looking back there at Christine Bayaca, who has helped at our school for years, and she's sitting there tonight knowing that her job is on the line. And Amy and Juan and Antonia, who is my aide. These people help our children. I cannot do it all alone in my classroom every day. I need their help. My students need their help. They help with socialization, one-on-one teaching. When kids having a crisis, I'm trying to help everyone else keep learning while someone else, I can't just step away and let them go, I don't know what, do what. My kids are great. I love teaching still. Not in that environment though.
Hello, board. My name is Cesar Hernandez, Youth Justice Intern at Milpa Collective. As someone who not only wants to be a history teacher in this district, I'm here representing my youngest nonverbal brother who is at risk of losing these resources that he needs to learn with the help of our fantastic special ed assistants and teachers. I am deeply disappointed and appalled that this item is up for debate. So we are so willing to give $500,000 to Watsonville PD for SROs and $15,000 to Heather Contreras. Yet when it comes to our staff, our students, and our community, PVUSD becomes a bunch of penny pinchers. I implore the board to rethink these cuts and create more creative solutions to our existing problems. If you proceed with these cuts, then my message to the people: remember their faces, remember their names. The 2026 election season is right around the corner. If they can't support our community, they need to be removed. Flynn, Truly, Dodge, Crosco, Gabriel. Please make the right decision and that will benefit our community. That will not further harm us. My brother, who's barely starting out in life, depends on these educators. Thank you.
Dr. Navarro, do we have any other speakers?
Point of order.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
You happy to see me? Bet you are.
So, Ms. Flores, what agenda item are we on, as I have just attended, and who also proposed to put that agenda item to the agenda?
We are now moving on to board discussion for item number 8.2.
And who
I
requested it?
put
It's a
in-
two-part question.
And who requested, what was that?
Who wanted to add this to the agenda? Was it the superintendent? Was it the agenda setting? Who specifically requested this agenda be added to
Yes,
our agenda?
our superintendent.
Our superintendent, after she received 15K. That's interesting. Thank you. Okay, just wanted to get that on record.
Olivia, I put in a card for 8.1.
Okay, Marilyn, go ahead. I called you up, Marilyn. Well, I'm sorry, Marilyn, this is not 8.1 though. This is 8.2.
She put in one for 8.2 as well. I called her up.
I put in a card for each one,
I know,
8.1.
Marilyn, I called you up.
When?
I called you up.
Oh, okay, I'm
Yes.
here. I hope you take some of the valuable recommendations from people who spoke tonight. I applaud the teachers who have such an extremely difficult job. And I'd also like to say, recommend a couple of books, because when I started teaching in 65, you didn't hear of autism. One book is called The Unfortunate Truth About Vaccines, Exposing the Vaccine Orthodoxy by Leon Canarod. Just came out recently, An Inconvenient Study, and a new book called Vaccines, Amen, The Religion of Vaccines. I'd also like to say, I used to have this bumper sticker that said, it'll be a great day when the schools have all the money they need and the Air Force has to have a bake sale to buy a bomber. We have tremendous money going to the military and $170 billion I heard for ICE. This needs to be reversed. We need money for social services, education, and students in need, not for Trump's tyranny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now bring it back to the board for discussion.
Point of order.
Yes. I love that he's been encouraged to bully me
Oh, stop
by
being
our
a victim.
counselors.
Stop being a
Thank you. I'm a
victim.
nice person.
Stop
I'm sorry
being a
that I don't
victim,
vote the way
please.
you always like me to, but I don't deserve to be treated this way.
I just showed up. If you can't handle the job, then step down as president. That's what you should do.
What did
Okay?
you, what was your
So
point of
I
order?
asked a point of order.
What was your point
My
of
point
order?
of order is, do we have a lawyer present? Lawyer, what firm are you here with? Can you please identify the firm you're here with? Lozano Smith. Got it. Also, another point of order, Ms. Lawyer, is it okay and acceptable for our board president and our superintendent to have a side conversation while we're hearing public comment? Because I think I would love to hear whatever they are saying to each other, and I think the public deserves that as well.
We see you. Don't give us tears. Give us transparency.
I would be happy to talk to the board about this, but in terms of what is on the agenda, this is what's on the agenda, but I can
I'm
give
taking my
the-
time back. I'm asking a
But
question.
I can take, but I can give the board advice if that were to be an issue.
Well, you seem to be giving us a lot of bad advice because we keep paying for that bad advice that you give us as Lozano Smith. So my question that I'm asking is it okay for the president and the superintendent to have a sidebar? And I'd like a yes or no.
It's not on the agenda to have a discussion about this, but I would be happy to advise the board on this. But if I saw a Brown Act issue that was occurring, that's why I'm here, and I would bring that to your attention.
I absolutely love the legalese. Point of order. I love the legalese, but it was a yes or no question.
Point of order.
I have a point of order on the floor, so thank you.
If I'm here to assist the board with Brown Act issues, and I don't see one.
You don't see one. Okay, well, I think as a board, we need to consider having the superintendent who is not elected sit at that table right there. And if she has something to say, we should all be able to hear it. Thank you.
The thing that I was going to say is that we do have on the agenda policy as a topic, and this might be a good opportunity to talk about that then, so that we are not violating any Brown Act. So that was where my point of order was coming from, to give the space to bring that up as an opportunity to maybe have that be a part of policy. Is that, yeah. Okay, so we are bringing it back to our board for discussion. Who would like to start the discussion? Trustee Navarro?
I have a bunch of questions, if that's okay.
Hi, guys.
Thank you so much for your hard work and your presentation, and Mr. Castillo for all of your listenings, your community presentation on the budget going around. Can you do me a favor? And just because I've received so many questions about this, I just wanted to ask these questions in public. Can you briefly discuss the difference between restricted and unrestricted funds?
Yes, the legal definition is unrestricted. We can use it for any legal purposes that the district decides to do. And restricted is carried with strings attached. It's like a grant. You have to accomplish one of the biggest ones, for instance, is our ELOP, Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, that we had to spend them for such programs like after school, specific for that, or CT specific. There we have many restrictions, but that's just we had to do usually has reporting requirements, usually monthly expenditures or quarterly. Some of those are annual, but those are the main difference. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, the restricted funds can only be used for certain purposes, and those purposes are not salaries and benefits. Is that correct?
Well, correct. If not for the when you say salaries, not for the regular or what we call it, our core or applications, but if there's somebody who is working for the district for that specific program, that is salaries and benefits, but only for that program.
So, like as a consultant.
So consultant is not considered salaries and benefits. Is just
no. What I mean is the consultants are paid out of the restricted funds in general.
Oftentimes that is because they have like only a period of time. You know, we have grants like for certain periods. Correct.
Okay. So when we're talking about positions and salary and benefits, the only pot of money that we're talking about is the unrestricted. Is that correct?
That's where our deficit spend it is. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So specifically with regard to the reduction proposal.
Yeah, we had to make adjustments in the, I think on the unrestricted portion in order to correct our deficit structure.
Okay. So if we're just looking at the unrestricted portion, what portion of that currently is taken up with salary and benefits?
For the salaries and benefits, it's about 92% our total budget is salaries and benefits, or the unrestricted portion, as it was adopted in the June 2000 budget for 25-26.
Can you all briefly discuss the ways to increase the amount of money that we have in unrestricted funds? Like, what are the options?
Yeah, one of the biggest options, and I went to other meetings, is our students attending school. You know, we get paid based on when our students attend a school. So even when we talk about enrollment, yes, that's important. It has an effect on attendance, but we get paid only if our students attend a school. So if our students don't attend schools, we get paid nada, zero.
What are the other ways?
Another way is to increase the revenue. Of course, we can do fundraising events. We can request sell properties. We can reduce. I mean, in order to generate revenue, we have very limited options because we are not like a college where we can raise fees. You know, we don't do that.
But in order to generate revenue from selling things, that's a one-time.
It is correct. It's a one-time. It's a temporary solution.
Yeah. So it buys us a little bit of time until the next.
Yeah, we don't have other districts have options, in our district that we are funded local control funding formula, we don't have the option. So like, I want to give an example, like other districts who are in similar situation like us, but they are considered like a basic aid or where they have like a property taxes, they actually have less expenditures because they have less students, where the property is higher. They are self-funded. In our district as a whole, we are a local control funding formula, and the majority of state comes from the state. Yes, property taxes bring us some funding, but it's not enough to be self-supported. I know that question come a lot during my meetings because surrounded district arounds that are in different situation than us, but that's how we are.
Do you know what percentage of the unrestricted comes from property taxes?
With all the unrestricted,
Just roughly.
yeah, it's. So I cannot give you the percentage right now. I need to find that out. But another revenue.
Would 10 to 20%.
Yeah, it's about 23%. And another thing that we could do is we can tax ourselves, parcel taxes, where everybody has taxes. Some school districts do that, where this is different than the bond, where we all us who live here pay taxes, and that is specifically for teaching, very, very targeted to maintain small class size reductions. That's another specific to increase revenue, something that we could do as a
Are
district.
bonds in general used for salaries and benefits?
No, absolutely not. We actually, that's what we were talking about, how we're going to use our bonds is 100% for facilities.
Okay, so I've done a lot of thinking about this. So
Mhm,
the only way to
mhm.
increase the amount of money that we have in the unrestricted funds, as
Mhm.
far as I can see it,
Mhm.
is to increase attendance,
Mhm.
increase the number of students,
Mhm.
right? So increase revenue.
Right.
On the other hand is, so the other ways would be, and I'm not saying that these are things that we should do, so
Mhm.
please don't boo me,
Yeah.
would be to decrease salaries, which isn't a good idea because they're already low, right?
Mhm.
But that's another way.
Mhm.
Decrease benefits, right? To free up more money for raises.
Yes, we will have to negotiate. Yes. Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
so those are some of the ideas. So we're really limited in what we can do. So even selling the towers would be a one-time influx of money, but would not be sustained in the long run. Am I correct?
Yeah, and even those funds would be restricted in how they could be spent specifically. Districts that have entertained that idea have been creative with real estate. But some districts have looked at that from the perspective of revenue generating leasing, where you bring other organizations into your properties to generate lease, rental income, et cetera, because selling of a property is one time and it's restricted.
So is that restricted in that it can't be used for salaries and benefits?
It depends how we obtain the facility, and then also there's a process, and our legal could speak about that, is about, as they call it, 7-Eleven committee, that is to what are you going to do with the property. So even if we want to sell the property or like that, it takes yes, we could do that, eventually do that, but there's a process that we have to go to get to the point, and that could be a lengthy process.
A couple of other things, and this is maybe a question. Oh, Olivia left. So Danny, I'm going to ask you.
Mhm.
Danny, okay, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you a question. Can you please shed some light on when Dr. Contreras was hired in regards to her salary and what was promised in regards to what would happen with her salary after certain goals were met, laid out by the prior board?
I don't have that information right off the top of my head. That's something we'd have to go back and.
Okay, but do you remember what those conversations were? Okay.
It's a long time
So
ago.
it was my understanding, sorry, maybe Olivia knows, but it's my understanding that the prior board, when they hired her at a fairly low salary compared to surrounding districts. And with that was the understanding that she would get a step up in pay if she met the goals that were given to her by the former board. Olivia, I'm sorry, you stepped out. I was asking you and Danny about when Dr. Contreras came on, what the agreements were when she was hired.
Yeah, when we first started our superintendent search, we had a range. And it was a little bit below what we were already paying Dr. Rodriguez, up to, a little bit above, because we knew we had to be competitive, because I know a lot of people like to mention that salary range. However, that is consistent across California and even across other states. It is what it is. And if we want a superintendent that is that is valuable, that's going to improve our district, we needed to be competitive. And so when we ultimately chose Dr. Contreras, she came in and herself, put herself at the lower range of what we were asking and said, but with that, I'm going to ask for 15,000 in coaching for 1 year. And then after that, we would roll it into salary. So that's what was done.
So I just want to make it clear that this was an agreement that was put in place a long time ago, correct?
And point of information on that?
Can I finish my
Yeah,
question?
go for it. I just want a point of information
Go ahead.
to add to that.
That's fine. You can ask.
Yeah. It's also my understanding too that Monterey Peninsula Unified School District rejected Contreras from applying as the superintendent there because of a lack of experience. So I think that's something that we should also consider as well. So they were also looking and analyzing, looking at experience, and she did not meet the bar, yet we picked her up. That's something that needs to.
Dr. Contreras, do you want to comment?
That is not true.
So the
And
PVUSD,
also,
the MSUSD
did not-
trustees.
I
are
did
lying?
not apply to Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. That is false.
That's false. I'll retouch with the trustees on that because your application was in there from my understanding and it was not qualified
And I
enough.
would hope
Okay, and
information.
I'm going to advise the board that I think this is a stray of the budget issues that you've been discussing and receiving public comment on related to this item in terms of where the superintendent, in terms of where the superintendent has applied and those sorts of things.
That's not what I'm talking about.
So that's where I'm advising. And I just want the board to be careful to keep it to
Are my questions?
the
outside?
item, no, to
Okay.
keep it to the item and some of the discussions that have happened or the public comments that have happened related to this item.
Okay, I'm just trying to get everybody up to speed on how this came about because it's a recurring question. So when it comes to the superintendent's salary, I understand the optics and the timing don't look good, but this was actually a decision that we made back in June, that because we have a community member that keeps watching the meetings looking for Brown Act violations, we had to actually go back and redo all of those votes over again. And unfortunately, the timing wasn't great. However, we had to vote on it again. This was already approved back in June. So I just wanted to bring that point up. So this was an obligation that we already promised over a year ago. Second of all, our CBO search. Dr. Contreras, can you comment on how long we were looking for a CBO?
Well, we actually engaged in 2 different chief business official searches in the 18 months that I've been here. And when Jenny M. put in her resignation in February, we were searching from February through October. That was the second search.
Can a school district function without a CBO?
No.
Okay. So, and Mr. Castillo, thank you very much for agreeing to forego health benefits so that your salary ended up being relatively revenue neutral. And so I just want to address those 2 things. The optics, I understand, don't look good, but however, we do need a budget officer. And unfortunately, the last one quit after we ignored her recommendations. My other question is, how many CBOs have looked at our data and come to the same conclusion?
Seven CBOs who have experience in budgets for a long time, 7 experts.
Okay, so we have 7 experts plus the County Office of
Yeah.
Education.
I
who
was
have
going to
also
say
all-
that plus the county, who is their main job is review our budget.
Who have all come to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
Right, these are all people with financial backgrounds and areas of expertise in this area, is that correct?
Yes, and we just going to make that public. We just have COVID funds gone and declining enrollment. That's just those 2 things that we need to see. That's where the situation, and not blaming anybody. This is an issue that we have to work together to come out of that. It's not no administration. It's not a bargaining partners. We just have less students, over 19%.
Yeah, we're trying to align our
Mhm,
services for the amount of students that we need.
Mm.
And I wish that we had unlimited funds and we could do
Mm.
all things for all people, but we have to make really hard choices up here. And none of us were looking forward to this meeting. And I hope our public knows that. You know, I value all of our mental health workers. As a ER physician, I see every day, like what, you know, our at-risk youth and, you know, what our mental health needs are in our community. It's something that's really near and dear to my heart. I had another question about how many of the layoffs last year were ultimately rescinded?
I don't have the exact number. I can provide it to the board through an email, but I believe we were able to bring back in the entirety the recommendations through attrition.
My understanding it was all but one.
Yeah, 1 and
Few
1.0.
questions that I already know the
0.8.
answers to.
That's okay.
Okay.
No, that's fine. And I on the record, want to be accurate.
Yeah. So we basically brought all those folks back. So we, in actuality, didn't really cut anything last year. other
Right,
than through
and
attrition.
you've heard from our labor partners that it was still a painful process. There were a lot of decisions that were made in May. There were a lot of decisions that were made in June and July to continue to try to right size, putting people back in the classroom. Those were all things the transfer process we could do, but we knew that they were painful. And it was in order to try to continue to mitigate our declining enrollment and fill positions without bringing people on that we would turn around and potentially have to cut.
Okay.
Even
And
sooner.
you may not be able to answer these questions. It might be Dr. Contreras. Can you tell me, I just need a couple of numbers.
Sure.
How many counselors and mental health clinicians do we have before 2020?
So we have 41 positions on record currently. 15 positions on the recommendation date back to 2020. So the difference in 41 and 15 would be the amount of positions that we held prior to that time. So that would be 26.
Okay. How many behavioral techs do we have before 2020?
That was here. Can we come back to the presentation? Thank you. Whoop, too far. So of the 155 IA positions currently on record, now that's a combination of IA mild mod and mod severe. Two different classifications. 155 positions on record, 47 were added on during COVID. Additionally, of the 109 BT positions, behavior technician
Are
positions.
you combining BT and IA?
No,
So how many BTs and how many IAs?
155 on record currently, 47 added during COVID for IAs.
Okay, and for BTs?
109 currently on record, 57 added during COVID.
So if I add up all of those, it's 26 plus 47 plus 57. So we're talking about like almost 150 positions. Is that correct?
If you're combining all three together, yes.
And how many
40
positions are we looking at cutting?
Well, the recommendation, again, this is a discussion for the board, not a resolution specifically tonight, but specifically 50 positions in total. That's inclusive of a combination of IA, mild, mod, mod severe, and BTs. So not to exceed 50 amongst all three classifications.
The majority of these cuts are indeed positions that were added with one-time dollars. Is that correct?
Not necessarily with one-time dollars, but added during COVID.
Okay, but roughly, Dr. Contreras, can you tell me about what percentage of these were added with one-time dollars? Or maybe, you know, get.
Well, I think it'd probably be better to provide a specific breakdown to the board.
But also, even if they were not added with COVID-19, but they were in my slide before, they were switched to COVID funding because that's where we had it. So that's the funding source became COVID money at one point in time. So that's many of those positions that when we went over the $127 million, many of those were positions that we start funding with COVID funds.
Okay.
So,
And is there any hope of getting any money from the state or federal government on the near future?
no, especially not from the federal with this potential cuts that they wouldn't even talk about that. So that's another layer of potential reductions that we don't, yes. Mhm.
Okay, and I'm almost done and I'll defer to everybody else. Sorry, I just lost my train. Give me one second. we're talking about that. I think this is under the same discussion, but Dr. Gutierrez, can you just comment briefly on the challenges that the district has faced with oversight of our mental health clinicians and counselors?
In terms of,
Do we have anybody that is a clinician that is able to oversee our mental health clinicians currently?
Yeah. So when we're talking about mental health clinicians, particularly, well, they're two separate. So counseling, in school counseling, we think of school counseling with PPS credentials. We have the qualifications to provide supervision and understand school counseling and academic counseling. Mental health clinicians are generally supervised by clinical supervision, and we don't have those type of supervisory expertise.
So that's been one issue, that's correct. Okay. I think that's enough questions for now. I'll defer to other people. Thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Let's go. All right. One, I apologize for being late. As you know, these great, wonderful people with great morals and values scheduled the time where I was in class teaching my students at Cabrillo. So I do have a few questions. So in recommended realignment, which is this presentation, on the slide that lists certificated counseling, which is approximately 15 FTE, so 1,900,000, and note 7 positions are COVID one-time position. The text states 15 positions were hired since 2020 and are being recommended for reduction. So my question to you is, how did you justify targeting all 15 counselor positions hired since 2020 in a district with recent student suicides, assaults, before presenting any serious plan to cut consultants, a corrupt law firm that we have right here, outside training, and executive perks? Can you make me understand that? Thank you.
I can answer the first portion of your question.
I want the whole portion, sir.
I'll answer the first portion of your question.
You can
The first
continue.
portion of your question, the answer is yes, 15 were brought on during COVID. That doesn't mean that ESSER funds or COVID funds were allocated specifically to those positions. It means that they were hired as early as 2020 and through COVID. The
Let me
funding
ask a follow-up
source
question really quick.
specifically,
Let me ask you a follow-up question. Thank you. No. This is my time, right? Do you have a degree as a psychologist or a therapist?
no, I do not.
You don't. How about you, sir, CBO? Do you have a degree in psychology?
No, I don't.
Dr. Contreras, do you have a degree in psychology?
No.
No. Claudia Berman, do you two have a degree in psychology? Yes, you do? Oh, wow. Why aren't you the superintendent? Good Lord. Well, you're going to be voted out, so I don't worry about you. Claudia, how about you? Do you have a psychology degree? You do? You're not a licensed psychologist. It's because I find it very interesting that people who aren't directly involved or impacted with these decisions at a higher level, at the admin level, seem to kind of forget their roots sometimes, especially going through the process of knowing what psychology is. We have trained people here that have degrees, and I don't feel like they're being listened to. Kit Bragg has a little attitude, so I'll go ahead and let him continue.
The best I can offer, Gabe, as Trustee Medina, excuse me, the best I can offer is that in the capacity of teacher and principal, I did work directly with several programs that relied heavily on the types of positions that we're recommending. I'm in a different position now as assistant superintendent, and in combination with our CBO, it's my duty to the board to provide information about hiring practices, who's been hired when, the impact of the fiscal outlook that creates in a 3-year projected budget, and what we can recommend to the board to right size. That's the best I can do for you.
Great. And so again, about the suicides, assaults, how are you justifying those cuts knowing that that has happened? We had a loss of 4 to 5 student lives to suicide, and you don't think that we actually need counselors now to prevent that from happening more?
I do think we need counselors.
Then why are you cutting them?
I just told you why.
Well, repeat it for me again.
Because of the positions that were added over the course of COVID, despite declining enrollment, and because multiple positions were added because of ESSER funds. and because it will still allow us to have counselors at our school site because we have 41 positions on record, while only 15 are being recommended for reductions, as well as looking to our restricted dollars to figure out what other partnerships we can use to support our students in our schools.
Thank you for your very milquetoast answer. Okay, let me go to the next one. In recommendation alignment on classified reduction slides that list mental health clinicians at 13 FTE, 2,200,000, and note 7 were added during COVID, the text states that these positions are part of the recommended reductions. What evidence do you have that student mental health needs have eased since COVID? And why are clinicians who supported students through floods, displacement, and violence treated as temporary add-ons instead of core infrastructure?
Additionally, to the question that I answered, I don't have any evidence that the need has eased or that it isn't still a tremendous impact on our school sites. However, what I can offer is the analysis that we provided fiscally and the positions that were added during COVID. And like Trustee Navarro shared, we wish there were more money. Of course, all I can do is provide the fiscal analysis with Gerardo and where the positions are impacted.
I think this whole thing is, I agree with Trustee Navarro that the timing and place of this is very heartbreaking. We have students that can't afford meals, yet we have a superintendent that took $15K that could have fed 300 students at $50 each. How do you think that makes parents feel? Horrible. Yet you could sit here and get your paycheck. You could get your nice little paycheck, go home and get the support that you probably need for your students. While the rest of us here who are in public education have to deal with an administration who doesn't seem like they know what they're doing, quite frankly. So it doesn't sound like you could answer my questions because, again, I'm getting a lot of milquetoast stuff from you. So let me go to the next one. In recommended realignment, the SALPA slide states SALPA staffing has grown considerably since the onset of COVID in 2020 and cites a FCMAT statement that staffing is overstaffed by approximately 50 positions, most notably instructional assistants and behavioral technicians. Why are you importing a statewide ratio from FCMAT instead of starting from PVUSD IEPs and the lived reality bilingual special education classrooms? And how many IEP teams signed off on these cuts as safe for their students?
I'll answer that.
I don't want you to answer that. I want your
No,
human
Trustee
resource.
Medina, I'm going to answer that. We are actually looking at both the FCMAT report and also delving into all of our students' needs when we're examining what we'll be doing going forward with our SELPA.
You
We
have
will, of
no
course,
moral
be-
stand with me right now,
Well,
taking that 15K.
We
So
will,
I could just
of
tell you that
course,
right
be
now.
analyzing our students' IEPs and following all legal
If
requirements.
you cared about
as
students
we
out there
move
going through
forward.
us, you would give that 15K back. That's what you would do if you cared about our students. So, you have an answer to that? No? Cool. Let me go on to the next one.
If you want to restate the question, I'm happy to try to answer it.
I'm happy to restate it. Why are you importing a statewide ratio for FCMAT instead of starting from PVUSD IEPs and the lived reality of bilingual education classrooms? And how many IEP teams signed off on these cuts as safe for their students? You can't answer, correct? Because she just did that for you?
Okay.
Cool. All right.
Point of order. Can we please ask for some respectful, a little bit calmer discourse?
We could try
please?
to ask, but.
Yeah, because I think this is a professional environment and it's not really the proper venue.
Well, I
to
don't
do
think
that.
you're impacted enough by what's going on right now in the world with that privilege of yours. Some of us can't afford food. Some of us are waiting in lines to get food. Students are getting the resources that they need. So if you can't take it that urgent, I'm sorry, Trustee Novato, but I am pissed that this is going on right now. Okay, so I'm going to ask my questions the way I please. And if you want to keep tone policing me, I suggest that you go to a training. Aren't you in effective school boards right now?
Yes.
Yes. Well, you're not being very effective. Thank
Okay.
you.
I don't think yelling at our superintendent in public is very effective
So let
either.
me go back to my questions before I was interrupted. So question 5. PVUSD has 155 instructional assistants in special education, of which 47 were added during COVID, and 109 behavioral technicians, of which 57 were added during COVID. 15 positions are currently vacant. Why frame these positions as a problem to shrink instead of acknowledging that those aides are the reason some students with high needs can stay in neighborhood schools rather than they get pushed towards restrictive placements?
I don't disagree with you in the slightest. You're absolutely right. But we
what
have.
are you doing to address it? That's what I'm trying
We're
to get at right
making
now.
You're asking with specificity to the recommendations, and this is the truth of the recommendation and when the positions were added under what under what funding source.
Is that all you have to say to that?
I think so.
Cool. Let's go to the next one. The certificated slides on temporary intern probationary staff list 50 FTE at 4 million and explains that releasing these staff allows permanent teachers to be reassigned. What is your plan for the students who currently have newer teachers, many of whom share their language and background, when those educators lose their jobs and the district sends them a message that they are disposable?
In order to deal with the reductions that have to take place and the fiscal shortfalls that the board has to wrestle with, if we don't release those teachers, then we have no way to right size because we don't have positions to put people into. What ends up happening then is we're not able to deal with any kind of declining enrollment through attrition first and reduction simultaneously. So in all likelihood, after potential reductions to intervention part-time positions, where we keep back certain number of intervention teachers and some intervention teachers particularly choose to go back to the classroom, if those positions aren't noticed, there's no place for them to go. Now, in all likelihood, there's a chance, and this happened last year, we were able to bring those people back, but our deadline is March. And if we don't do it before March 14th specifically, then we can't take any action. And as you know, the board receives budget information through January, through the revise of the governor's office, and those dates don't always line up. So if the board isn't being proactive in messaging for those potential layoffs, we're not doing anything to hold space to mitigate our attrition.
I agree with you on that. I think we do have a board that is very ineffective with its current leadership, so.
That's
think
not what
we
I
do
said.
that. No, that's how I'm interpreting it, sir. So let me go with this then. I think one of the issues that I'm seeing is, yes, you could do fundraisers, you could sell buildings, but the core of the matter is what is gonna bring students and parents to this district? Is it a superintendent or a cabinet that are offloading so much funds to themselves when those could be going directly towards student services? Do you think that's a good turn on for parents? I don't think so. I would go somewhere where they're actually gonna put those money and efforts into my child through direct services. That's why I'm very upset about this right now. I don't think you do, but I will continue. PVUSD spends the most per student compared to similar districts. Which district did you choose as similar? How do their poverty, homeless, climate disaster, and language diversity compare to PVUSD? And why did you not show a parallel side that compares levels of need per student before painting PVUSD as overspending?
Well, the districts that are included are there.
Yeah.
Many of them have similar demographics to us, not all of them. Many of them have similar enrollments to us. And for the purpose of the board being informed and making a decision, it's meant to provide a broad picture as to how other districts that aren't exactly the same as ours, but are similar, have their particular per pupil spending. And that's the only intention of the slide.
That's the only intention of the line? I say that because a lot of the time what I hear is, oh, we looked at other districts. I don't care about other districts. I care about what's going on in our district and how we could best fit that. If there's another district who is doing something, great. How could we adopt it to ours? None of this, because I was taught one thing by my grandfather. Losers say this is how it's been done, and winners say, how could we make this better? I want us to be winners. And this board has been losers, quite frankly, because we are not able to get away from that language of this is how it's been done. This is how it's been done. You all need to get creative, and I'm not seeing that at all.
I understand, and in my personal experience.
Wasn't a question, but
go
go ahead.
Never mind.
Okay. So the alternative options with challenges slide lists school closures, large class sizes, furloughs, restructuring of benefits, state takeover, and loss of local control as other paths. Where's the slide that treats new revenue with the same seriousness, including aggressive asks to Driscoll's and other big employers, local revenue measures, and grant strategies, instead of centering a story where cuts to frontline staff look like the only adult response?
There are, through education code and through just generally state funding and how state funding works, only a number of ways that districts are able to generate revenue, and then specifically how that revenue is able to be spent. A good example of that would be, and this is on a much smaller scale compared to your Driscoll's example, but a good example that would be a PTA who's done a wonderful job doing fundraising at their local school site, and they want to bring on a position. That's wonderful. PTAs or home and school clubs are only required to show solvent funding for a year. So if that PTA hires that person, that's great. But we have to show, the board has to show, PVUSD has to show a three-year fiscal solvency. So if those funds dry up in that year from that PTA, now PVUSD specifically would own that staffing and that ongoing incurred cost. So additional sources of revenue that bring in fundraising, for example, or donations through a large organizational partner in the community could be great, but the funding source is unstable and unpredictable. We own the obligation ultimately because our probationary employees on the classified side of the house are permanent within 6 months. And our permanent employees on the classified side of the house are tenured typically within 2 to 3 years. That's one of the challenges in finding other sources of revenue that aren't specifically tied to the traditional ways that schools are funded through ADA, for example.
I had the same issue with the last CBO who didn't get creative with her challenges and looking for money and going after big companies that are poisoning our community. I have high hopes for you, Mr. CBO. What's your last name again? I'm sorry, I forgot it. Castillo.
Castillo.
Castillo. Gracias, Castillo. Una pregunta para usted.
Sí.
Cuando tú viniste aquí para trabajar, tú sabes de esta comunidad, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Sí.
Sí, me invitaron, por eso vine.
Ajá. Y cuando miras estudiantes que no pueden comer, que no pueden ir a una casa solo, pero en una casa con mucha gente y familia, no tienen mucho dinero, ¿cómo se mira cuando ustedes ganan mucho dinero en su cheque?
Sure.
What do you think when you know that there's families that can't eat and there's increases in salaries here?
Mi nombre es Gerardo Castillo, soy un inmigrante, vine aquí a los 17 años, llegué a Rich Grove, California, Delano. Mi primer trabajo fue en las uvas, me levanté a las 4 de la mañana, 5 de la mañana para ir a trabajar. De ahí, a los 7 años, miré a alguien, me dio la oportunidad que tuve que ir a la escuela. Fui a la escuela en la mañana y en la noche a estudiar en educación. De ahí vengo y nunca se me han perdido mis raíces de dónde vengo. Fui a la escuela, pagué mi educación yo solo. Entonces, yo entiendo todo lo que está pasando mi familia y mi raza, y es una de las razones que escogí aquí. Yo tengo mi familia, mi esposa está allá, yo me vine aquí, pero me dijeron, tengo un amigo que me dijo, tú puedes hacer mucho por este distrito, puedes ayudarlo, y me sentí, vine, es que por esa razón que estoy aquí así. La razón de que lo que yo agarré, yo no agarré, es mi primer trabajo, es yo no agarré ningún aumento, es mi primer trabajo. Entonces, eso fue lo contratado, sí.
Sí, porque puedes continuar.
Perdón, hablé mucho. I can speak English.
Translate that in one sentence.
I have been here as an immigrant for 7 years. Oh, I came here when I was 17. I used to work with grapes, and I was told, you need to start studying. So I would work during the day, I would study at night, and that's the reason why I'm here, to support education. This is my first job. I'm not getting raises. I'm working for what I'm making.
Gracias. Y no me estoy diciendo eso porque yo sabe que personas como usted que vienen de los campos, y mis abuelos, mi familia están en los campos. Fuimos a agarrar una educación para podemos venir para atrás y ayudar a nuestra comunidad, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Pero cosas como así que están pasando no están ayudando a la comunidad.
And I come from families that worked in a field, and this situation that we're seeing here is not helping.
Yeah, can I just say something? I'm gonna say in English, sorry, but I understand in Spanish.
I like your Spanish, man.
Español.
You're good.
Mira, yo escogí educación por una razón, porque la diferencia que hizo en mí y en mi vida y lo que quiero dar a la comunidad. Por eso escogí, cuando me gradué yo de la universidad y me gradué con mi CPA license, yo tuve la oportunidad de ir a Silicon Valley. Gracias a Dios, había muchas oportunidades para trabajar. Yo me quedé en la escuela, porque dije, quiero hacer una diferencia en lo que un maestro creyó en mí. Yo no estoy en los salones, pero yo pienso de atrás, ayudando lo que pueda. Todo lo que hago, estoy pensando en educación. Es difícil, pero mi trabajo principal es mantener el distrito que esté solvente, que tenga los suficientes fondos para poder servir a los estudiantes. Si no, esto que estamos haciendo aquí no puede pasar, no puede una conversación local porque el Estado va a venir a llevarnos.
Gracias.
And I studied, I graduated, and I had the opportunity to go to Silicon Valley to work, but I chose education, and my main purpose today is help the district stay fiscally solvent so that we can support our students.
And the reason why I wanted to say that in Spanish is because I have constituents who listen to these meetings all the time in English. This was probably the first conversation that we had up here that they could understand. And I appreciate that because language is a very important communicator. And those who have a difficult time communicating at your level, it's very hard for us to see through all this mess that's going on right now. But the question that I have for you, and this will be straight to it, how much do we have in the reserve currently?
In the reserves currently, so about we was $45 million. I think it's right here. It's right here. Remember the other side. It's right here. It's coming right here. So our reserve right now is $45 million. This was as a adopted budget. So this is our reserves right now.
And how much do we need in order to cover this shortfall so we don't lay everybody off?
To cover we proposing $15 million.
So if we subtract the number that we have in reserves from the number that you want, what's left over?
Yeah, so the numbers are right here. So now we're looking at the 26, 27. Those are 15 million. That's the one we want to cover the deficit spending. We will not get. There will still be deficit spending,
yes.
But we will just not as deep as we need it. So that's where we are right now.
Okay. What are reserves for?
To meet the uncertainties of the school districts in California.
Let me stop you right there. To meet the uncertainty of school districts, would you see that we're in a very uncertain moment right now?
Very uncertain, especially at the federal level, that we don't have that. There's very potential costs and programs that we depend on that. And so if those funds go away, even this year, we haven't get paid from the federal funds. So it's very uncertain time.
Okay.
So that's just from the yeah.
Thank you for that. And the reason why I'm saying that is, yes, we are in uncertain times, and we always talk about we need to keep the reserve. We need to keep the reserve. Well, guess what? During times of emergency, we need to use that damn reserve. And I think this is the perfect time because the last thing that I want is to lay people off on the streets, okay? Because it is uncertain times. So, and I know that's very hard for you budget folks. I get it. I get it. I have to balance budgets too. $46 million, $142 million, $210 million for feature films. So I understand that. But I also know that I have a contingency that I could rely on just in case stuff hits the fan. And I think we're at that point right now. So I asked Mr. Castillo that you look back to your roots, you look back to your parents, you look back to when you worked in the field, and you reflect on how you can make this budget work for all of us. And if that sacrifice means tapping into our reservations, I hope that you come back and make that recommendation, because the one thing that I cannot do is go to sleep knowing that we're laying off some really great people that have benefited our students. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I just say a comment? Is school districts were mandated to do our budget not just for the current year, but 2 years forward, right? So when you talk about like reserves, and we have to be able to meet the reserves, not just for the following year,
Yeah.
but
What's
the
minimum
following,
that
for
we
the
have to
follow,
have per
the
year?
say that again?
What's the minimum that we have to have per year?
The minimum, it is 3%, and it's about $10.6 million, but that doesn't cover even 2 weeks our payroll. But that's the minimum.
That's so 10.
That's the,
We have 46. We need 15, and we have to have 10. What would be the shortfall if all that were in play?
It is right here. So you will see like 2 years down the road, in 27, 28, we will barely meet our obligations. And starting in 20, we are now working for 26, 26, 27. So in the third year, we will not be able to make it, because right now it's on, we only have $12 million. And by the third year, we will not be able to make it. We will qualify. The county will put us in qualified status.
Okay, I don't know if you use this term within your industry, but that is a budgetary assessment, right? You're projecting out and assuming that this is what's going to happen based on the current data that you have.
Yeah, but that we get the data from the county, so it's like not like I can choose what assumptions to do.
Yeah.
It's the county, they give us like so they grade us the same level for all the counties. So they get, this is the assumptions you need to include on your budget, and that's what we need to do. The one thing that we work with it is our enrollment at ADA, but everything else is like how much money we expect from the states and the Fed. It's all included in. That's
How
how
much
it,
reserves does the county have?
I don't. I have enough. I don't. The county.
I think the county, if they do have funding, knowing that we're in a shortfall, I think it would be wise if we could reach out to say like, hey, can you guys give us $5 million to help make up for this? And then we could tap into reserves at 10, have that 10, and then still have that 20.
I have seen that, but it is they give you a loan, but we've had to give ourselves a loan first, and then that's a process, and we will have to pay that because they will, the county, I know the county will not just give us the money. And I mean, we do a grant or something that's different, but they will not just give us the money.
Have you asked them if they're willing to give us a grant for this unsustainable time that we're in right now?
I cannot ask, but I will ask. I will ask tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, not right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Somebody had a
Point of order. Yes, I just need to, excuse me, extend the meeting.
Yeah, go for it.
I'd like to make a motion reluctantly to extend the meeting until 2 a.m. with a 15-minute break after this item. Thank you. I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6001. I expect to see all of you here at 2 a.m.
So we're
No, we gotta get them to work. Okay, that was all my questions. But Mr. Castillo, I'd love to meet with you one-on-one. One, I'm very interested in your story, and two, I really want to help you with this because there's a lot of pressure being put on you from the top, and you have a kind heart, sir. And I really want us to work together. Thank you.
I will happy to do that. So to me.
Okay, I would like to take this time to read a couple snippets from the Santa Cruz County Office of Ed. They recently sent us a letter. This was on November 10th. And it is public knowledge. So if you would like to have a copy, you could always email me and I'll send you a copy. But in this letter, it states PVUSD's 2025-2026 adopted budget as presented meets the minimum unrestricted reserve requirements in the third year. However, it does so by including savings through attrition of 20 full-time equivalent FTEs in the 2026-27 and the 2027-28 years. The district estimated the reductions to unrestricted salary costs of $1.9 million in each year. Historical information indicates that prior to the receipt of one-time federal and state fundings in 2020, in the school year of 2020 and 21, the district experienced moderate deficits over a 4-year period. Now that the monetary windfall of one-time funds has been exhausted, the district is faced with implementing expense reductions that were tied to the one-time fundings in order to achieve a balanced budget.
Projected future revenues are insufficient to sustain the current level of spending. Without further reductions, in addition to those proposed in the 2025-2026 adopted budget, a structural deficit is expected to emerge. The COE report of September 15th, 2025 pointed out that due to the projected deficit spendings, a declining and ending fund balance of nearly 80% from the 2024-25 through the 2027-28 cannot be sustained. It is necessary to maintain more than a minimum 3% reserve to allow for sufficient cash flow to pay for operating expenditures. In addition, the district needs to be mindful of cash deferrals for the month of June 2026 and the foreseeable future. Noting the dramatic decline in enrollment, adequate reserves ensure that the district has ample time to respond to the potentially significant loss of revenue or unexpected expenditures. For these reasons, the district is encouraged to maintain an adequate fund balance in excess of the state minimum. Governing boards have a fiduciary duty to their districts, and by extension, the students, parents, staff, and broader community to ensure the district's financial health and its ability to meet all obligations. Preventing physical distress and ultimately a fiscal crisis is always the preferred course of action. The responsibility for maintaining fiscal sustainability and solvency rests in the district's governance team. Adopting a proactive mindset focused on the preservation of resources is far more effective than attempting to restore depleted revenues and reserves after the fact. And the fact is, we do have a $15 million deficit spending problem that we need to fix. And tonight we heard what we should not do. I would love for our emails to be bombarded with suggestions of what we should do then, what we can do. And we've heard some suggestions tonight, and as Trustee Navarro asked questions, some of those just aren't reasonable, like selling the towers or other, use of restricted funds. The point is we need to look at unrestricted, our general funds. We can't look at our unrestricted at our restricted. I'm sorry, it's getting late. And so I heard a lot of good suggestions tonight also, like, okay, so yeah, that's benefits is a suggestion, but that's again, something that has to be negotiated. We did start a lot of these budget cuts with admin, and we've cut a lot. And I'm afraid they are working on a skeleton crew. We have a lot of empty spots there, and I'm afraid that if we continue to cut off the top, we are going to be left with people are going to leave, and then we'll have no district to run. And so that wouldn't be in the best interest of our students as well. We need to find a good balance. And so I heard, why don't us trustees go and sub? We can't be employees of the district. And I just want to apologize to our staff for how you're being treated. It's not okay. We needed to make cuts back in 2019. We found ourselves in a bad position back in 2019. And we would have been faced with all of this back then COVID hit, and then we got all this money. And so it kind of saved us temporarily, but now here we are again. We need to face it. And so I just hope that we can come together and by December 11th, have some solutions. Trustee Turley?
Thank you. First, I'd just like to say, Mr. Bragg, I appreciate your calm demeanor, and I appreciate you being here and helping us through something that had been ignored for many, many years and trying to get our HR back on track. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the efforts. Y señor Castillo, tú tienes mi amor. Not many people know, and I don't think it's public, but this man has saved this district more money than he's going to make in several years. And I don't know that we're free to explain that, but at some point in time, we will be able to.
and we are indebted to you. And I appreciate your work and your effort for the students of this valley. And I feel like you are here for the same reason I'm here, because our hearts are with the students of this valley. Okay, now the questions. I can't read when I cry. I find this really annoying. Okay. 3. So none of us decided that we wanted to be on this board because we wanted to make cuts. We all, and I believe in my heart, every one of the 7 of us wanted to do this because we care about the students that are here, and we care about the people who take care of our students in this district. We didn't get here because we wanted to, with the red pen, slash things, but we have found ourselves in a plane that is heading to the ground, and something has to be done. And I don't believe, one of us alluded to it a little bit, I don't believe that this is a brand new thing that happened in the past 2 years. It's something that this district, and not even the people who are in the cabinet right now, none of them were here when this problem was allowed to continue because of the one-time money that we received. Is that, I know you did a bit of forensics. I'm not sure how far back you went, but how long has this district been headed towards the ground? How long has our
Well,
plane
it
been
was,
going that way?
it was, anybody who has worked in school finance like I have, it's really clear that back in right before COVID, the district was a very similar situation, and just COVID in a certain way save us financially, even though because of the additional one-time funds that. So other districts use those funds significantly different, and so that was the whole improve the financial position. We use it for ongoing expenditures, and that's where we are right now.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'm probably jumping out of my lane right now, but I'm going to run there anyway. Benefits for employees. Does an employee of the district, if the employee has insurance from a spouse or some other source, does an employee have the ability to say, I'm not going to take the insurance in lieu of an increase in pay, which also means an increase in PERS or whatever the education equivalent is of that?
Yeah, so that's getting into the space of collective bargaining specifically. And no, we do not have provisions for basically salary enhancements in lieu of taking benefits. There's certain buy down increases that happen. So we have the gold standard, right? The PPO for a full family, dependent and children. That's roughly $40,000 incurred cost to the district above and beyond salary. Now, you can go down, so to speak, like you can go down to an HMO or you can go down to a Kaiser, and there are incremental amounts of money that the employee can get back as more like a stipend or a one-time, like an ongoing, effect to their salary. Now, whether or not that's reportable to PERS and CalPERS, that I would want to find out for you before I answer.
It just seems if they're taking it in pay, it would have to affect, just as any other pay that they receive would affect that, but
Yeah, it would. That would be the assumption. Yep.
Sale of properties. It's my understanding if we sold one of our school sites, we decided we didn't need it, it's kind of in bad shape, we closed it down and combined it with others. It's my understanding that the proceeds from selling a property like that, or selling the district office or any other real estate that the district owns, that money couldn't be used for regular salaries and benefits. That would have to be used exclusively to improve other properties. Is that correct?
That's usually that's correct. And again, it's a process that goes through what is called the 7-Eleven committee through all of that. And that is, so it's not for general facilities, state for facilities, because oftentimes we use like bond funds to update it. So you have to keep within the same group of funds, we call that. Yeah.
I was in a district as a principal previously that went through the process of closing schools. And there's also a bit of a critical mass that has to be achieved in the number of schools that are closed. Because remember, there's still students potentially. It's just now we're going to school with larger enrollment. If there's students, then that means there's still staffing, there's still FTE. So you save on all the areas that Gerardo identified, but you also maybe save on like some office staff, some custodial staff, those types of things, PG&E, ongoing costs on the facility side of the house. But that's why you have to, like in a district our size, you got to get to a number of schools for the fiscal impact to be really significant in the savings.
Yeah, the savings is what we call the fixed cost. The size to run a school that is 300 students versus 600 schools, usually about the same with small changes versus utilities, but you have the same number of staff to do that. So that's what you save, and it is about when you run everything about, it's about like $2 million based on the school size. That could change that. Mhm.
I understand that we went through a process of closing down classrooms that were no longer used in the hope that that would save funds. Do we have kind of an approximation of how much we might be saving from that?
I don't know off the top of our head. We, no, I don't. Dr.
I
Contreras?
can speak to
Uh-huh.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
We closed in the neighborhood, we were hoping to close about 152 classrooms. And at that time, Gerardo wasn't here. And in working with a couple of other CBOs who were working with us, estimated that to be between $2 to $5 million in savings for operational costs, looking at custodial staff who wouldn't be cleaning the classrooms, maintenance of the classrooms, things like that, energy to the classrooms. In the end, I believe we ended up closing about 130. Yeah. So the cost savings would go down a little bit, but it's still an estimate. So we won't know until the end of the year what we end up realizing completely in the savings. But that was one of our ways to try to absorb some cost savings. Now, of course, that also is more in the restricted side of the house savings than in the unrestricted.
Still, savings are good.
But it did save, one of the things we were hoping is we know we're stretched very thin on our maintenance and operations staff. And so we were looking to also try to alleviate some of the burden for our maintenance and operations staff.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Medina has asked for a point of information.
Yes. Mr. Castillo, I understand that we as trustees, we get a stipend of $400 every month. I would like you to allocate my stipend to Pajaro Middle School for the remainder of the year. I don't want to get that money. I want it sent to Pajaro Middle School and Hall Elementary and Ohlone evenly. That way they could utilize that money. It's not much, but I think setting an example of when our community is in need, that we need to give up some of the money that we're making. And I know that money, it's not much, but I'm hoping that it helps some students. So that was what I wanted to do. And I hope that other trustees and probably the superintendent could do the same. Thank you.
I do appreciate that. And I match your 400. To wherever the need is greatest, I'm not defining where it ought to go. Do you have anything you'd like to share?
Just quickly, school closures, what is, what would that look like? School closures.
You mean to, well, school closures by is a long process. You have to get a lot of the community input, and the state, there hasn't been so many closures. The state has approved a process they will need to do, and then they need to make sure that communities that are more marginated and not affected. So that's one of I know that's one of those criteria, and it takes a process to do that like about a year to finish, to go from the beginning to end. So like we will consider something we will have to start now for 27, 28, because this is difficult. Closing a school, I have been in that process. It's very, very emotional and very difficult. So we need to also learn ourselves about what steps they need to be taken. But it's a lot of criteria that we need to focus on.
Have you started that process yet? Or
We
haven't
have
got there yet? Oh, okay.
No, we cannot, and if the board give us that direction, then we can start doing that.
That's all. Thank you.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
Trustee Flynn?
Okay. First of all, thank you. I don't know that I have questions. Y'all are gonna get a little insight into how my brain works. It's kind of all over the place as I've taken notes. Let me see where I can start. I guess first of all, based on you know your salary, Mr. Castillo. I think some will agree and some will not that I want to normalize the wealth of Black and Brown people and home ownership and high paying wages. That being said, I am grateful that you are here and you represent the community that we serve, and that our students can look up to you and see you as the second highest earner in our district. And especially your story and how you got to where you did. I truly believe if you can't see it, you can't be it, and you are able to be witness to our students of what can be achieved. So thank you for being here. I really feel like this is the other thing I wanted to say is, yeah, I'll maybe come back to that. I feel like this is really a call for a community response. And I was going to say that, but you beat me to it. So please take my $400 and allocate it where it needs to go. And so that being said, it may not be a whole lot, but I would ask the administration to please go to Mayor Orozco and Supervisor Kim DeSerpa and speak to Jorge Zamora and Chris Clark about asking them to cover the cost of our SROs. I think that would be a really loud commitment to the future of our students and PVUSD, and show a community response and community responsibility. Let's see. In response to also the criticism of the superintendent salary, it's a hard job. She and I don't always see eye to eye, but it is a hard job. And if for whatever reason we would ever need to replace her, we're not necessarily in a position to replace somebody that wouldn't also come with the same experience or what the community feels is a lack of experience. So I just have to say that, and it's it is that is just where that is. So I do agree that there is an opportunity to where did I write? I'm sorry, I'm very tired, as most of us are. To refuse any raises, but that is, I'm not going to judge anybody for doing that or not doing that. And even with my trustees, this is my personal decision. I really would like for you to look into what the savings would be for school closures. I think that, you mentioned it, your words were, it's emotional and difficult. All of this is emotional and difficult. The finances are in,
It is an auction. It is an auction, and that's why we have it.
yeah, we
That
need to look at,
that we hear that. So.
and whatever we can do to save as many people as possible. There was a lot of talk about outsourcing counseling. I actually do believe that that could work if it's done correctly. And I know that people aren't going to agree with me. I'm not here to make popular decisions. I'm here to make the decisions that are going to maintain the future of our district without conservatorship, if that's the right word. That is absolutely not something that I want to allow to happen on my watch. And I think that's it for me from now. For now, I don't have any questions. But if I do, I know where to find you. I'll probably have questions over the last month as I have more conversations and this absorbs a little bit more. But that's kind of where I wanted to keep it. Thank you.
President Flores, I have a few more.
Yes.
Unless you want to take your time.
No, I'll go last. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Trustee Salinas holds to ask, yes.
Thank you. And if it's okay, I don't really have any questions. I just want to give a brief statement. And I'm going to keep it brief because a lot of what I want to say or wanted to say has been said like a lot during these past almost 3 hours. So as student trustee, my role is to like represent the students and just say what the majority of students feel, and that is that we definitely need mental health clinicians, like counselors in schools. And I mean, a lot of what I want to say has been said by the community, and it's been amazing to see all these people come out and advocate for it because, yeah, especially with the recent events at Watsonville High, especially as a Watsonville High student, that's what speaks to me. It's like this is more important than ever, and thank you so much, Mr. Bragg and Mr. Castillo for these presentations because it made it clear to me and a lot of other people that there's like really no good options here, and that either way there's going to be stuff that's we don't want to do that's going to happen. So I want to thank everyone in the audience for being patient, for staying, and our board for working hard with these questions that are taking a while but important. So yeah, I don't think that getting rid of counselors and teacher and positions, also for special ed students, is the way to go. But I know that we need to find some solution to this. So thank you. And yeah, thank you.
That was the perfect segue into my subsequent questions, so thank you. First of all, Mr. Castillo, I just want to thank you very much for not going to Silicon Valley and for coming here and taking a lower paying job and giving back to your community. So thank you very much for that. I also want to ask, because I forgot some of my questions, the consultant money, the $35 million that we spend on consulting, can you talk briefly about what that is?
Yeah, so there is different categories we track consultants at a very detailed level, and so there is most of the consultants that we have is because we could not the funding will end. We have like grants, and so it's cheaper and better to provide a better service through a consultant than to hire staff. So that is flex. That's the majority of our consultant. That's where how we spend the money.
Okay. Dr. Contreras may know the answer to this question that I'm asking. What type of consultants are we paying with that money?
Oh.
So the consultants are from restricted dollars, And a lot of that is in our after-school programs, so our extended learning opportunities, different places we contract out, like LC Stemma, Food What, different places like that, that we provide services for our students. Additionally, our career and technical education program, we hire consultants who are actually also teachers in they're within their field, who work with our students. Those are consultant contracts. We have consultant contracts who do work with our teachers, providing professional development. All of those are services that are provided for mainly in students when we analyze the data.
I just wanted to clear that up. And then of the $35 million that we spent on consultants, what portion of that is paid from restricted funds?
I believe almost all of that is restricted dollars. Also in some of that is mental health. 3.2 million for sure I know is to mental health services for our students also.
But that mental health services money can't be used to pay salaries and benefits.
Restricted dollars cannot be used for salaries that would be ongoing. So like teachers in the classroom.
So I just want to point
Aside
out
from the CTE programs, because that's unique to the CTE program.
Yeah, so I just want to point out a lot of these monies that we're talking about using for salaries and benefits, we actually cannot use for salaries and benefits, like Measure M, the consultant money. Is that correct?
Only, that is correct. That's 100% for facilities.
Okay. And then why is it a bad idea to spend our reserves? And why do we have $45 million in reserves?
So the first question is, why is a bad idea to spend your reserves? I think we talk about this because in California, our budget is very volatile. And so we need a reserve in order to meet our obligations. So once you don't have it's like I would think I will give an example like in your family, right? You need to have like at least some reserves to in case something happened for at least a month, and so you need to have to cover this expenditures that could happen, like when COVID happened. That's more. We need to have those reserves. That's where we covered our first expenditures from there. If we did not have those reserves, what will happen? Just to cover the emergencies that will happen, a school closure, the weather. I mean, there's so many issues that it's just a lot of uncertainties to cover them.
And how did we come to the great ability to have $45 million in reserves since when we were
Well,
heading
it was due to still part of the one-time funds through COVID as we switched on the expenditures to COVID funds. We were able to save some money. That's how we got into that, but that is gone.
So it's similar to like if you came into a large sum of money, say some random family member that you barely know passed away and left you $100,000. If you're operating a deficit in your house of $10,000 a month or $5,000 a month,
exactly.
The likelihood that you're going to get that money back is like you're going to come in, you're waiting for another family member to die to get that money.
Well, and to expand on the metaphor, because of declining enrollment, your income is also decreasing year over year and month over month.
Yeah, no, your example was
Nobody
perfect.
renting the rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then how did other districts spend their COVID dollars?
I can just tell you how I spend on minutes. They were getting a lot in expenditures and one-time expenditures. So, for instance, they upgrade a lot of their HEB system so it create more efficient. They did some process to get rid of liabilities, obligations, like paying the other post-employment benefits. Not with COVID funds, but they use COVID funds to cover their own expenditures. So they use that to get rid of long-term debt obligations, upgrade playgrounds, a lot of the facilities. Most of the playgrounds and not in structures, but outside learning environments, that's where it was used. Most of the districts use that. Mhm,
So some of the better poised districts actually spent this money on infrastructure
mhm.
and upgrading, their facilities or their technology
Mhm.
or paying off debts in order to get into a better financial possession leaving COVID.
Yeah,
And our district chose to hire a lot of people.
yeah, we rely on that in, yes. Yeah, I'm not blaming anybody, but that was decided.
Okay, I just want to make that clear,
Mhm.
that that's part of the reason that we're in the situation that we're in, is because unlike other districts, we invested in people and didn't make it really clear that that was time limited. And then the other question, these questions I have are for Dr. Contreras. So you know how much mental health is important to me and how I believe that we need to keep the services that we have for our students, if not expanding the services that we have for our students. So what sort of assurances can you give me and the rest of the board that our students' mental health needs will be met?
I think that we definitely value mental health as well, and it's clear that the board values that, and it's very, very clear that the community values that, and that we want our students' needs to be met. And so in looking at the things that we have available to us, but also looking at what we do need to do to ensure that we're solvent, we have been exploring other ways of how we can accomplish meeting students' needs, being solvent, and what options we have available. One thing that we are very skilled at doing is bringing in restricted dollars. We're good at chasing down grants. We find grants. We are able to look to different ways to bring in dollars to serve our students. And we have restricted dollars available to us, as has been pointed out by the $32 million in consultants dollars that we have. We have very good partnerships also in our county that we have utilized and still utilize with County Behavioral Health, Encompass, PVPSA, with County Office of Education, and there are many different grants available. And so some of the things that we are exploring and looking at is how do we look towards those partnerships to contract services and ensure that we still have the same level of services for our students, but just in accomplishing those in a different way.
So just so that I can be clear and the audience can be clear, this is a way to kind of get around not being able to use restricted dollars to pay for mental health. Sorry, this takes it out of the unrestricted and potentially puts it into the restricted while still being able to provide mental health services for our kids and perhaps expanding on that. Is that correct? Okay. And then in regards to SELPA, what assurances can you give our community that the IEP obligations will be met and the legal obligations will be met and the students will be getting the services they need?
So one of the things with SELPA is just by the nature of special education is IDEA, and there are legal obligations for our students, and we have to meet the legal obligations as defined by a student's IEP. And so those are assurances in and of themselves. And I think that also analyzing who the students are, what services they need, and then closely following the recommendations that we have in FCMAT, but also leaning into experts that we have around us to analyze what we need to do and how do we make sure we meet our obligations while at the same time looking at how we become fiscally responsible, that those guarantees are there to make sure that we are providing what we need to provide.
So there's some reorganizational stuff happening within SELPA, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that's why we did the FCMAT report that was presented to the board in June. We had concerns regarding SELPA and what we saw within the SELPA, not just financial concerns, but just how could we provide and maximize our services to the students that we have concerns with and their special needs. And so that's why we ordered the FCMAT report to help serve as a guide for how we can do better by those students, better by the staff, and lean into the expertise that FCMAT provides for us. And so that report has become very helpful for us.
And have your cabinet members gone out to some of these sites and seen what's going on there and if more support is needed or
assess the situation in the field, so to speak.
Yes, cabinet members are out at sites regularly. I'm out in the classrooms as well, and we do see the need that is there and are aware of what's happening in our classrooms.
So can you offer the community some assurances that these vulnerable students will continue to receive the services that they need?
Yes, I'm going to say they're very safeguarded by the nature of the IEPs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add? Okay.
Thank you for those follow-up questions, Trustee Navarro. And thank you for your answers, Dr. Contreras. I guess to follow up with that too is when I had said that I do believe that that the mental health services can be outsourced, that's kind of what I was referring to. And so I in no way want to imply that that it's not a priority for me. And I feel like that is going back to the request that I made last year of creative solutions. So I want to acknowledge that. I'd like to, and you don't have to answer it now, know more about how SELPA is going to be supported and where that's going to come from, because that is equally as important to me. So until I see what that's going to look like, I wouldn't be able to make any sort of decision on it. And last year, I wanted to say this earlier, last year I was not prepared or in any way to make these types of decisions. I think I had been on the board for about 5 minutes, and it was really, really challenging. I needed more time. And over the last few months, I've been able to ask a lot of questions and learn a lot. But I was pretty clear back then about the need to reduce based on those ESSER funds that I didn't feel prepared to make decisions on. So if it wasn't clear then, I want it to be clear now. That's really what my goal is. And while I am progressive in thought and in my decision making, I am fiscally conservative, because that is, along with student outcomes, my number one priority, and that's what I was appointed to do. So I just want to make that clear, while still pushing for these creative solutions, which I feel like you've come up with some, and we need to take a look at some other things. But no matter what, it is going to be really, really difficult. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any further discussion
Yep.
on this item? Yes?
Want to take a deep breath real quick? Jeez. Mr. Castillo, how much is it on average to run a middle school for 1 year?
But you mean like the whole school, or just the administration?
From the
principal, vice principal, assistant principal,
let's
secretary?
remove all employees and just about the facilities itself. How much on average does it cost to run a school site?
And what we call the fixed cost is about $2 million. That will be, and that includes those positions. So like a million and a half a middle school. I would say that on average.
Okay. Because what I'm trying to figure out is, right now, most of our elementary schools go up to 5th grade, correct?
Yes.
If we were to move some of those students from the 6th grade and expand elementary, all the 6th grade, and then close one middle school site, we would still not be able to meet our obligation of the 15 mil at all. It would have to be multiple sites.
Yeah, it would have to be multiple sites, and that will be one-time solution as well too, because you only do the savings one time.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we were to consolidate, if we were to go to that model, 6th and 7th grade, and consolidate it into, how many middle schools do we have within Santa Cruz County, within PVUSD?
PVUSD, 6.
Six. Okay. If we were to do that, go to 6th grade for each elementary school, with 3 sites that we could, I know it's painful, but I'm just very curious what the numbers would be on that.
About $4.5 million
For 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the staff allocations are coming with us, and at 92% of our budget being in staffing, all that money's still there. It's just at a different local site.
Got it. And,
go ahead. Sometimes though, like I had having the process through closing schools, and even though I say it's emotional, it's difficult. Oftentimes when we have a larger school, you're able to provide a lot better services to the community, to our students. So once we communicate, we can do that. So I think it's something that we should explore, especially when we have some schools that are running like about 15% of capacity in our district.
Because what I'm trying to figure out is a solution where I would rather shut down a physical site and save as many people as possible than have to do the reverse of that. So it seems like the 2 big drivers is getting people to want to be enrolled here. What can we do creatively in order to do that? I know Watsonville Charter School of the Arts is known for its plays that they do, and a lot of people go in attendance there. At Watsonville High School, we got the academy outlined so students could actually start career technical education at a very early age and go straight into the workforce. That's appealing to a lot of Gen Z students because a lot of them aren't going to be going to a 4-year university because as a democratic socialist, I felt the impacts of capitalism, going to school, being in debt, not being able to afford a home. So a lot of us are in that pickle right now. And I'm a millennial, and y'all are mad at us because we ain't got kids. Give us good housing. Let us afford that, and then we will give you kids, and they could go to these schools, and you could have your money. But if we're not setting up the systems for that, it's not going to happen. So I want you guys to be more creative. It looks like some of y'all got psychology degrees, arts degrees. Put them to good use. Make me want to go to that school. Make me want to put my student in that school because it has a specialized program that they can't get anywhere else. Look at what dual enrollment could do for Cabrillo College, right? Maybe, I know they're losing their HSI funding right now. All of us are. But guess what? I doubt the Republicans have any strategy coming into the next election. So we're probably going to get a lot of these things back. So we're at this really big pigeonhole right now with the gap. Another thing, how much does Lozano Smith charge us for the year? I know you have the number. You don't? That's interesting. Okay. I would be very interested in getting how much you charge us, unless the superintendent has that. Can you put it on the mic? I can't hear you. Sorry.
I can get you that information.
Perfect. Because it's my understanding too that you all misused some COVID funding. So that's why I'm very iffy about how you guys be spending your money. And back to the creative solutions, probably getting rid of like Lozano Smith, other consultants that kind of cost us a little bit more than what they're worth. I think we need to start looking into that as well. So again, Mr. Castillo, I'm an artist. I work at Cabrillo. I know we have a lot of really good resources there and mental health services. I think you guys need to start reaching out to UC Santa Cruz, seeing how we could utilize more interns to fill in and help our student teachers right now, get them some hours so that way they could get those skills training in. That's the creativity that I want to see, because you guys are giving me just downers. I want solutions. So that's what I'm going to leave with you guys. I have faith that the cabinet, if y'all put your brains together, even though Claudia, Berman aren't listening right now, I hope y'all could do that, which is great. And I really hope our superintendent, I know that you're not from this area, so it's very hard to you to always connect with it. I understand that generationally, yes, but when you grow up here, there's a sense of community of growing up here, seeing everybody, seeing the teachers that you grew up with, working with people that you went to school with. And when you come in and start telling them that they can no longer live here, they can no longer have that job that they have, it hurts. It hurts a lot. And that's why we're very protective of our communities. And when outsiders come out or come in without really knowing the community, things like this happen. So I hope in the future that we do get a superintendent who was homegrown, raised, understands what it is to cross that bridge from Pajaro into Watsonville and the neglect that is seen over there. I've actually been approached by Monterey Peninsula Unified because they said, you guys do not treat North County right. We have the infrastructure, we know how to bus people, and we know how to treat people in rural communities well. And I have yet to see that from PVUSD. And I think we should be talking to Monterey Peninsula, Monterey County Education and seeing what we could do about my schools. Because if it's a matter of me giving them a county that is going to treat them with respect and dignity, I'd rather them do that than be with this board who neglects them continuously. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. I will now move us on to item 8.3. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We are going to take a 10-minute break. Really? Oh, a 15-minute break. Thank you. I'm gonna set my timer. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Thank you for allowing us that time. We will now move on to item 8.3, our facility master plan schedule. This report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo, our CBO.
Staff and the district partners are proud to present the draft 2025-2035 facility master plan for first reading and discussion, and we will return back at the following meeting for approval. The first reading is intended to provide a board with comprehensive overview of the plan's findings, identify needs, and the proposed project priorities. We welcome the board's feedback and discussion as we move forward to defining the plan for final adoption. As always, we will do this keeping in mind our vision and mission statement. And this presentation aligns with our two goals. One is climate, culture, and community, and our fiscal responsibility. I'm gonna just take that. And now is would you take it from here?
Okay.
You want to do it or you do it?
I think
The
I'll
one
figure
in
it
the
out.
the one in
Okay.
the bottom.
Good evening. My name is Alan Croker with 196 Architects. Appreciate the opportunity to kind of go through a real brief summary. There's a whole lot of pages in this master plan here, so just want to kind of give you a little bit of an overview of the master plan and kind of what we've, oops, wrong way. So here we go. So kind of the key players that were kind of putting together the master plan, myself along with Andrew, who will be speaking a little bit here tonight. Chris Francis and Caitlin Gilbert was the one who put together all the beautiful graphics for it as well. So just our team that was kind of working on it here. We're gonna talk about the timeline, purpose, process, the facilities assessments, and really kind of go through the process of how we developed the master plan. Then at the end, it ultimately leads to, you know, what's the needs and then the project list, how that works with funding escalation, and the state funding component and the next steps there. So we started way back in 2019. So it's been a long road getting to this point here. There's been a lot of kind of bumps in the road, COVID, flooding, turnover. There's been a lot of kind of reasons why, you know, we weren't able to kind of keep the ball rolling along the way, but we eventually got there. So and really in the last year was kind of the final push over the finish line to just kind of pull everything together and put it together. So so the purpose of a facilities master plan, it's really a roadmap, and it's a high-level roadmap for how can facilities support the district's educational vision. You know, that's really what we got to be thinking about is how do we make the schools support the education for our students. And it's, again, high level for buildings, grounds, existing conditions, enrollment. And we're looking at, we do a facilities assessment. Andrew will talk a little bit more about that. And ultimately, Prop 2 was passed by about a year ago by the state and by the voters. And in order to receive state matching money, the board ultimately has to approve and have a master plan facilities master plan in place in order to receive state matching funds. So it's critical and so that timing worked out very well for the district. So the process, we kind of look at it from several different perspectives. We start with meeting with stakeholders, site walks, facilities assessments, and, you know, really kind of look at what are the existing conditions, what are the needs based on that input that we gather. And then from that, we develop multiple site plans. You know, how can we now address those needs on the sites and on the campuses? And then from that, turning that into a plan in terms of the prioritizing projects, and we'll get into the prioritization a little bit, so that ultimately we have kind of a work plan moving forward there. So I'll let Andrew kind of go into a little bit of the detail on the facilities assessment component.
Thanks, Alan. So what you see here is a large or a 10,000-foot view of your school district and its facilities. We broke it down into various matrices in terms of you know, assigning a number to the age of a school or its facilities that it has within that. the roofing, that sort of thing, and give it a scale of 1 to 5 on the left and 1 to 10 on the right. And then that multiplies across and you get your worst case school being the highest number. And all of this is explained within the full document. And I'd encourage you guys to go read it. Sorry, it went the wrong way. And I just want to give you an example to kind of show you what one school within each of the 3 categories, so high school, elementary school, and middle school, looks. And I'm just going to run you through real quick. There's, multiple pages in the full document that you can read at your leisure. So Pajaro Valley High School. We first of all give an overview of the school, giving its demographics, giving its enrollment, its area, and other details such as that. That's a quick splash screen. And then we go into the facilities assessment, and you can see here the big number 63. And as that relates to the items that are in the facilities condition index based on 1 to 10, you can see that those numbers are pretty bad in terms of the field and play areas on this site. And you can, those are things that the district should address within the facilities master plan, or projects should come out of that, if that makes sense. Excuse me. So then we go into a process of ranking those priority projects with the district. So you can see 1, 2, and 3 here. You can see the lower priority projects are things that you would like to do, but potentially you can't, you don't have the money with your bond to do. Priority 2 projects are smaller projects that potentially have a greater impact. And then priority 1 projects are the ones you really want to do, or they were things that were mentioned in the bond when it was sold. We then assign a cost estimate to that based on square footage, based on historical rates within California, within Santa Cruz area. And then that is escalated over years. Obviously, you can't do everything at once within your bond. So you got to pick and choose which you do first. And those projects that you push to later dates are obviously going to become more expensive because nothing's cheaper these days. Again, I'll give you another example of the middle school. So this is Cesar Chavez. And these are the priority 1, 2, and 3 projects for that site. Again, I would encourage you to go read how we got there in the full document. And then finally, H.A. Hyde Elementary School. Here are the priority projects. So repainting the building exterior, modernizing classroom buildings, those sorts of things. Alan, you want to talk about overall?
So as Andrew mentioned, we had the priority 1, 2, and 3. The priority 1 was really, based on really high need. First of all, you can see there the priority 1 need identified as $727 million or $737 million, far beyond what you have even with the Measure M bond. Even if you leveraged Measure M and got doubled that with state match, you're still not, even with the priority 1 projects, able to meet all the priority 1 projects. So it just shows the level of need, the condition of the projects district-wide. It's been a long time since some of these campuses have had some love, and there's a lot of need out there at these campuses. Total identified need is 1.32 billion. That's just, for example, when we do facilities master planning, typically what I see is that the need is about 3 times funding local bond availability. You're over 4 times that. So just kind of shows that the condition of the campus, the district-wide, really has a lot of need district-wide. So then the other thing that really kind of erodes your, call it your buying capacity, is escalation. And so, coming out of the last couple of years, cost of construction really spiked a couple of years back. It's kind of leveled off. It appears at about a 4% rate moving forward here. So that's the rate that we've used there. Ultimately, our recommendation would be is the more that you can build, the faster, the better, the more money you're going to save. And it's kind of like, everybody looks back and says, man, I wish I would have bought a house when my parents bought their house, or, in sometime in the past. It's California is, especially coastal California, it's expensive to build, and it's only going to be more expensive tomorrow. So the more that we can build, the more you can front load this, the better off the district's going to be financially there. So I think from here.
Perfect. So I'll be explaining priority 1 and 2 projects. So Measure M funds are to be focused on the most urgent facility needs first, right? So priority first projects, so that's going to be the infrastructure and safety. One of the first things that we're going to tackle down is roofs, HVAC, and electrical. From there, we're going to focus on fire, life and safety, path of travel, ADA, egress. And then from there, it's going to be drainage improvements and safer drop-offs, right? From there, we're going to focus in priority 2 projects, which is modernization and program readiness. So that includes classroom upgrades, libraries, gyms and NPRs, fields and campus improvements that support technical learning, right? And from there, we're going to implement the modernization and project 1s in order for us to apply for state funding. So it's really important, right? In reality, even with the Measure M and state matching funds, we do not have enough money to complete every project at every site in this bond cycle. The total needs across our schools is larger than the available funds. State funding. So we as a district with our superintendent, right, our firm, are working really hard for us to be looking for state funding. This was great because we were able to, as you see here, right, we were able to stretch our local dollars further for PVUSD and actively applying for the state matching funds. This grant helps, but they do not cover all the needs across the 30+ schools. The district needs are greater than available funds from Measure M and even the state support, right? So we see here, you see the total project. So for us, what's available for state funding is $79,320,777, right? The first amount that we have to be spending, right? I look at it more like a rebate, right? You buy something and then you'll get funding back. So as you see here, the funding we'll be spending up front, it's $132 million from the Measure M, and then from there we get 60% back. And at the end of the day, 40% is what we actually be spending out of the Measure M bond. And then we have $79 million to do more projects. And that's what we getting back from the state funding.
Yeah, so our next steps, we will go back to the board to request approval of the plan. Our goals are to maximize funding, as Sergio mentioned, and this is a requirement of Proposition 2, so we will need your board approval in order to get this funding. And take care of the safety of our students and staff is one of our priorities. And approach is equity and transparency, and we appreciate the trust in the community, and that's the reason we're taking this as a first reading to give opportunity almost a month for the community to review and give input. So we have cash in hand, $80 million. We sold our first series of bonds, and so in order to get more funding, we need to spend this money. We are actually spending about $20 million. We will spend it during the summer of this year, and then in the following year, it's $30 million. And then by 2027, the additional $30 million. This is some of the projects that we will do. So at this point, we're available for comments and questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this item?
We do. Marilyn Garrett, Julianne Bellin, and Chris Webb.
significant what's left out here. Safe learning environment. Wi-Fi radiation is not safe. It's like being in a microwave oven. In fact, I think there should be a consent form for parents and guardians because children cannot consent. I consent to my child. I think you should give this to parents. I consent to my child being irradiated by a group 2B possible human carcinogen from Wi-Fi and other wireless microwave radiation. I consent to my child being exposed to a toxin known to cause DNA damage and other biological disruption, such as multiple organ system disturbance, including reproductive impairment, neurological disruption, cardiological compromise, impaired learning ability, hormonal disruption. Source, Dr. Erica Mallory Blythe, Video Electromagnetic Radiation, Health and Children from 2014. And on the back, student safety. We're talking about safety before Wi-Fi. And there is a list of symptoms. I'll give you this. Pesticide exposure from the toxic fields in Pajaro Valley, resulting in the second highest pediatric cancer rate in this county, second to, I think, Merced County. You're talking about artificial turf upgrading, that's toxic chemicals in it, microplastics, destroys the environment. The kids get MRSA infection. Artificial turf, not safe, not safe. I'm for genuine safety. Okay. Oh. You want to take one of this? And here. Oh, that one's yours? I don't need more paperwork. I'm glad you took that. And copies of this for everyone.
Cool. Okay, before I get into what I plan to say, I would like to point out the dangers of dihydrogen monoxide. It's known as a universal solvent, and yet we have water at every single one of our student campuses. This is deeply concerning. I do actually agree that artificial turf is not an upgrade. It's a climate unfriendly choice, and I think we should just attract some more red-tailed hawks to deal with the gophers. Personally, I would rather my child be near snakes and hawks and egrets than more fucking plastic.
Please, no language in here, please.
Point of
So
order, really quick. It's my understanding that people could say what they want and express themselves.
We are a
Thank
school
you.
district, so I just ask that we keep school, children appropriate language.
Well, some of the actions that you do aren't appropriate, but yet you do them. Thank you.
could I get 25 seconds back, please? Thank you, Dr. Misty. So we heard all about the budget issues that led to the recommendation to cut positions, and a cursory look at this 438-page document shows that almost every single site is in poor or critical condition. Anytime I ask my daughter about what she wants me to talk about here, all she says is that the bathrooms are too gross to use. I am lucky to have to pay property tax, but my family's property tax went up $1,000 more than we actually have. And there's no social benefits to show for it. People are still dying in front of my house because of the poor street management, which I know is not your fault, but it's just
where is all the benefits? So what I'm asking is, what do you need from all of us that we can actually do something about this instead of everyone saying, we have to do something, we have to do something? What do we need to be able to do something? And Joy, I would love to stay here until 2 a.m., but I got to get my 6-year-old to bed. Thank you, trustee.
Thank you for coming, Julian.
Getting back to how we can improve safety and then also raise revenue, I think I'm going to just re-suggest a pesticide application tax specifically for anywhere in the vicinity of our schools. And then also earlier last school year, I had emailed the board following an Alice training, very specific facility recommendations. I would just invite people to relook at that. And I can send it along to Sergio or whoever. It's just about the windows and the doors mostly, and a couple like minor things. I'm not going to fully detail it here as a matter of safety or whatever. But I also wanted to bring up that the one thing I kind of didn't like as a priority one is the paint, because to me, like I know for Watsonville, that wasn't necessarily from the people I speak with, that wasn't the priority. And I think from the students, right? They would say bathrooms. And then you should know that, I know Dodge knows this, that the HVAC is like the big thing. And I keep thinking about that because last school year, Dr. Contreras, we had a meeting about strategic goals, and they were very good goals. And one of the ones was state-of-the-art facilities. And being there with my only time in my entire educational career, I've never had AC, is Watsonville High. It doesn't feel state of the art to me. And then painting outside does like nothing for me. And actually this has become such an issue that like I'm literally now, after we had this safety incident, I'm choosing a room, the room that inspired me to email you that safety one. I'm choosing that because I'm not that worried physically safety, but I do worry that I'm going to have just different behavior problems because of the heat and all that. I'm more worried about the heat than other things. So I also want to just get back. The reason I bring this up too is like a value. I feel like it should be stakeholder informed. So I think before we do things like this, like for time, yes, but also like student leadership at Renaissance, we did this and they did the paint instead. They didn't do the bathrooms, which was the main thing. They didn't get to like programming for like CTE photo. Like there was things that get to the things that will bring kids in, basically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask for a point of clarification from you on why we chose to do the painting first?
One is that they're quick strike projects. So projects that the community can see and that their tax dollars are happening and that, they can see their dollars going to work. But also paint is a protective layer. Okay, any other discussion from the board? Trustee Dodge?
I'd just like to say thank you, maintenance and operation teams, for the things that you've completed at Watsonville High, for the stadium. And even though it wasn't fully completed at graduation, you guys did the best that you had. So I'd like to thank you guys for that. Thank you for this presentation, the graphics, and it's kind of interesting that somebody who went to Mini White Radcliffe, I didn't know it was constructed in 1928. So, that's why infrastructure is very important, because we have these schools from the 1930s. I'm E.A. Hall, 1936, and I didn't get the chance to see Watsonville High School. But one of the ways I know Chris, because when he started teaching, I used to get emails, air conditioning, upstairs at the Mellow Center. We all know how hot it gets upstairs. I believe when Mr. Pell started, he was emailing me about air conditioning as well, the history buildings, I believe, where he teaches. And so I'm glad to see that starting next summer, HVAC, air conditioning, heating, especially at Mini White, E Hall, we all know how hot and cold it gets in the auditorium. So I'm glad to see this planned and ready to go in summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, one, Sergio, I'm really happy you're on this project because you know the community very well, especially since you grew up here. And I'm always very iffy about when it comes to these projects because it seems like the northern end of the district gets a lot of what they require and ask for just because I don't know. I do know, but I'm not going to say it here. Very socioeconomic disparities that are happening. So I'm curious, what items do you plan on prioritizing at Hall on our side of the bridge, which some people may not understand because of their privilege? So curious.
So I think some of the projects we're going to be coming forward is going to be probably in the, if we could reach the next board meeting, right, or the meeting after that for next year, we're going to bring a set of projects for the first $20 million. And I think from there, you're going to be able to see what projects are from your schools.
Got it. Okay. And
just to touch bases a little bit, right? I know we had on the paint, right? For Guantanamo High School, one of the things is when you're finishing a bond, right? The thing that you want to do is paint the rest of the sites, right? So we were finishing Measure L, right? And we were starting with Measure M. So one of the things we wanted to do is get that painted, right? And then, for example, the restrooms take a little bit more time because they have to go through DSA and ADA, right? And pass the travel and egress. So that takes way more time. It takes about 6 months just to go into review, right? From design to review and into the state.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to the bathrooms, I think it's also a thing that we need to start implementing with students, just like they do at home, right? Keep your area clean. We need to start, I don't know, I would, if my bathroom was not shining, my mama let me know. So I think we need to, it's great that you all are putting in this effort, but also what I find is that when people put the time and practice into it, they'll take care of it more rather than students, because these things are just handed to them. They know they're going to get a really good bathroom, but where is the discipline in maintaining that clean bathroom as a student? And I think that's something that we need to work on. So it doesn't really have to do with you. It's just more of, you know, how we need to start helping out our students understand these things. Because if you go to other developed nations, their bathrooms are nice, especially if you go to Asia. Very nice, clean bathrooms, public and all that stuff, because there's this culture of understanding to take care of your public spaces. So it's my time to talk. If you want to run as a trustee, you are more than welcome to do that and get your time. So thank you. So yeah, I would love to hear about China a little bit more, but from my experience, which we all have different ones, I think we need to understand that. So thank you. Back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by whoever she is. I would like to also just, I really like the idea of the pesticide tax, and I know that's something that I'm going to be going to the board, the ag board, to start fighting for, because one thing that I'm concerned about is the brush over from the pesticides, and we have nothing to capture that. So it's going right into our schools. Unless somebody else has some thoughts on that. But with that being said, I'm curious how you guys are going to be protecting our students from pesticides with this funding that we have coming in. What safeguards are you going to put to protect them?
How's it going? Senior Project Manager, PVUSD Augustine.
Cool.
One of the greatest initiatives we have is working with Wetlands Watch, Jonathan
Nice.
Dilch. And in fact, Paro Middle School was one of the first ones we did with Measure Allen. Exactly so, capturing that dust. A lot of the trees that go in there, it's kind of challenging because the infrastructure is not there.
Yeah.
But that's what we're leaning towards. So well as Rolling Hills Middle School, Landmark, and Minty White, trying to keep these areas green and full of vegetation that can capture that type of air pollution.
Got
So
it.
we're in the
We're
works.
working on that. We're knowledgeable
Yes,
of
sir.
that. Great, cool. Because I know there are other communities like in Delano and very high ag that do have implementations of these safe screens in order to capture those pesticides, and they have seen a decrease in cancer because of that effort. So I would love for our students to stop being poisoned in my area. And I'm pretty sure we all want that, but I think some of us just take it a little bit more seriously than others. So that's one of the things that I'm looking to see when you guys implement this, is just make my schools as safe as possible so students can stop getting cancer. Thank you.
Yeah, in addition, when we have a construction project that we think is going to be dust, there is controls, but we have to water it so that it's the less dust as possible while that construction is happening. So that's another step that we have to do.
Got it. And does your department coordinate with the fields to know when sprays are going on?
Yeah, we coordinate with maintenance and operations.
Uh-huh.
So a lot of the coordination with Hurley and Herlindo's team, we make sure that whatever implementation we do, whether it's a sod field
Yep.
or people who don't like artificial, there's a lot of advancements in technology for that. But we make sure that what we install is strictly adhere to the highest standard. We don't put anything in the ground that will affect or can affect the children.
Would turf not fall under that?
So turf, there's a lot of new information and a lot of new studies that have came out. I remember there was a board document and a clarification that was requested, I believe, by Carol Turley. And we spent the time to go through the science and technology, greatly improved, great leaps and bounds before what it used to be in the 90s. That stuff was toxic, bad, off-gassing, radiation, all this. We are now moving to more sustainable features. And just to share a little bit of that information, the padding used is now based off of cork.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah, a lot more natural.
I think because some people come up here and I guess make false informations about the turf. If you guys could present on that,
Yes,
that way we don't have anybody, saying curse words while they're up there.
Yeah, well, two of the projects we've been working on and kind of just pioneering to be the gem of our community has been Rolling Hills Middle School. You know,
Okay.
that big gopher pit.
Yes.
We want to make that a staple of our community as well as Pajaro Middle School. We've been doing a lot of work to get that online. We actually registered with DSA this past week.
Oh,
for that
nice.
project. Yeah.
Okay, cool. If y'all need some stray cats, let me know. Throw them out there. And then I know at a previous meeting, the softball field at Rolling Hills. Is that a shared field amongst the city and our district?
That is not.
Or whose purview does the field fall under at Rolling Hills, the softball fields?
So it lands right for the maintenance, it lands on Erlindo, our maintenance and operations.
Okay.
And I think there's an MOU with the baseball league that uses, but it's our property, correct?
It is a property.
Okay, because I know there have been some complaints about redoing that because it's pretty bad, but I do know it's a communal space. So I'm curious if we could get more people to partner with us in order to fix that space.
One of the items that we want to bring to the board is a board policy regarding about our use of facilities, because we're thinking we are not taking care of our assets. So that way, right now, many of our facilities, the city is actually managing them. We have an MOU with the city, and they rent the spaces for soccer or for others. And then, however, we spend a lot of time maintaining it. So we don't think it's fair. So we start a process already. We had a first meeting with the city. We have a lot of work to do. We have some board policies that we will bring it as a first reading to get our input, so we could protect district assets and serve our community, our students, because there are students who rent a facility to somebody else and they charge to our students to use the services. That's something that we are working. It's part of this process as well, but just one step at a time. We have been doing this for a long time, one way.
Got it. And what about Freedom School?
Yeah. So
Freedom School regarding the field? Or
Yes.
regarding, yeah, so that one is on an MOU with the city. So that's the same process, right? As our CBO just said, is we're in the process of getting the field back to the district and be able to take care of the field. But at the same time, is create a system where we're able to track how much is going into maintenance, right? How much is going into the services that we're using on the field, plus a percentage of how many students are actually using the field that come to the district.
Got it. Okay. So you guys are in those discussions right now with the city?
Correct.
Can I make a
Yeah,
correction?
go for it.
The field at Freedom School actually is a lease agreement with PV United.
That's great.
That was a joint project with several
But it was
community
city,
groups to build that.
Yeah, and with the city.
With the city as well.
Yeah, because the city goes with PV United and they're together.
Yeah, PV United and the city are together.
Man, government's crazy, right?
A lot of
Lots of
bureaucracy.
land. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. And a student wanted me to ask this. Do you guys plan on getting pickleball courts?
Oh,
No, I had a
that's-
student ask me this.
Yeah,
We get the
that's,
sign it, right, team?
that's a good suggestion.
not.
With valuable assets and teams like 19.6, we
I
can
think-
definitely design something creative.
But
I just want them to hear a response because I didn't have the
know.
answer.
I think one of the main things we have to do first, right? Focus on what the infrastructure are in our buildings, right? As we know, we don't have enough money for all the projects as of now. So, right, in the future, we could implement it, or it's depending on the board also when we bring projects forward. If that's something that you guys are willing to push forward, then that's what it is.
It's a very good way of throwing it back at us. Good job on that. I'll let that student know about that. All right, cool, guys. Thank you so much.
Trustee Flynn?
Callahan Park has new pickleball courts. So, yeah. Not yet, not yet. It's not, okay, stay on track. Okay, you had mentioned the field at Rolling Hills. Are you talking about putting turf in there or keeping it grass?
That's correct. Our initiative and what we designed it is to use turf. Yeah.
You need a grassy area for I mean, it's such a beautiful neighborhood to have a actual
Yes.
grassy neighborhood.
So
I mean,
inside of the entire concept for that design, initially partnering with the city of Watsonville, there was a good chunk of funds that were going and located to the greening of that entire space. The challenge being is we're limited in funds and what we can accomplish, and our sources is to put the funds towards the field. But initial phases show tree lines, improved grass areas for practice, track, restrooms. It was the whole 9 yards. It was going to be a stadium. Beautiful. Yes, but the challenge is because of what has happened with the city of Watsonville and them not being able to put their bond funds into a property they don't own, we're not able to capitalize on that 3.5 million Nick had shared with us with that letter of intent.
How
So now
about
we
a
dialed that.
partnership with, I know it might not work because it's in the city, but County Park Friends.
Yeah, well, we're open to pursue all available options and opportunities for engagement in the community. That's what our team is here to do. We want to make something that lasts for our community. Yeah.
Yeah, I would,
So
I would like to see grass, actual grass.
Yeah. We can do that.
Okay. Thank you for all your work on this.
Of course.
Okay, go ahead.
So although I love grass, I realize that it's a long-term strategy for decreasing cost and maintenance and all the things. By the way, I love what you put in at Aptos High, where that dirt patch was in front of the pool. It looks so nice, and the kids have been laying out there on the grass and reading and studying, and it's a beautiful thing to see. So I love that.
So Jess, let's give credit to superintendent. That's what she wanted, right?
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
And it looks amazing, right? Because obviously it's right next to the pool,
Mhm.
and we solved a bunch of problems just by putting in turf in there. So
Oh, yeah, because it was disgusting in front of it.
Maintenance free.
Thank you. It's great.
There you go.
I also would encourage you and the Aptos principal, goats.
Yeah.
Goats, goats. They're cheap and they don't need benefits. So just saying. And then is there any plan to actually fix the field at Aptos Junior High, which is in abysmal state?
Yes. Yeah, that is based off our priority twos. So that's the priority twos. Right now, infrastructure, one of the main things for us targeting our priority ones is one, HVAC and modernizing the system.
Clearly.
Yeah, the gym has one from the 1920s and it just runs on hydroponic water, very bad. And inclusive of that is the gas line that runs through the campus that needs, very big attention urgently. So our priority twos is to upgrade fields.
Because there's a number of students that have injured themselves on the potholes and the gopher holes and the stuff at the field. It's really poorly maintained. And I know that the Little League uses the baseball fields. And, there's also the Sports Foundation. So perhaps between the three of you, you can raise enough money to.
And County Park Friends, because that is county, not city. So maybe a partnership with
And
that.
then
So maybe some sort of
Three them,
partnership.
that would be-
We'll probably look into a little bit more, right? Because even Aptos Foundation will probably be donating a couple things. So we'll go ahead and look more into that. Because even on the side that is closer to the houses on the right side of the field, we have to do a V valley because of erosion going to those houses, right? And we already received a letter of a lawsuit if we didn't take care of that SAP. So
Yeah,
that's another big
what
one.
about the big ditch that's on the behind the baseball fields? Is that a liability?
Correct. That's
Is
part
that
of
what
the
you're talking
that's
about?
part of the erosion on that side.
Okay. But thank you for all of your hard work, and I appreciate you at least slapping a coat of paint up there so the community knows that we're doing something while we're waiting to release the bond money. So thank you.
I want to.
Can I add real quick? I love the goat idea, but once we start getting missing goats and starting seeing more students show up with birria, that's going to be the problem right there. So I caution against that in my area because my grandma loves birria.
Well, they do it in my neighborhood every year, and it's really great for clearing the poison oak. And everybody stops to look at the goats and loves them. So I was talking to the principal at Aptos High, and she was like, I love that idea. The kids would love it.
I had a goat named Pepe that I raised, and I didn't know he was also delicious. Very delicious. My grandma told me that I was eating Pepe. So, yeah, but I like the idea because we do have FFA. So I'm curious how we could utilize them to feed some of their animals with the grass that we have because they definitely can't eat turf for sure. They'll die. So just throwing that out there.
It's tomorrow. Can we stay on track because we're losing it?
We're talking about birria.
Okay.
Yes.
I know.
Yes, I'm hungry.
Okay. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for all the hard work you put into this. I don't want to end on like a sad downer, but when we're looking at you proposing these future, priority 1, priority 2 at these specific sites, are you considering potential school closures? Because I don't know that we'd want to invest a lot of our Measure M monies in schools. So
So I think one of the things we have to do first, right? We have to do facility studies, right, on what we have. And also like our superintendent and Gerardo was saying, we got to do a 7-Eleven, right? And a school study as well per square foot and how many classrooms it has. And then from there, determine what's the need and what we can actually put two schools together in order for us to close one and see, right, what is the best option that we have out there for an option.
And I will just add to it, like the needs are so greater, in the priority 1, more than available funds. So once we had a list, it doesn't mean that we're gonna be able to do everything. So we probably prioritize priority 1 within the schools based about how we project that. So I also want to thank our team for doing this. This is a lot of work for years to get to this point, and we will come back for the work for approval. And this is by getting to this level, we are trying to reach an additional funding from the state. That's the main purpose. I want to make sure that we stay the main team for these projects.
thank you so much. Okay, with that, I will move us on to item 8.4, board listening sessions. This report will be presented by the board implementation team. Okay, so who would like to take the lead on this one? Carol? I'm
Sure.
sorry, trustee Turley.
We've had 4 listening sessions, the larger ones, one at Pajaro Middle School, Pajaro Valley High School, Watsonville High School, Aptos High School. We've also had smaller ones at Rotary Club of Watsonville. And tomorrow we're going to Aptos Junior High and Valencia for their home and school club or site council meetings. Tomorrow, I believe there's one with Trustee Medina and 2 student leaders, including our student trustee, Desi.
Yeah, and I'd like to note that separate from effective school boards. That would,
Oh,
yeah.
you're not doing the same thing as
No. This is me meeting with the students and them not feeling like they had their own community session. So I said, let's do it together. So we got together and initiated that with the help of Eva to book the location. So I just want to make that very clear that this is not effective school boards. It's a separate, this was student run, not by a consultant that we're paying $80,000 for. Yep.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I feel like well, I don't know what our numbers are of surveys that have been returned. I didn't ask the question ahead of time, so I don't expect the answer. But I'm feeling like we haven't heard from enough people and we're probably going out further. One of the frustrations for me has been that we haven't really reached out to students, which is, I was like, yay, Gabe's reaching out to students and doing part of the work. But that's something different.
That was my platform, students first.
So I think one of the things we could do is reach out to high school principals and find out when and where we have the best chance of accessing students.
I actually already talked to the principals at all 3 high schools, and the lunchtime would be the best time. Or
Okay.
like right after school.
All right.
Yeah, and we're also planning,
Point of
me,
order,
the
oh,
student
oh.
trustee and the county trustee are gonna be planning at Watsonville, next. And then we're gonna
Point of
finish at
order,
Aptos.
are we in discussion yet or just report? Because we haven't had public comment or
Thank
anything
you.
like that yet.
Yes,
so.
thank you. So Carol, finish on your report and then we will do, or are you finished with your
finished.
report? Okay. So do we have any public speakers on this item?
The one person's gone.
I thank you for doing these. I also, in light of some decisions that were made earlier in the year related to CRE, SROs, and the controversial issues policy, some community members came out and they made noises I didn't like. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that as a parent, one of my priorities when I decided where to send my kids, and I did look at PVUSD, at the time, my little TKer, I would have had to pay like over $1,000 a month, and free is better. So went that way. But I'm so glad, and my kids are in a bilingual program. And for the people who think this was like bad or anything, I heard those people come to the podium earlier this year, and I just thought one day my kids will outcompete you in the economic marketplace, and like let's see you cry then. So I just want to make sure we don't, let's keep that, let's not go to bad ways. Also, I think one of the things I worried about with the conversation we had about reduction in force is that we are going to diminish like some of our assets. So I think like as we move forward, we should always be asking ourselves, basically with this, how can we improve student outcomes while improving fiscal health? That should be like the guiding question. Also, I thought that like some of that conversation that we've been having tonight, in the aftermath of a serious incident, and in light of comments that were made by this own board about test scores, I think, one time it was said it was tone deaf to not want the SROs. I feel like some of the conversation this evening has been a little tone deaf. Also, I just want to say that we should, a lot of the comments that were made at the Watsonville High listening session, if people had just listened to people for a lot of it, not that different from what you hear to here. So like maybe we should just follow up better from here. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Trustee Flynn?
Okay. I was happy to participate and help co-facilitate 2 of the listening sessions, one at Aptos High and then one at Pajaro Middle School. I'll co-facilitate one tomorrow at Aptos Junior High and at Valencia School during their home and school club meetings. Should anybody decide to go, I just want to be fully transparent that it is their meeting that I have been invited to and have been given about a half an hour of time. So it will be run a little bit more streamlined and condensed than the 4 main meetings. There was some talk about reaching out to students. I have something scheduled with students through Raíces y Cariño. And also I've been in contact with PVPSA to schedule a listening session for students there as well as for families there. Um, in addition to students at Raíces y Cariño, setting up something that I needed to talk to trustees about who would be available at 10 a.m. on any Thursday. They have they serve the Mixteco community. And so being able to connect with them, I'm not available at 10 a.m. but on a Thursday, but I wondered if any other two trustees would be available. Um, I know that's I don't know if you are available, but between the three of you, if that could work.
Yo puedo hacerlo.
Okay, that would be great. And I would imagine that you would want to do that. Are you available, Tim? Okay, so we need two. If you two can do that, then that would be fantastic. And I can reach out to my contact there and let them know, and we can decide which Thursday, or if you want to do multiple Thursdays to get multiple families. And yeah, so I was trying to do all this so that I could talk to you all about it. I'm still in the process of setting up with PVPSA, and that's for you, Eva, because I know that you're helpful in putting those on the calendar, and you're helping putting those on the calendar. And I think that's it for now. Oh, Zooms. That's what I wanted to talk to y'all about. We need to schedule at least two Zooms, one in English and one in Spanish. And I'd like to be able to have multiple, at least three facilitators, so that we could also do breakouts. This would be a minimum of an hour and a half. And so I wanted to kind of get feedback from you about dates of when we could schedule that. Again, just to make things accessible to the community that haven't been able to participate. And then even then, we'll assess how deep we've gotten, and come back after we've done all those. I did make an announcement. I was given time to make an announcement and invite people for is it the triage, the Paro Valley triage group? South County triage. And I encourage them to reach out to their communities, to invite them, and to ask them to to do the survey. The survey is up, yes? Because when I checked, I think I checked last week, it wasn't up yet. Okay, all right. Yeah, and I think that's it. So, and then please, anybody who's watching, listening, if there's anyone in the community within PVUSD who you think has been missed or needs to be included, please don't hesitate to reach out. I want to be as thorough as possible because everything that everybody said tonight, somebody said something about being accessible. This is indeed a part of that, and the work that we're doing with the board is with effective school boards is helping to create the space and encouraging us to do that. That's one of the reasons why we're trying to get the agenda out so early, so that there's time to have it out and then time for community to have access to the board to have conversations. Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, so what I'm doing separately from effective school boards, because I want to show that we actually could do this. We know what we need to do. We don't need a consultant telling us what the community has already been telling us. So I plan to meet with our students at all the individual high schools. After that, I'm going to do another 3 sessions with teachers. So I'm going to be having just teachers only sessions. Also, I do plan on going back on social media. It's been a big request because what I usually tend to do is the night before our board meetings, I'll go live and we'll review the board agenda together. And a lot of people are asking me to redo that. So, and along with Zoom sessions. So I am going to be doing that. I feel like I'm the tech guy up here, so I have the resources to do that. But I also, I want everybody to have their voices included. I also plan on going out to the campesinos and meeting our campesinos where they're at and ask them, what could we do to improve the schools? Because I know for sure they're not going to be able to come to us. So those are my commitments that I'm making to our students, our teachers, and our campesinos. It sounds like you all with effective school boards are doing just fine. But I really want those perspectives that tend to not be able to make these meetings. And it's astonishing to me that we didn't start with a student session when we're all about student incomes, which is very interesting to me from your guys' consultant, which I have a lot of questions about that. But with that being said, if there is another community group who feels like their voices haven't been heard by this board, please reach out to me and I will be more than happy to create a community session for you all to vent and let us know that what we could do better. That was one of my goals entering into the school board, is to make sure that we don't drown out people's voices. So that's my commitment on my own, again, separate of effective school boards. And I just, again, wanted to show you all that if we take initiative, if we really think about our community, those ideas don't need to be guided by a consultant. Thank you.
I had the privilege of attending 3 listening sessions so far, and I apologize to students if they didn't feel they were invited. All of our community listening sessions are open to just that, our community. That includes, babies up to our grandmas and grandpas. Everybody is invited. We even, made sure to say, although we can't provide childcare, children are welcome. And at our Watsonville listening session, we did have quite a few students, so I did appreciate that. We have been in, Starlight has said they would like us to come back possibly in December. And so I will keep you guys posted on that. I'm hoping that we can do a big push of the survey like we did with the Youth Truth or something, because I'm constantly getting Parent Square notifications. I haven't received anything asking me to take the survey. So I'd like to do a good push of that like soon, hopefully, and then maybe a reminder in a couple weeks. One thing that we do need to think about is, the purpose of this is so that we can get to those goals and guardrails, and we are on a timeline. And so Greg was hoping we could maybe narrow down a date or two for our special all-day workshop where we will draft our goals and guardrails. Well, so I think according to our implementation timeline, we're thinking January. So if that's the case, we would need to vote on a date at our next board meeting in December. So we can, we'll have that. If you think we'll be ready, we should put that on our agenda to pick a date for that.
You can put it on there, but we may need to table it.
Yeah, because
Just in
not
case we're
only
not ready. But I mean, put it on there. If we're ready, we're ready. If we're not, then we
Even if
push
we're
it.
not ready now, because we have to book them to do this, it's important to get a book date on the books that we can all agree on as soon as possible.
Yeah, because even
Especially
if we couldn't,
like when I know my schedule 3 months in advance, I need to know
Yeah.
kind of sooner rather than later.
because if we're going to do goals and guardrails, I'm sure there's a lot of other things we can do. But that was just something that Greg wanted us to think about as well. Okay, any other? Okay,
Okay, I'd like to, because I won't be able to do it again, schedule Zooms with you. Get it on the calendar. Let's do
Can
that
we
right
do it?
now.
Do you want to just do a doodle offline?
What? No, because we can't. I mean, it's. Can we just take out of our calendars? And I mean, I know that, but this is what this time was for, because we can actually talk about it right now.
What's the question that's on the table right now?
2 Zooms, an
Oh.
English and a Spanish.
I feel like we need at least a week, better more than that, just to get the word out about the dates.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm
So-
not thinking, I'm thinking in, this would be December, like the first or second week in December.
I could do the
Realistically.
second week of December.
I would suggest that perhaps we pick a time that's not in the middle of dinner time, like perhaps on the weekend.
Okay, yeah, that's why we're having this discussion.
Yeah, like on a weekend when maybe
A
more people
weekend?
might be available.
Yeah, weekend. What do y'all think?
Sunday afternoon after football.
It's only 3 of us, right? That need to be there, or you want all of us there for
In
this?
three of us, but then we are gonna need to have, support from administration to help, like just to help facilitate. Cause we're gonna do breakouts.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
a millennial on a budget, and I use the weekends to work. Sorry,
So
like
weekend's not gonna work for you.
no, unless y'all
Okay.
gonna pay me to be there. No, it's not gonna happen.
Well, you just gave your $400 away.
I sure did to a good cause.
To a good cause.
To a good
yes.
cause. I'll sleep good at
You
night.
were getting paid, but you just gave
No.
it.
No. Stuff like that, like it's in addition to, and I'm happy to do it, but at the same time, like
I know, if you have work, I don't want you to bypass your work.
we all gotta
Yeah.
pay rent some way, so
Okay.
weekends is the best time to do that.
Yeah. So weekends out for you. Trustee Turley.
The first week of December, I think most of us are at a conference in Sacramento. The second week for me, work-wise, is crazy, except maybe for Monday. Let's see. Oh, there's a JPA at 5 on Monday.
I could do Monday the 8th. I just feel like maybe we need a little bit more information from the community about when when it's a good time for them, because these evening sessions are really inconvenient for a lot of people.
No, I hear that. We can, what about, yeah, Zoom. Yeah.
I try to attend Zoom meetings, but it's often challenging when my kids are running around, my dogs are barking, and I also making dinner.
My grandma walks in my room all the time. I feel that.
What about the week of the 15th? I don't know that honestly we're gonna be able to, so my idea is to schedule something, see what we get, and then
Do you
we
wanna-
can schedule another one.
Do you want to shoot for the 8th and the 15th? Those are 2 Mondays.
I've got a problem on the 8th, but I could do the 15th.
Do you think we can at least get 2 or 3 of us at both of those dates? I think that's all we need, right?
Yeah, at least 2.
Because if you go beyond the 15th, you're gonna be at the, but you're already in finals, the end of the school year, Christmas, all the things. So I wouldn't go beyond the 15th.
Okay, let's put one on for the 15th.
Okay. What time realistically for me, honestly, 7.
Let's try it.
Okay. All right, and that one is going to be English or Spanish or? No, I think it's important to have a space that's just Spanish speaking. I don't know. Can I get some lived experience feedback, please?
Lived experience on what?
On what do you think we should have a meeting that is bilingual or one that is predominantly just geared toward our Spanish speaking community?
I think we should have a solid Spanish.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was thank you. All right, so who is available on another date? So the 8th, you said you are available? So we're gonna need to have translation for sure. And I know, but we still need to have like another person. And if I'm on there, I need translation.
I'm
I
pretty open
understand about
Mondays.
every third word.
I'm open Mondays and Wednesdays, so.
Okay, so Monday the 8th and Monday the 15th. Okay. Are we able to get that put out onto a calendar and get an invite and all of that? I don't know if you're the right person, Eva, to talk to about that. Okay, so 7 p.m.
Yes, but I think someone or the implementation team was gonna work on a new, flyer. So if we can get that and we can place those, dates on, for the Zoom, meeting.
Yeah, Carol, maybe you and I can connect some point this weekend.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. The 8th is Spanish, the 15th is English?
Mhm.
Is that, okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for just getting that handled. We'll see what type of engagement we get. And if we get a lot, great. If we don't, guess what? We get to do another one. And everybody, I'll just say now, everybody is welcome, all the voices, just all the voices. Whoever you represent, put the word out. Come on, I don't care if we get 100 people on there. I'd love to get 100 people on there. I'd love to get, yeah, okay. Thank you. And then implementation team can get the rest done. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So, yes, go ahead.
We have been here like for, I don't know how long. I'm just ready to go home, but we're gonna want to talk about regarding the 917. Are we gonna get into it?
We
tonight?
have one more item to discuss for report and discussion, and then we're going to get to consent.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so now our last report and discussion item is item 8.5. This is our board policy and bylaws review. This report will be presented by myself. And what this item is, I don't necessarily have a report, but I'm going to put out why this is on our report and discussion. We've had several trustees reach out for agenda requests and specifically pertaining to board policies. And so we were recommended to have this time to discuss with the trustees what that would look like. And also to put it out there that if a trustee would like to make some changes to any of our board policies, then we would take it upon ourselves. Like you can use this time right now to say, I would like to address this specific policy. And then you're going to take it upon yourself to do the research, look at, pulling together a first draft that then would be presented. And it would be just like when we stumble upon old policies that need to be revised, same procedures. But if it's being brought to the agenda by a trustee, then it was recommended to then ask that trustee to look into that. So you want to add to the report, or should I do any, do we have speakers first? Okay. Do we have any public speakers to this item 8.5?
Yeah, I made it. It's my latest night ever for here. So this is kind of getting back to teachers over lawyers. So I noticed today for the board 3.3 or 3.4, there was a public comment, not mine, but somebody didn't get to speak. And I would argue that per Ed Code 35145.5, that was improper and a dubious Brown Act thing. And I would also point to Greg of Effective School Boards. From what I've seen, it seems to be he and I agree. So if you look back to August, and also there's just certain inconsistencies with blocking that. So like on August 20th, when item 3.4 came up, I was able to speak to it. Yet Takashi was able to speak to 3.5. I was able to get to speak eventually, but that was kind of an inconsistency. And then at 10/1/25, so October 1st, Greg had said at the 4-hour, 10-minute, 24-minute mark that you got to take comment on agendized items. So I'm afraid board reports are an agendized item. Additionally, he had also said at the 4-hour, 11-minute, 19-minute mark that he wants to expand opportunities for public comment. So I think that, if we're paying this guy, we got to take that advice. That's actually good advice. Also, I understand that he's on the agenda setting committee, and I would like to be on there or have somebody from PVFT if he's going to be on there, because I feel like it's a conflict of interest. He is like benefiting financially from this. So, and also just as like that 6144 board policy was very problematic. I don't like that one. Also, I'm a NorCal guy, so what SoCal does, I'm automatically kind of against it. Or I need the rationale, basically. I need the rationale if we're going to do things from other districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can point of clarification? He said that Greg is in the agenda setting.
That's not true.
That's not true.
He's coaching, he's coaching us.
But why is he in attendance at a meeting by elected officials? He's not elected. Why is he there?
It's our agenda setting committee. You don't have to be an elected official to be in there. We have.
You don't? Then why is she in there? She's not elected.
Okay.
I'm just saying, use your logic. Let's use our logic.
Said you don't have to be.
He is a consultant, and he is helping us with figuring out how to do the agenda.
What's the consultant's goal?
To make us better.
To make money. That's what a consultant's goal
But
is.
it's a flat fee.
I get you guys love Greg. I get that.
You
That
do
is
realize
fine.
that
You
we
guys like
brought
your
this in
consultant. That's fine.
because
But
of
a lot
you.
of the things that I'm seeing out of Greg is coming from a book that you guys could have simply read. That's what I'm saying. It's very.
We read the book.
It's very, to me, because I'm speaking right now and this is my time, it is very concerning to me hearing that he was even invited to an agenda setting committee meeting. Greg is not elected. Greg is a consultant. Also, another thing that I want to point to too is Greg and Lozano Smith have a lot of contradictory things that we're being told. She tells us one thing, Greg tells us we could do another thing. Who's right?
Okay, I'm going to bring this back to our board
No,
policy
that's a question.
and bylaws
Who's right?
review. I'm bringing it back to on topic. So Carol, you had wanted to comment on this.
Yes, I intend to take on controversial policy number 6144. I'm assembling a group of teachers and students to review what the district currently has, what was proposed. We'll look at pieces of law that kind of provide some guardrails that we would be required to follow. The plan is that this group would meet, most likely on Zoom, talk about the things that we want to make sure included. We'll put together a draft, circulate it amongst ourselves, then circulate it broader once we feel like it says what we in this little group want. And then it'll have to go to legal review. I recognize that. And then we would bring it for a first read here. I think I can only handle one at a time, but I would after that like to take on conflicts of interest and ethics.
Thank you. Any
Yep.
other comments, Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I would like to take on the censure policy so that way it's more equitable and doesn't get weaponized by certain people like we saw this past time. Another one that I would like to take on is conflict of interest with donations to boards during election years. Did you call that one? I will help you work on that because I already have a draft. Yeah. Y'all traumatized the crap out of me with that. So I got some stuff that we need to put in place. I'm looking at you. Yes, I am. Another thing is the board president understanding their rules a little bit more clearly. I want to take that on, the president's roles and responsibilities. Also, I would like to take on the board policy of the superintendent and their relationship to the board and how they respond to the board. And I would, those are the main ones that I want to focus on. Because we're going to do some changes.
I would like to take on a social media policy for our board members and also rules of decorum.
Thank you.
I would also like to add social media policy and make sure that people read the First Amendment right in any constitution, which is the freedom of speech. If you haven't got that far in life, I don't know what you're doing up here.
Trustee Flynn?
Per Bill Beecher's request and other constituency, looking at board attendance policy.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I'd like to add to that when it comes to electing officials, that in an election year where we're appointing, that those appointments should not be holding a leadership seat. So if you are not elected by the people during that time and instead appointed, that you should not be allowed to be on the board or represent the community, especially if a conflict of interest is presented. If that trustee finds that they have given a donation of a certain amount of money and have not returned it, they are in violation and must be immediately removed.
That is not a policy, I believe, but if that's one you want to work on.
I mean, if you haven't read our policies,
Did
that
you-
clearly shows right now, but yes,
Did
it
you
is.
see how Carol, Carol, can you please, because you were there when we were
I
discussing
heard Carol.
this.
It's fine. I don't need her to re-explain it, but thank you.
Okay, so, get your committee, work on it, draft it, then it has to go by
I'll send it to you by
legal.
Friday because it's already drafted.
It has to go through legal, it has to go through this, and then we can add it to an agenda.
And when you say legal, does that mean Lozano Smith?
It's our legal team.
Is our only legal team Lozano Smith? For that?
Yes.
Can we do a board amendment to change it to another legal team if we wanted to, or make a proposition to that?
That would be a board decision.
That would be a
as
board
whole.
decision, right? Okay, cool. I think that's something we should consider because they're a very shady group.
Okay, any other comments? Wow. Yeah, that's the third time. Any other comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will move us on. I will now bring us to our consent agenda. These are consent items or routine items before the board. Are there any speakers to consent agenda?
There are. We have Chris Webb for 9.14, and we have two people for 9.17 and one for 9. Oh no, he left. So we have 3. So I guess we could pull 9.19, but well. Okay.
Yes, no? I don't know, wait for them to tell me yes. Yeah, I can go. Hi, Susanna, teacher with Head Start. I'm here to advocate on behalf of our program. Right now, Head Start services are paused because of the federal shutdown, but that shutdown could end any day. And when it does, the program would be required to reopen immediately. Approving district licenses to operate these center risks creating unnecessary disruptions at the very moment family needs stability. So I'm talking about because PVUSD is proposing to temporarily take over 6 of our classrooms, and that is jeopardizing our grant and our funding, and we're very concerned about that. Even if the district does not plan to use Head Start funding, we must remember that these facilities carry federal interest if they were built or renovated with Head Start dollars. That means the district cannot simply assume operation without federal approval. Moving forward without clarity could jeopardize compliance and delay Head Start reopening when the government reopens, which is happening any day now. Most importantly, Head Start serves children who are federally defined as the most vulnerable. Those living in poverty, in foster care, experiencing homelessness, or receiving CalFresh benefits, and other children with diagnosed disabilities. Our program provides not only early learning, but also health screenings, family engagement, and wraparound supports. If the district steps in temporarily, how will these comprehensive services be guaranteed? Families depend on consistency, and disruption could avoid lasting effects. This decision is not about licensing. It is about protecting children, honoring federal requirements, and preserving the trust between Head Start and the district and our community. I urge you to work carefully whether approving this request strengthens our partnership or risk undermining the very foundation of Head Start that was created to provide. Before you vote on approving the licenses for these proposed facilities, can you explain how the district will ensure the families are not disrupted when Head Start funding resumes, possibly any day now, and how you can guarantee that federal compliance requirements, including federal interests in these facilities, are fully respected? And no one can provide me that documentation at the school district or Lisa Sandoval, who left, because the documentation I have proves that that you guys are violating federal regulations.
Thank you.
Okay, good night. My name is Melissa Perez, and I am requesting that the partnership between Encompass and PVUSD be put on hold until we are presented with written evidence that this partnership will not jeopardize the Head Start grant at its entirety. According to federal regulations, any material or site that hold federal interest should not be used by any other than the Head Start program without written approval from the Office of Head Start, which we know we don't have as the Office of Head Start is closed due to federal shutdown. We have heard that leaders are working with the National Head Start Association to ensure they are in compliance, which is a little contradicting since October 29th. Deborah Bergeron, Deputy Director for Community Engagement and Innovation for National Head Start Association, and prior director for the Head Start Office for the Office of Head Start, published an article specific to the shutdown, which states that school districts should not assume they can replace the Head Start program without written federal approval. Let's partner in a way that supports the future of the Head Start program rather than putting it at risk. Is PVUSD prepared to employ over 100 people that will be left without a job if this partnership leads to the loss of the grant for Head Start? Because based on the proposed lays off, it doesn't seem likely. PVUSD gets creative, rethink your partnership. We're all here for the children in our community. Let's work together, be transparent, let's build trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers to this item?
Hi, my name is Gisela Lemos. I'm a teacher for Head Start. I've been teaching for Head Start for 19 years. I'm just gonna speak from my heart because I was not prepared for this, but I just want you guys to know that Head Start is a very important program. I seen my kids learning. I see the kids that they get there like when they're 3 and how they grow so much when they're 5. I see the need in the community. I see the need from the parents for childcare. I see that, and I understand that when you guys probably got together, were in campus, you were doing it for the best of the kids, and maybe not thinking about what the repercussions of that partnership was. But there is repercussions. Like they say, it's a conflict of interest. Those buildings are the PVHUD's buildings. We understand. However, they were rebuilt, playgrounds were rebuilt, and classrooms were redone inside. So, and all furniture that we were using, we got this extra money because we were short staffed. We bought like all these new materials, all these new furniture is bright new, and that's for Head Start. All these things are for Head Start kids, Head Start families. And our concern is that it's not that we don't want to support the partnership. We would love to work with the district and get to know the district. But since it's a conflict of interest, our concern is that we're gonna lose the program if the feds find out that it was done without the approval, with the right approval. And also I have a question. You're saying you're gonna close schools. Why do you want our classrooms? We depend on those classrooms. Those classrooms are the heart of the program. Okay, those are the classrooms that always fully enroll. You take those classrooms away, Head Start is gonna be broken. We're not gonna have place to go to. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I will bring it back to the board. Are there any items the board wishes to defer? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, 9.17, 9.18, 9.19, and 9.20.
Okay, any others? Okay, would anyone like to make a motion approving the consent agenda with the removal of those items?
I'll second.
Oh, I thought that was it. I move to pull items 9.17, 9.18, 9.19, and 9.20 from the consent agenda to the deferred consent agenda.
Oh, sorry. I need a motion to approve the remaining items on consent.
I move approval of the consent agenda less 917, 918, 919, and 920.
Perfect, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6001. And so that brings us to item 9.17, application for Child Development Department for license approval. Trustee Medina, you had questions on this.
Yeah, I've met with Head Start. I've got their emails. I've responded, and I think because of the uncertainty of the government shutdown, it sounds like today there was a deal that was met. Granted, it wasn't the one that we were looking for because Democrats are weak, and we know that they can't hold their ground. So due to that, we will be seeing the government reopen. I think they're predicting by Friday? Today? Oh, they got it today. Well, there you go. So I think that in the best interest of not getting a lawsuit, but I know Lozano Smith would love it because they'd get paid to represent us. I say that we completely not move forward with this because the last thing that I would want is for their federal grant money to be impacted because of our mistake in not waiting and listening to them. I have gotten federal grants. If you do anything outside of that certain requirement that they give you, they will come after you on that.
Sylvester, can we get item 9.17 pulled up, please? Okay, any other questions from the board?
I do. I have a
Trustee Trustee Navarro?
Dr. Contreras, can you please speak to how this came about and address some of the concerns of our members that have joined us?
Yes. So it's my understanding that Encompass has been having some trouble. The federal shutdown, of course, has impacted many different organizations across the nation that are federally funded. We worked with Encompass as well as many other entities that oversee our littlest learners. So our littlest learners have the tightest safeguards to ensure that all of the different legal pieces are in place to be able to do this type of agreement. We are including working with the state deputy superintendent to make sure that everything we were doing was going to be safe, and the main for students that was going to be legally sound, and the main motivation was just to ensure continuity of service for students because the program was shut down and children were not going to receive services. We also worked to offer employees positions so that they would be able to have continuity in employment as well. And there's the understanding that if federal funding comes back in place and the Head Start is able to reopen, that would happen as well, and employees could go back to their employment and that the program could continue as it was. That's my understanding of what the agreements are that are in place. From what I understand from talking to Lisa is that if even with the shutdown, the government striking the deal, it will still be several weeks before all of the funding is able to trickle back through and things are able to open back up. And the concerns are is that the children wouldn't have childcare still for several weeks. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, Encompass doesn't know what they're talking about.
What about the least concern?
Yeah.
What about the least concern that they addressed about violating federal?
What I've been told is that that's not a concern.
Can I add to that? If they're under federal contract, they get another job that is a breach in that original contract, the government could come back to them and say, hey, you broke this contract, therefore you're not getting these funds. So I do not want to take that risk because it would be more detrimental if that were to happen. This is a government shutdown. We all did not anticipate this, but it sounds like it's going to roll out. Those funds have been allocated already. So they should be dispersed, not within weeks, but within days. From my understanding in working with government officials, I had a conversation with the Monterey County, and they said it's just a matter of pushing the button to release those funds because everything has already been appropriated for Head Start for the year, for the fiscal year. So I don't know who's feeding you that information, but it doesn't sound correct from my discussions with the actual government. So I would say, to be on the safe side, we should just not move forward with this, seeing that the government has already opened up and those fundings are coming back.
So are we willing to risk not having services for these students?
Tell me more.
So what my understanding is,
Yeah.
the whole reason we were asked to do this by the county is to have continuity of service for these students, because otherwise the services will be abruptly stopped.
It's already stopped right now, correct? Which is why they're coming over here.
So they're not getting any services right now, you're closed down? Oh.
Yeah. I know we're trying to get it going, but you got to think about the impacts that it's going to have on the people. If we don't have the people to do the work, that's where it's going to be a problem. And I'd rather them get their jobs than have to deal with litigation for weeks and weeks and weeks at a time. That's going to take a longer process.
No, I 100% agree with you, but
Yeah.
there should be somebody at state level that can answer this question.
We've been coordinating all of these efforts with the state level, with all of our contacts, with our grantees that we work with for our programming to ensure that what we have offered and the agreements that are before you tonight are legally sound.
So the state controller stated that even though those fundings have been allocated and appropriated, that they won't be able to access them even when the government returns?
Lisa's been working with the state deputy superintendent on this.
Okay.
And I don't want to state about that specific question in terms of the funding and when funding would be released and how that will work.
Yeah.
I think we're in an unprecedented
Amen.
situation,
Yeah.
in terms of that. So I don't know when that, would happen. I think Lisa was told that there could be the supposition that it could take weeks, but it is unprecedented.
And if we were to table this, what would that do?
If we tabled the agreement, then services would be halted for students.
But they're not getting services right now, right?
Correct, we're waiting.
For this agreement.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What if we table it, and then if we need to come back and do a special meeting to vote on it, then we can. But then if we table it, then that way we can just table it.
Well, another thing that we could do is we could table it and call a special meeting next week when we have more data on the government shutdown and those funds. So I'd rather us get a special meeting next week to see where we're at with the disbursement of the funds before we come into this, because again, it's going to have repercussions on their livelihood, getting that paycheck and getting that funding that they need. Because to my understanding, they're in your third year of funding right now, right? So when they get their funding, when they propose another funding, they're going to have to submit a lot of this documentation. And if there's a gap within their work schedule, it's gonna be very impactful to them, the program. So that's why I'm saying there's just so many uncertainties on when the funding is going to release. Let's give it a week, right? We've been managing so far, but I just don't want to do that to our Head Start program.
That's why
I'm
MS.
wondering how well the families who have been without childcare have been
not good.
doing.
Probably.
I mean, you're saying we're doing fine, but we're asking for another week of, I'm sorry, no, we can't have that. Another week of these students being without services.
jeopardizing our
And
program, though.
another thing is, we've had professionals, we've had state superintendent as well as, I'm sorry, you can't do that, I'm sorry. I could I could have you removed, but I don't want to have to do that. But like I said, the community had their time and now it's our time to discuss. Thank you. And so I'm worried that this can drag on longer and you had said that if we were to do this and then eventually if they were able to take back over that was going to be okay. That was going to be a seamless process.
But it disrupts the contract in such a way that could jeopardize the entire thing.
That's not been our understanding.
And that's why I was asking tabling it, not voting yes or no in any sort of way, and just putting a pin in it for a little bit longer. And yeah, so I would like to make a motion to table this. And then if we need to come back to have a special meeting to vote once we have the information, that's what I would like to do.
I'll second.
I just wanted to be respectful, but I
I'm
just want to
sorry,
say
no,
something
no.
about like parents.
Okay, so we,
Lawyer, since you're here, I want to squeeze as much money out of you as I can right now with this question. If the board doesn't have the information that we need, but a community member does, can we ask them to give us more information on that? It's agendized.
Is within the purview, sorry, that's within the purview of the board president. So, but there's nothing that would legally prevent you from getting information from somebody else in the room.
We
Thank you. So we
we
could do
have
that.
incurred 2 different meetings in the beginning of the year of Brown Act violations because of specifically you doing this. So I'm going to
So
prevent
is she
any
lying?
further
Is she
Brown Act.
lying? Is she lying?
I'm saying that I'm going to prevent any further potential Brown Act violations right now and
Olivia,
stick to
this is
what
an
we've been
agendized
doing.
item. We need information because we can't
We
make a
have
clear
a
decision.
motion on the table to table this item and we have a second.
Well, then put it to a dang vote. Do it.
I was about to. Oh my goodness. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye. I want a roll call.
Okay. Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Dodge, Trustee Turley, Trustee Flynn,
aye.
Trustee Navarro,
Can I ask if this is possible, my idea as a potential amendment? Is it possible, Sarah, to approve this with the stipulation of double checking with the federal government that it wouldn't, or is there somebody that we can contact in order to assure that? I'm concerned about people not getting paychecks and kids not getting services.
Trustee,
And, well, there's I think that what you're trying to do is, you want to do it the other way. Instead of tabling it, you want to approve it, but ask the federal government.
Approve it with a qualification that we would have to assure that it wouldn't jeopardize the program.
I mean, at this point, there's a motion pending and the votes have already been
Yeah.
taken.
Oh, yeah,
And I
that's fine.
think it's already passed.
yeah.
I abstain.
So, so I don't think that you can do that.
Okay, so did you abstain? Okay. And I will also abstain. So that motion passes 4-0-2-1. Thank you. And that brings us to item 9.18, MSHS budget revision 1 and 2 for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Trustee Medina, you pulled this item?
You'd be happy to know that I pulled this wrong. I just wanted 9.19, so we could save ourselves on that.
You can make a motion.
I make a motion to approve 9.18.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining?
I heard
Motion.
roll call. I heard roll call. Let's go
Motion
roll call.
passes 6-0-0-1. Okay, now we have item 9.19, approved job description, Chief Technology Officer. Trustee Medina had a question on this.
Public comment. Oh, I can speak now? Oh, okay, sorry. I heard side conversations. Brandon, you had nothing to say about the chief? Okay. Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, I say no. To this. I get it, but also let's look at the optics. Let's look at what our communities are going through right now. They seem like they're doing fine, making six figures, and I would like to make a motion to not approve this item.
Can we have some
Can I-
discussion first?
Yes.
Yeah.
Um, I would like either Senor Castillo or Mr. Bragg or Dr. Contreras to speak to the rationale behind the decision of the recommendation. And then I have some other things I'd like to say too. Thank you.
So this, contrary to what is out there, this is a replacement position. Dan Weiser is retiring, and that will be effective in December. When we go on break, that will be his last days. He is currently Director of Technology, and since I started in the district, I've had him serve on cabinet. Technology positions have, over the years, especially since COVID came about, have become increasingly pivotal and important to districts, as technology is just ingrained in education and a huge part of what we do. Districts our size, someone mentioned earlier that districts in our county or nearby us don't have this position. We are the largest in our county, and district this size are bringing these positions on. I agree the timing is unfortunate, but that's his retirement time. That's just when this position came up. The job description for the director is from 2016 and really outdated. So kind of just brings that, it makes sense to bring the position and the job description forward now. This is not putting $20,000 more onto the position. It is starting the salary schedule where Dan's current salary is at, and then increasing it incrementally with step and column. Additionally, one of the positions that has been vacated this year as of September is the assessment and accountability position. Josh Phillips vacated that position to become the Ansoldo principal. We have not filled that position. That position works very, very closely with the technology position, and it's a data position. It pulls data, it runs assessment, it oversees testing, and it's been vacant. That's $156,000 and up position. So we're absorbing that position for a net gain of an administrative position and then blending it over to this position. So in all, even if we're adding this, and it's not adding, it's a replacement position, but creating a little bit more, barely, yeah. We're overall taking one administrative position away, and then increasing the skill set, because instead we're adding now masters must be included, and then also what's called a chief technology certificate. So we're asking for a higher skill set. Our technology in PVUSD is behind, yes, drastically behind. And really, if we want to attract the people we need into the position, we should have these requirements. And I think that we do want to have as a goal to increase our tech skills and to increase the technology that we use. And in turn, like Trustee Medina, you said earlier, we need to make ourselves look more attractive. And one of the ways is to be looking at how are we using AI? How are we using some of the different technology, and how are we bolstering ourselves? So
Can I ask about that? Because in the job description, I didn't see any mention of artificial intelligence skill set. Or did I miss that?
no, that's accurate. Usually in job descriptions related to tech, because tech innovates so quickly, you don't call out those pieces like that. Because AI might be a thing that comes and goes very quickly as technology advances.
Ooh, oh man, they're investing so much in data centers that I'd love to believe that, But because of the data centers and because the way that the economy is investing, our economy is pretty much going to be ran by building out these AI, because that's what this administration wants to do. They want to be at the top of that. My concern is if we're not clearly describing that we need somebody who knows about systems management as well as artificial intelligence, agent, build out, it needs to be listed on there so we know that they're coming in with those skills. Because I would hate to bring in somebody and we say, okay, great, we need you to build this out. But guess what? They don't have the agentic skill certificate. They don't know that ChatGPT or how to build out agents or modules. So that is my worry of approving this, not seeing that those things are not listed on here.
Those
Heather,
are things that
before
are
you-
included in the CTO certificate.
That's the chief technical officer, right? They,
That-
yeah.
That's the learning and the certificate that they get, that they earn. That's part of that course of study.
Yes, and we have that at Cabrillo, so I'm very familiar with that. The only thing is we're also updating it to include this new AI skill set that's coming into play. So if it's clearly defined on here, and if they have that skill set and they're able to bring in that AI interface that we want to see to do things a little bit smoother and better, I'm for it. But I'm just not seeing it on the job description.
In the job description, it requires the person to have a CTO certificate.
I know.
In
I
the
get that.
learning that they do to earn the certificate, they have to have all of those skills proven to get the certificate.
Yes, and so if
It's
I'm a
by
producer,
nature
yeah.
included in the job description just by saying you have to have this certificate. That includes that learning.
I could get a certificate as a producer and it could be focused, even, and it's a general certificate that's at that high level. What I'm trying to say is we need to be very specific, because we're saying we want AI, but if we're getting somebody who doesn't even know, you could have a certificate, great, but can you build out an agent?
Can I
Yeah, go
ask
for it.
a clarification piece, please? Okay, so it sounds like you would just like to have a little bit more, I'm sorry, updated language in there. It says CTO certificate, which includes that. Is that correct? Right, right. So like you're good with this, with the amendment of making sure that that certification has that specific piece named.
Yeah, if we're saying the certificate itself, great. That changes in itself too, because you're right, technology does change. But we know that building a agentic model is something that's here to stay, because people are already doing it. And we should be teaching our students how to do it because it's that accessible. And they could even help the chief technology officer by interning with them, by helping build out these systems that teachers need. I want somebody who could do that.
Okay, two things. The certificate. Can you, Sergio, Silvestre, can you click?
Can you click on the document?
On the document, please. So we can see the, and then
Can I make a
scroll.
quick comment while you're pulling it up?
Sure.
Can't we, as a board, direct you to hire somebody that has these experience?
Well, it needs to be it needs to be written in the job description. But yes, we can.
I'm
That's
just
what we're
saying, like,
doing.
I think what I'm hearing is that by being too specific in the job description as things change, that might need to be amended again. So I guess that's fine. We could do that, but.
I think that's fine, because if it's
have-
technology, it's going to require to change.
Okay. The other thing too, something that I thought of as you were talking, Trustee Navarro, is that maybe there's something in there that says that there's like continuing education, that, you know what I mean? Like training or certifications as things update, because we know how quickly it moves up. I mean, it goes, I'm sorry, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. My brain is shutting down. The other thing I was wondering is if we could open it up to not just technology, but software engineers. Because I think that might be, I just want to, like you're saying, we might be limiting ourselves, but I also want to broaden it and include software engineers. So I w- I'm looking for the. I wonder if we can look at. Yeah.
That you could say as you're doing interviewing, like for one, you could capture the things you want in the interview questions and tell, like direct me to say, here's the interview questions we want. Here's the specific skills we want in this person. They must have AI, blah, blah. They have to build a bot. And then you capture that through the like interview questions and not necessarily capturing it in a broad-based job description.
I mean, I do see other duties as applied, which could be
Or
anything.
like the data
so.
there's some data processing, there's some systems structures, some pieces that are broad-based.
That's like old school tech, though. Like we're using so much newer terms now I guess that's what I'm getting at the heart of it. Like,
yeah,
we need to update this description in itself because even some of the things on here listed are outdated. You know,
it's
so
just trying to get at broad, like a job description. You usually want it to be broad enough that it lasts a while, and this is actually a newer one, and then not so specific that you get yourself into a little bit of a corner, you know?
yeah, I guess as long as you have them build out an agent in front of you, I'll be happy with that.
The questions, like the interview questions themselves can get that way, and I'd be more than happy to run interview questions by you or the board or committee or whatever to say, does this capture what the board would also like to see
In this person,
in
yeah.
this position so that we can move our district forward?
Okay, and then so for my understanding right now for this vote is we have this person.
No.
No. We're looking for them.
So what we're looking for right now is we know that Dan is retiring. He's been the director of tech for quite a while. His retirement is a mid-year retirement. We looked at the job we know we need to go through a hiring process. We looked at the job description, and we also knew I've had him sit on cabinet. He said himself this should be a cabinet level position. He hadn't been on cabinet before and had described that it was often difficult for him in his role not sitting on cabinet because sometimes decisions were made at the district level and that they were like, wait, whoa, who made this decision? Like, this actually might not have been really great for the system or for the kids. And so the recommendation was this should really be cabinet level. And I agree with where we're at now with tech and education, it should. And so that in itself was the job description needs to be updated. So the first step in the hiring process then becomes bringing the job description forward to the board for approval. The next step, because this is a classified job position, is it does need to go to the Personnel Commission because they next approve the job description too. And then from there, a recruitment process begins and the hiring process. The timing is very unfortunate, as we all saw, but somewhat unavoidable because this recruitment process with the merit system and the Personnel Commission takes a long time. And with cybersecurity and all the pieces that do go with technology these days, we need to get ahead of it before Dan is officially.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried hacking into the website and he did a good job of proofing it, which I appreciate because we hacked into the last one very easily. Fun fact. Yeah, I like hacking into things. Okay, so I apologize. It was my understanding that we were going to elevate him with this salary, but he's going to retirement. So we would have a say in kind of really identifying this person. I know Silicon Valley is laying off people left and right, and we should be able to pick up one of those people. Yeah, so, and this would be a very attractive salary range for what I'm seeing in that area. So I will, I'll rescind. I'll go ahead and approve, move to approve as is
I wanted.
with those assurances.
Okay, and trustee Navarro
I
seconded, but
was-
you had a
I was-
question?
Yeah, but I wanted to make sure that it's opened up to also, so that software engineers know that. So that would be my amendment. I was trying to say that before you seconded it.
We could factor that in. Yeah, it's just directing the superintendent, letting them know that that would be something that would be acceptable. Yeah.
I just don't want, because it doesn't say software engineer on it, I don't want people who are not who are a software engineer not
To feel dissuaded from applying. Yeah.
Right here under education and experience.
Yeah, so that would be my thing is I would make a motion to approve with that amendment of adding software engineer into the description somewhere.
So since mine was up seconded.
Yeah, I
do
want
we-
to, Sarah, we had a motion and we had it seconded, but then she made an
I
amendment.
was talking before she said it.
From A to B, you made a motion, but are you?
Am I accepting the amendment?
Are you accepting the amendment?
I accept the amendment.
Okay. And so you'll need to confirm a second.
Trustee Navarro, do you second with the amendment? Thank you. Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6001. And now that brings us to our last item, 9.20, request for allowance of attendance due to emergency conditions, Aptos High School closure on September 17th and 18th, 2025. Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I really wasn't thinking much about this until a constituent hit me up and they asked, why didn't a chemical fire be considered as an emergency when it was happening at the Moss Landing power plants, which I think was a valid question. I didn't have a precise answer for that. I would think that a chemical fire that has a plume going over us would qualify for that. So I'm just curious. Yeah, why that was the case. Would it fall under this as well, or did we just
Yeah.
kind of miss the mark on that?
That's it. No, that's a good question. And we were working with the Office of Emergency Services for the chemical fire throughout that entire emergency. In that case, that was the air we breathe. And the students were with their families or not with their families. And there were specific directions given about what to do. Stay inside, keep the windows closed, don't turn on the air, those types of things. And under those circumstances, because you can't escape the air you breathe, and what would have happened with our students is they would have most likely stayed home. And because families were still being called into work, we checked like who is working. Were any of the field workers being closed? Were any of the stores being closed? Were any, and we did do our due diligence. Was anyone closing any of the businesses? And they were not. What we deemed was the students would be most likely staying home unattended, and then would probably not be following safety measures if they were unattended. So it was deemed the best place for everyone to be would be at school, where safety measures would be followed, masks could be provided, and so school was held.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to explain that because I thought that was an excellent
Yeah.
question that I didn't know how to answer.
It is a good question. And additionally, there are very limited reasons for when schools are allowed to close and when you can file a J-13. And those are things like electricity out, but only under even electricity out under certain circumstances, like you really can't see, it's too dark. And it's for extended time. Like this was an extended time because it wasn't too dark. It's too cold. If flooding would be another one, and you can't access the campus. So there's just or it's way too hot, those things.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation of it. I tried letting them know, because I know we talked during that time, like, some students aren't going to be able to even, their parents aren't going to be home.
Right.
They're not going to have
Or not
food.
get food or what.
Yeah. Okay, cool. No, I think that's a really good explanation, and I'll go back to that constituent. So I'll go ahead and move to approve 9.20.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6001.
So, so this vote item, every board member needs to sign it, and we need to send it to the county for approval. And now it's just the restrictions that Dr. Contreras mentioned. It's really restricted. The state does not want us to close the schools. We have only very strict restrictions. So that's the first step. In order to recuperate our funding, we need to do this. So, thank you.
Thank you very
Mhm.
much. Okay, so that ends our deferred consent agenda. So now our upcoming board meeting is on December 11th. That will be a Thursday night, so please remember that. Sorry? Oh, it's right here. The location is still to be determined. Oh, it's here. Okay, it will be here at City Chambers. And with that, I adjourn this meeting at 1:31.
We didn't talk at all about student outcome.